I'm going to be gaveling us into order here this morning, and we welcome you, and we ask all of you, some of you are already standing, but those that are not, would you please rise for invocation? We have Pastor Dana Moore with us here today, and we would ask that you remain standing after invocation for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America and to our Texas flag.
Let's pray. Father God, we thank you for this opportunity to come together. We thank you for this just time in this room together. We ask that we each see each other as images of you, that each person is created equal, and give them the dignity and respect that they deserve. Make sure our words, our thoughts, and our deeds are your will, not our own. Father, just guard this room, guard our tongues, and help us to do the best things we can for this county and for this city. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. What's his name, Pastor Moore? At this time, I will announce that it is September 7th, 2022. We are here in Nueces County Courthouse, third floor, Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom, located at 901 Leopard. And for the clerk, the time is 8:42. Probably got started about 2 minutes ago. Okay. And we have with us this morning commissioners that I'll announce. Just if you'll announce your presence. Commissioner Robert Hernandez.
Present.
Commissioner John Mattis.
Present.
Commissioner Joe A. Gonzalez. Commissioner Brent Chesney.
Here.
And of course, myself, and therefore, as presiding officer, I do certify that a quorum has been established with 4 of us present. At this time, I'll ask if there are any announcements on disclosures or conflicts of interest. Any conflicts of interest or appearance of conflicts with items on the agenda should be declared at this time. And members, of course, that have these conflicts should refrain from voting and are asked to refrain from any discussion on such items. If conflicts are discovered later in the meeting, we will ask that those be disclosed at that time. I'll ask that you give your attention now to Ms. Rebecca, who will give you a safety briefing. With so many in the room, this is incredibly important. Rebecca?
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners, and attendees. Yes, and we are very crowded in this room. Please be aware that the doorways people need to be getting out just in the event. Could somebody fix this for me? Yes?
Thank you, thank you.
Our safety briefing for today, September 7th, is being held in the Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom. The restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the third floor atrium, past the Human Resources Office. There is a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom, and also 5 additional fire extinguishers located throughout the atrium area. Bleed control stations are on every floor. In the event of a cardiac emergency, an AED is located on the right wall next to the Human Resources Office. Participant for today who will be responsible for dialing 911 will be Connie. In the event of evacuation, our egress route will be slowly down the atrium stairs, proceeding out the doors located on the LaPan Street side of the courthouse, and assemble in the parking lot across the street. It is important to stay together. Should there be a need to shelter in place, depending upon the severity of the shelter in place, the courtroom double doors will be secured and remain secure until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. And our guest sanitizer for the day will be Ray. And please be aware of your safety and your neighbor's safety. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And so with our safety briefing having concluded, will the clerk reflect that Commissioner Gonzalez has joined us and all commissioners are present? At this time, if you are following along either online or on our agenda, you would have noticed that the next item is our public hearing for our Nueces County and our Nueces County Hospital District budgets. But I am going to ask for a little indulgence this morning, given how many people are here for, forgive me, public comment would have come first and then our public hearing. But if you'll notice item H, there is an important recognition, and we have some special guests with us. And we think it's in their best interest that we have them come up first. And so we'll call H3 now and ask Belinda to assist in recognition of the month of September 2022 as being Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. And Ms. Belinda, you may proceed.
It's giving us problems this morning.
It seems to be.
Whereas childhood cancer is the leading cause of death by disease in children, and whereas 1 in 285 children in the United States will be diagnosed by their 20th birthday, whereas 47 children per day, or 16,790 children per year, are diagnosed with cancer in the United States, and whereas there are approximately 40,000 children on active treatment at any given time, and whereas the average age of diagnosis is 6 years old, compared to 66 years for adults' cancer diagnosis, and whereas 80% of childhood cancer patients are diagnosed late with metastatic disease, and whereas on average there's been a 0.6% increase in incidence per year since the mid-1970s, resulting in an overall incidence increase of 24% over the last 40 years, and whereas 2/3 of childhood cancer patients will have chronic health conditions as a result of their treatment toxicity, with 1/4 being classified as severe to life-threatening, and whereas approximately 1/2 of childhood cancer families rate the associated financial toxicity due to out-of-pocket expenses as considerable to severe, and whereas in the last 20 years, only 4 new drugs have been approved by the FDA to specifically treat childhood cancer, and whereas the National Cancer Institute recognizes the unique research needs of childhood cancer and the associated need for increased funding to carry this out, whereas hundreds of nonprofit organizations at the local and national level are helping children with cancer and their families cope through educational, emotional, and financial support, and whereas researchers and healthcare professionals work diligently dedicating their expertise to treat and cure children with cancer, and whereas too many children are affected by this deadly disease, and more must be done to raise awareness and find a cure. Therefore, be it proclaimed by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the month of September 2022 be recognized as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in Nueces County, and further encourages all citizens of Nueces County to support this cause that so deeply impacts families in every community across our country.
Thank you. I'd like to make the motion for approval of such resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
Multiple seconds. Thank you. And with us this morning are members of Triumph Over Kids Cancer organization. Also with us are advocates on the state and national level. And we have special guests here, and I would like to invite them as we call for discussion on this subject matter. Who would like to come forward for to be recognized? And Juan, if you would just, there you go, or Connie, if you would just help them. Yes, ma'am. I see somebody very special who's very shy. Say hello. Just say tell us.
Oh, please get her in front of that podium so we can see her too, if that's.
See it, yeah. Okay, there he is.
There we go.
There we go.
He's just a little shy.
He's a little
this
shy
morning.
and big sister with.
Yes, thank you. That's fine. Thank you. This is Julian Galloway. I'm Monica Galloway. I'm his mother, his little sister Gemma, and big brother Joaquin. We just want to thank you for today, and it is such a special month. Julian was diagnosed right before Christmas in 2019 with medulloblastoma. He's high risk, group 3. It's a very rare type of brain cancer. This is his second go around with treatment. He relapsed recently. He's doing very well. He actually will be having his second eye surgery tomorrow. Spoke about the long-term effects of cancer. And it's just very important that we have more research for our children, for our families, just to give them a better chance of survival. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jackie, I can sort of see you in the background there. I know that you have a few words. If you would let everybody know who you are. And I know we're both big fans of Julian's, but very few people.
Hello. Okay, yes. Me and my mother, Barbara Canales, are the founders of the Ready or Not Foundation. After a tree I hit in the first grade, I was diagnosed with a, I don't know. Can I take this down?
Yes.
No? Okay. With a brain cancer, I think as well as Julian, and very rare brain cancer and anaplastic astrocytoma, and I just want to give a few words. So I'd like to thank you all for recognizing the kids this month, which is the Pediatric Cancer Awareness Month. And I just want to tell you all that we do need much awareness for the kids this month, Pediatric Cancer Awareness Month. And as I told you all before that I am a survivor, I do have many late-term effects. The worst right now is I have epilepsy, and it's very bad. And other late-term effects. And I have lost too many young friends, and so I know how much better treatments that we need, and especially a cure. And today, every day, 9 kids will die from pediatric cancer. So we need to raise more awareness and more money for research. So please go gold this month and think about the children who are fighting. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to express gratitude to all of you for being so patient and still. But if I asked all of you, what color do we go in October? Pink, right? Everybody knows pink in October, everybody. But in September, we go gold. And so the Mission Oil Belt, you did not know this, but you were wearing TOKC colors today. And I think James would be really, really proud of y'all's accomplishments. But more importantly, you're wearing the colors that symbolize his amazing foundation that started right here along with the Ready or Nots just a year apart. And although we lost James, his spirit of being a warrior has never, ever left us. And I just want to say thank you to the warriors that are here in the room with Mrs. Galloway. And we are going to be going gold all month long. If you get a chance, go by La Palmera Mall and get a chance to see the tribute and learn more facts about pediatric cancer. Thank you guys so very much. And how about all those in favor? Or is there anybody else that wants to say anything before I close? It's hard to beat, it's hard to beat it's hard to beat Julian's mom, it's hard to beat Julian's family. I think they say it all. Keep the faith, and I know.
Our prayers go with you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Post same sign. Now, there's only one amazing way I know of today, in today's world, to create awareness, and that's with social media. So if all of you will take this picture when we take it together with Julian's family, and you'll post it and say, "Go gold for the kids," you will help raise awareness all month long, and perhaps it'll carry all year long. So does Julian feel like taking a photo, and then we'll let him get home where he wants to be?
Do you want all those people, Judge? All those in gold?
all TOKC warriors, volunteers, we'd love to have you up front with us. Jackie, join us.
Good morning.
You guys.
Thank you all.
Thank you for everything you do. God bless
Our
you.
prayers are with you.
Bless you.
And so we'll proceed to Oil Belt, and Oil Belt Little League is here with us. And we're going to be recognizing their unbelievable accomplishment as our United States champions. And I'll ask Belinda to come back up. And Oil Belt, you are welcome to stay in the courtroom and learn a little bit more about the process. You couldn't have picked a better day. So we're going to recognize you, but also you're invited to stay, if you wish, for as long as you like. Belinda.
Whereas the Oil Belt Junior League baseball team, led by coaches Daniel Sines, Buddy Sines, and Nathan Mitchell, won the 2022 United States Junior League Baseball Championship against Keystone, Pennsylvania, 12-4 at Heritage Park in Taylor, Michigan, to advance to the World Series championship game for the second time in the team's history. Whereas the Oil Belt baseball team consists of Angel Acuña, Jay Sariaga, Jagger Baytek, Collier Carroll, Sam Zikeva, Dolan DeBellis, Aiden Flores, Jaden Martinez, Drayton Mitchell, Zach Morales, Blake Quinn, Reese Rusher, and Lucas Sines. Now therefore be it resolved by the Nueces County Commissioners Court that the court hereby recognizes the Oil Belt Junior League baseball team as the 2022 United States Junior League champions.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Thank you. In a second, please. All of us want to second this. Gentlemen, we welcome you here today, and we would love to invite a representative, whether your coach, players, to come and share a few words. We got to know, how does it feel to be a U.S. champ? I mean, if we had Wheaties, you probably don't even know what Wheaties are, but if we had Wheaties box, we'd put you on the box of our Wheaties. Clearly, blondes do have more fun. I don't know what's going on here, but I just got to hear about this. Coach, please, we welcome you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Daniel Sines, the head coach of this awesome baseball team here. You know, we embarked in early June, you know, starting with practices and stuff like that. Won here in Corpus, district champs. Went to Laredo, and there was 3 other teams there. We won that one. Went to Abilene after that, won that one, and then on to New Mexico. It was just a crazy 2.5 months. You know what I mean? And these guys, you know, they really answered the call. You know what I mean? Every time, you know, we'd get to a game, you know what I mean? They'd be ready to go, you know, and it just the brotherhood, you know, that they display on a daily basis. It's just it's amazing, you know what I mean? They, you know, everybody says, you know, a team is a family, you know what I mean? But this, it really was, you know what I mean? And every kid on here, you know, contributed. You know, everybody had their role, and everybody accepted that role and did their best every day. You know, so I'm really proud of their accomplishments, you know, and then to go to Taylor, Michigan, you know, and play in the Junior League World Series, you know, facing teams from all across the country, you know, Hawaii, you know, New York, you know, West Virginia. It was, you know, and then the other international teams, you know, from all over the world. You know, it was just phenomenal, you know what I mean? And these guys, you know, represented the city, the county, the state, you know, the United States, you know, to the best of their abilities, and we're really proud of them.
Thank you, Coach.
I also would like to present a cap to our commissioner for our.
That sounds great. Commissioner, you're going to be an official member.
So are all these guys going to Cal Allen baseball so everybody else can just quit? Okay, so everybody else just needs to call it a day and, okay, just making sure. No, not everybody?
Nothing is decided yet.
Oh,
Nothing is
okay, all right.
decided. Well, commissioners, would you all like to wish some congratulations upon these amazing athletes?
Coach,
that-
I'm sorry.
Go ahead,
Judge, I have a few words to say.
please.
I know we have a lot of people here, so I'll be brief. There's no doubt that history does repeat itself. I think y'all did this in 2014, Oil Bell did, if I'm right. And congratulations again, guys. You truly represented Corpus Christi and the country well. And stay golden. Thank you.
There's nothing like South Texas baseball, let's face it. But we've always known it, but you put us on the map. And now everybody's talking about Oil Belt, everybody's talking about Nueces County, and everybody's talking about you. And so I think it's exciting, because as young as you are, you know how many little guys playing T-ball are looking up to you? And when you walk by, they're like, yeah, that guy's a U.S. champion. And it didn't come by itself, though, right? It comes because you have really great support, and I bet you have a lot of amazing parents. So how about parents, would you mind, I think I know who you are, but would you just raise your hand if you're an Oil Belt parent? Because I want to do this to you too.
It all starts at home, Judge.
Yes, so here's, as they say, we're only drinking coffee, but here's to the best of the best from our hometown, and may it always be your home. I'd like to get a great group shot, but first a little bit of housekeeping. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I've got a beautiful certificate here, Coach, to present to you and your team. And this is a big team, so I'm thinking we may have to do both. A few up here and a few down here. Let's see how it works. Coach, I'll let you direct traffic like you've done all season long.
Does someone have a birth certificate on this guy right here? I'm just kind of curious.
Hey, that's South Texas's Aaron Judge right there.
Yeah.
Check it out here. Let's see.
Y'all come up here if you want.
Don't you want to put your hat on, Commissioner?
Get your hat.
It'll make you look.
Thank you very much.
Take a few up here, a few down here.
Coach, congratulations, man. Wow, unbelievable. Unbelievable, Coach, congratulations.
Thank you, member. Appreciate you doing that. Thank you, Coach. Good job.
Good, you all right?
You guys doing okay?
All right, everybody, good to see you. Man, it's gonna be tough. Everyone in the window. You know what, we may need to go down there. Hang on one second, hang on. We can't be here. All right. They need to go down there, Judge. Yeah, let me try that again. You wanna go down? Yeah, I'm afraid that. They're okay, I think it's us. Robert, you wanna go down there, or Joe, you wanna go down there? All right. Can you see everybody or no? Okay.
Yeah, Commissioner Gonzalez, half a step. Perfect. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And for the county. Here we go. Counts Tyler.
All right, here you go. Jack, look this way, there we go. I think we got it now.
Awesome. Priscilla? Okay, so. Okay, the burdens of fame.
Yeah,
All
there
right?
you go. Congratulations, guys.
How about a
Congratulations.
repeat next year? Very exciting.
See you guys.
Congratulations, guys.
Awesome, guys. Congratulations.
Good job.
Yeah, hey, thank you, guys. Oh, yeah, totally understood. I'm glad we got him ahead then. Oil Belt's going to head back to the classroom, but we sure do appreciate them being here. And we welcome you back. They were excited, right, guys? You're really excited to be here. Okay, staying for the last one. I was going to say, you can catch them next on ESPN. The last one is also incredibly important, and that is the recognition of John Gaddis for his outstanding accomplishments. Belinda.
Whereas John Gaddis graduated from Cal Allen High School in 2017, he went on to attend Texas A&M at Corpus Christi, where he graduated with a biomedical scientist degree. After graduating from Texas A&M at Corpus Christi, Gaddis attended University of Mississippi, where he played college baseball. Currently, John Gaddis is attending medical school at the University of Texas in Rio Grande Valley. Whereas while at Cal Allen High School, John Gaddis was a 4-year letterman in football and baseball. In 2016, he was Cal Allen's football team captain in the state championship game. Whereas in 2021, John Gaddis was named Texas A&M at Corpus Christi Student Athlete of the Year, All Southland's second team, Southland's conference tournament team recipient, and made the Southland's All Academic team. Whereas in Game 2 of the Men's College World Series against Oklahoma, John Gaddis came in to pitch in the 7th inning, with Ole Miss being down 2-1 with the bases loaded. He struck out the Oklahoma's batter. In the 8th inning, Gaddis faced off against 4 batters. He came up 1 walk and 2 stroke out 3. Ole Miss would go on to score 3 runs to take the lead in the 8th inning. The University of Mississippi went on to win the game to become the national champions. While pitching for Ole Miss, John Gaddis threw 49.1 innings, only giving up 24 runs and striking out 49 batters. Now therefore be it resolved by the Nueces Commissioners Court that the court hereby recognizes John Gaddis for his outstanding athletic and academic accomplishments.
Amazing, amazing morning so far. I'd like to make the motion.
I'm sorry.
Would you like to second?
Yes, I'll second the motion.
Thank you, and we'd love to have you join us here. And from this Longhorn, there's nothing sweeter than having a Nueces County hometown hero in our courtroom than knowing that you did it by beating Oklahoma. So I just got to say thank you twice, and we're just so honored. Would you like to say a few words?
Heck, yeah.
You just got voluntold,
I
John.
want to hear about that last inning. That was pretty amazing.
It was too incredible.
Nobody told me I was going to have to do a speech.
Oh, okay,
That's all
okay.
right. Someone, well, thank you all for this. It was really cool. I was not expecting this. Jonathan just kind of texted me about it. This is an honor from all y'all, from Judge Canales. Thank y'all for this.
Listen, you make us so proud. I bet you feel the same way when you see your hometown, Oil Belt, Little League, excelling at that level. You've been able to excel. Dreams can come true, but they take a lot of hard work. And what you exemplify is that amazing student athlete. And that's really why I think you shine so brightly, not only on the baseball diamond, but here in Nueces County too. And of course, we couldn't wait to pass this recognition on to you, your family, and all those that support you along the way. You are loved, but you are also just an incredible story, I think, for us. But that last inning, we're a huge baseball family in the Canales clan. And I mean, let's just face it, pitching, you've got a whole team around you, but it's just you and that catcher. And what you did was extraordinary. And I hope that it stays with you in that beautiful place in the memory for the rest of your life, because the rest of us are going to keep it close to. Commissioners, I know you
John?
know him.
John, I just want to mention that thank you for your accomplishment. Thank you for coming back home to Corpus Christi. I understand you're doing medical in the Valley, and thank you for that. And you're a great role model for the rest of these young men. You know, it's people like you that make their dreams come true. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Judge, I just wanted to add, this is an amazing day to have all these national
I know.
champions. I mean, national champions. We get state champions, we get
Yes.
some regional qualifiers, but to have all these national champions, and gosh, it's kind of amazing. Do they all come from Cal Allen? I'm a little confused here.
No, they all come from Nueces
Yeah,
County.
yeah, we're gonna claim them. We're gonna claim them as part of Nueces County for sure. But congratulations, that was an amazing thing to watch. The coverage you got and the humility that you expressed. I watched some of your after game interviews. That was really very humbling to watch. You know, in this day and time, we don't often have athletes that are humble and appreciative, and I'm sure your family was extremely proud of not only your accomplishments on the baseball field, like these young men, but how you handled it afterwards. That was pretty cool, and I hope that these young men who also were impressive to watch and how they handled all of the PR will truly use you as a role model, not only in baseball, but how you handled your success as well. So congratulations. We're super proud of you and super proud of these young men from Cal Allen today as well. So it's a great day a great way to start our day off.
Thank you.
Thank you. As,
Hey, John, I'm sorry.
yes, go ahead.
It's good to have good friends like Jonathan. He's the one that called me up and
Oh, absolutely.
told me of your amazing story. So for that, thank you, Jonathan.
Thank you. And as they say, for the love of the game, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And it would be our honor to take a photo with you and make you even more famous than you already are.
I don't think that will happen, but.
Oh, Tyler can make it happen. I was going to say, I think we can just have you come up here.
And you do know he played for your brother and with your nephew.
Yes, yes, I do.
Congratulations, man.
So excited.
Minor leagues and play a little bit more?
No, sir. That sounds miserable.
Holker's got a great medical career ahead of you now.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, guys. Well, I promise we're going to get to public comment. We're going to start that next, but it's a nice way to start our court. And the commonality is that all three are truly warriors, all three groups that we honored. And there's certainly a lesson in that tale of perseverance. So we'll move to public comment. It's item F. What I've done is taken a survey here. I've got quite a few items. I'll make the introduction by saying that if you're online, we will get to you. Just raise your icon of the hand. Connie, or actually, we'll just call you in the order that we acknowledge. But first, I've got several folks that are on one particular item, but you do have the option to go, to make your public comment now, as opposed to later in the program. So thank you. I do acknowledge you, Neil and Greg Ignatowski. And so I've got you here, and Ryan Turner. Okay, we're keeping notes. Our pastor who delivered in vacation does have to leave. And so if Chris, if you wouldn't mind yielding to the pastor, I would call you second. You were first. Did pastor leave already? Oh, no, here you are. Yes, please. Please, yes, Pastor Danner. Yes, sir. Sorry, it's a different pastor, but go ahead.
I was confused, but there's
I'm
two
sorry,
Dana Moores.
there's two. I was very confused with the name. Forgive me.
And I'm a little worried it's the same time. So anyway, no, I want to speak for Broken Chains and Robert Reed
Okay.
and the work that they do for those who are seeking to get off lifestyle addiction issues. Broken Chains gives a place of hope for those that would like a life change, gives a place of stability and security for them as they're starting to take their first steps back into a productive lifestyle. Not only that, but I think Sheriff Hooper would be in favor of this because it will help keep the jails empty, because a lot of these guys, I've been there, I've spoken there before, and there's some tough characters there. Not all of them, but there are some really tough characters there. And I would certainly think that we would want Robert to have his fingerprints all over these individuals so that they can lead productive and successful lives. And I thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you so much. And I should have announced a little housekeeping. If you've been here with us in public comment, you'll know that normally we have a digital clock, so we'll ask for that clock to be placed up. It's a 3-minute clock, and at this time during public comment, we don't engage by answering you, but sometimes, as I said, if you're here to speak on an item, you'll get that conversation and discussion when the item actually is called. So with that in mind, I'll call Christopher Gale.
Morning, everybody.
Good morning.
First of all, let me say anything dealing with Broken Chains, I support any efforts. It's a great program. Didn't know that it was going to be discussed today. Secondly, what a great day for me to be here. Normally, it's regarding sometimes the mundane, and sometimes we end up fighting over things. But to hear all these accolades of, all these baseball players and everything else, it's just tremendous. And also the efforts for the children that are passing. So this is a good day to be here, and I'm going to add a little bit to that, and it's going to be good. As you well know, I have been in support of Juan Pimentel for a while. There was some concerns at some point about his parents' home or something of the nature. And I just want to let everybody know that there was an investigation done, and we're happy for that, and that the results of that investigation led that there is nothing of an impropriety, and so as far as we're concerned, that's put to rest. I'm never going to use my 3 minutes, but I'm going to, on support of him, he loves his job. He's loved working for this county for the years that he has. He looks forward to working here the rest of, I'm not going to say his life, but till his retirement. And he just really appreciates the support of the Commissioners Court. And, when a concern comes up, is to not taking a knee-jerk reaction to it and waiting to see what comes about. So he's happy with that. He just wants to know the citizens in this Commissioners Court that he appreciated that and that everything seems to be A-okay. Again, I'm going to jump back, though, to is what a great day to be here, full of emotion and heartfelt hope. So I appreciate being here. I won't take up any more of y'all's time. I know you have more pressing things to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And the next person is Juan Pimentel.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge.
Morning, Juan.
Morning.
A few months ago, I was falsely accused of wrongdoing by a member of this court, which involved county road work. The work that was authorized by a previous commissioner and followed up by the authorization by the current commissioner for the precinct. Before any work was done to that road, I made sure to notify the previous commissioner that my father owned the property in that area. The road work resulted in the county crew members accidentally damaging a mailbox, which belonged to my father. As a result of this incident, false accusations were placed against me, which not only affected me, but my family too, and even my employees. I was falsely accused of misusing county equipment, monies, personnel, and had prior authorization, when I had prior authorization to have the county's crews do the work on this road. In Commissioner's Court, several hours were wasted detailing false accusations against me. Also, the Texas Rangers were called to investigate me. The investigation was submitted to the Nueces County District Attorney's Office. It took 9 months later for the case to be presented to the grand jury. And there were no findings of any wrongdoings. I have been cleared by the Texas Rangers, the Nueces County District Attorney's Office, and a grand jury. My dad is 84 years old and is a retiree from the Port of Corpus Christi after working 35 years. He also worked for ABM, the company who bought out the grain elevator from the port, and retired from ADM. While working for the Port of Corpus Christi grain elevator, there was an explosion which caused my father much suffering, to where he spent 1 year in the burn unit. After rehabilitation, he went back to work for the Port of Corpus Christi for another 20 years. After these false accusations were brought against me, my dad had open heart surgery. It sickened me to have brought my dad into this whole scheme by falsely accusing him of collaborating with me to steal from the county. After all the hard work, dedication, and pain and suffering that he has already gone through in his life. Thank God that he's doing fine, but to this day, my dad worries about what has been done to me in this court. Me and my whole family's name has been tarnished by something that could have simply been resolved in a proper way. I want to thank the previous commissioner, Carolyn Vaughn, for coming and explaining to Commissioner's Court that she had told me to perform this work and for me not to worry about my family being part of the property owners living in the area because they also pay taxes. I want to close my statement by saying that before I go to sleep, and this is true, I pray and ask God that when I pass on, that he uses my soul to protect against evil. While I'm here on earth, I ask God to guide me and to protect me from evil as well. God continues to answer my prayers because for the past 3.5 years, I've been battling against evil. And I have to remember that in 2 Chronicles 20:15, it says in the Bible, "For the battle is not mine, it is God's." And I'm relying on God to help me fight my battles. God always wins, and God always prevails. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Yvette Pimentel, followed by Jerry Garcia. And then what I'm going to do is go some online, some here, some online, in that manner.
Good morning, Commissioners, Judge. My name's Yvette Pimentel, and my husband is Juan Pimentel. I am here to support my husband, who was falsely accused of a wrongdoing that not only affected him, but also affected the whole entire family. He also has here present in the courtroom some family members and some co-workers that are here to support him as well. He also has friends and family that are tuning in via internet that are also supporting him. A member of this court jumped to a false conclusion, and we are the ones who suffered anxiety and injury due to my husband's reputation. this member of the court falsely accused my husband of using his authority to engage in dishonest behavior. If the proper policy and procedures had been followed by simply going to the HR department, the situation would have been resolved without my husband having to defend himself in front of Commissioner's Court, and we wouldn't be here today. If proper policy and procedures had been followed, we would not have had to hire an attorney, which resulted in a financial burden. Because policy and procedures were not followed, the Texas Rangers wasted their time by investigating false allegations. I have the no bill document here from the district attorney's office, which proves that the grand jury found no violation of any law ever occurred. No violation of any law ever occurred by my husband. He has been cleared of all and any and all false allegations. The whole scheme of trying to get rid of my husband was just a waste of time for the Texas Rangers, the grand jury, Commissioner's Court, and ultimately a waste of taxpayers' money. I've known my husband since the 7th grade. We celebrated our 26th wedding anniversary a couple of weeks ago. He's an honorable man. God knows my husband's heart. Most importantly, God knows the truth and will continue to have my husband's back under any circumstances. I will close my statement by saying that my husband is here for this community. His conscience is clean and clear, and he can sleep well at night because he knows every day that he tries to do what is right for this community and his family. And he would never do anything to risk his career that he's worked so hard for. And he would never put his family in any type of situation that is wrong for anything or anyone. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Jerry Garcia.
Morning, Commissioners, Judge. I'm here to talk about, there was an incident that happened on County Road 52. It's an illegal driveway. I've been in the county for 41 years, and this has never come to court. The Public Works Director has always taken care of this. So I just want to say that we need to look at the TxDOT laws and follow them, because we follow TxDOT laws. Thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you. And now I'm going to, just for the sake of equity, move to some online, and then I'll move back. The way I see it is, I'm going to call it in order, Neil McQueen.
Judge, can you add me to the public comment, please?
Yes. Neil, if you'll just unmute.
Sorry about that. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Neil McQueen. I live at 4213 Estate Drive, and I'm one of the co-chairs of the Texas Coastal Bend chapter of the Surfrider Foundation. I've been surfing at Bob Hall Pier since 2003, and I've ridden a lot of great waves there. We're really concerned about the possibility that the pier might be built with a single piling design that would ruin the waves that has drawn people there since the 1960s. And we urge the Commissioner's Court to wait until all the cost comparison studies are completed before deciding on the piling design. We've heard that an alternate surfing-only pier at another location has been considered as a contingency if the single piling design is chosen. Like all other projects that have attempted to create surf spots on coastlines around the world, the J.P. Luby Surf Pier produced mediocre sandbars and waves. In order to do it right, it takes a lot of money. We'd rather not take the gamble that a separate pier would produce good waves, and would prefer that Bob Hall Pier be rebuilt like before, because we know it made good waves. Surfing is a part of our region's lifestyle and culture. I encourage you to check out Visit Corpus Christi's website and the City Parks Department's logo. It's also mentioned on the Nueces County Coastal Parks webpage for Padre Bayou Park, where it says the pier, quote, helps to generate favorable conditions for surfing year-round. I'd also like to point out that many respondents to the survey done by the county to get people's views about the next pier said they like to watch surfers from the pier. Lastly, when they've come from around the state to ride waves at Bob Hall Pier, surfers have patronized Michael Mays and other local businesses, and will do so again if the pier is rebuilt with a 2-piling design. Please ensure that the next Bob Hall Pier is a multi-use attraction that accommodates fishing, sightseeing, dining, and surfing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McQueen. And now I'll take, I saw him, but I don't see him anymore, Mr. Ryan Turner.
Hello, Commissioners and Judge Canales. Thank you for having me here. My name is Ryan Turner. I'm the Vice Chair of the Surfrider Foundation chapter here in the Coastal Bend. And my address is 618 Pennington Drive. I would like to comment about Bob Hall Pier as well. I'm very concerned about the 1-column versus the 2-column pier. I believe that the 1-column pier will not produce as good of waves, as you've heard from Neil McQueen, with over a 60-year history of producing good waves. Additionally, I'm very concerned about the 1-column pier because I cannot find one on the West Coast or the East Coast that's in an open ocean setting that is a 1-column pier. I believe that this design is untested and unproven in an open water ocean setting. I don't think that Nueces County should take a chance of $28 million gamble on building a pier that has been untested and unproven in an open water setting. I do believe that it's not going to produce as good of a waves having a 66-foot span in between 4-foot diameter pilings or columns. Additionally, I'm hearing some concerns in the community about fishing, that it won't produce as good of a marine ecosystem as before with those those tighter column spacing and more columns. So I urge the commissioners and the county judge to consider the 2-column pier as the way to go. Rebuilding Bob Hall Pier in a more structurally integrity aspect and with the 2-column pier design, I believe would be good for the county and its citizens. So I urge the commissioners and the judge to consider the 2-column over the 1-column, again, for its structural integrity. I haven't seen an example on the West Coast or the East Coast. If you look at the West Coast or the East Coast piers, you're going to see not only 2 columns, but sometimes you're going to see 4 columns in a row in series of it. It seems like these piers have been highly considered in an open water setting, in an open ocean setting, for big waves and for big hurricanes, not to destroy them, as we know that Hurricane Hannah, which was a Category 2 hurricane, I believe, took out Bob Hall Pier. So I just wanted to say thank you for hearing my concerns and comments, and please consider the 2-column pier design over the 1-column. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, I'm going to call 4 here, 4 here. That's how I'm going to do it. I'll move on to, again, just how I see it. I see Cliff Schlabach, followed by Robert Clore. Thank you.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Cliff Slobach, 122 Whiteley Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas. I'm co-chair of the Coastal Bend Surfrider Foundation. I also want to speak to everyone today about the Bob Hall Pier piling design. Ryan touched on something that, that I've also found, that there, when we researched the single piling design, we found nothing anywhere that showed us, an example of this pier existing in a, ocean setting. Also, whenever we asked the engineer on this project, to show us an example of a single piling design, we got nothing. Okay, we absolutely got nothing. We have asked, since then, we still haven't gotten anything. So, one of my concerns here is, do we really want to spend $28 million? Do we want to gamble that much money on a design that we feel like is unproven? No, I certainly hope not. We already have one giant fiasco in this county with the Harbor Bridge. I sure hope we don't end up with another one with Bob Hall Pier. And I think that is a very distinct possibility with the single piling design. Hopefully we're going to be able to build back Bob Hall Pier with the twin piling design. And then, you know, in the process of doing that, we're going to be able to save a valuable surfing resource. And also we're going to be able to save 57 years of surfing heritage around Bob Hall Pier. I'd also like to comment about the cost figures that I have seen thrown out. Where they came from, I'm not real certain, but an extra $4 million is being thrown out, you know, to construct the twin piling system. I feel like those figures are completely overinflated. And I would hope that the commissioners will consider, you know, checking those figures out very closely, and hopefully we're going to come back with something that is more realistic. That's all I have, and thank you for allowing me to speak to you today.
Thank you. And got one more, and I'll take it again, just how I see it here. I lost him, but was it Robert Clore? I saw you
Yes,
earlier.
hi.
Yes,
I'm
there you
Robert
are.
Clore. I live at 13926 Lighthouse Drive, which is on North Padre Island, just a couple miles from the what's left of the pier. I don't have a lot to say, just wanted to chime in and say, you know, I appreciate having multiple surf spots. You know, right now we really essentially have two surf spots around Packery Channel and the pier, and we're about to have one. And so I surf, and I'm hopeful that we can get something sooner rather than later. And then also, you know, we know what works. The two piling structure works and creates good waves. And we don't know what this proposed structure, single piling structure, is going to create. So I'm concerned about that. And but hopefully we can get something out there quickly. And really, that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go back into the public comment in the room, and I'll ask for Leo Rios, followed by Robert Reed.
Yes, good morning, everybody, and thank you for letting me say a few words. I was going to start with some things on parliamentary procedure, you know, in this meeting, but I don't think it's going to be the right time, and I want to try to stay positive as possible. Okay, but it's my understanding that the majority of the capital construction projects have been funded by capital improvement plan funding dollars, first being approved by the court, and second, that any contract services, whether it be engineering or construction, were included in the project itself when it was approved. These dollars were borrowed under low interest rates and are not paid from the general fund where the salaries are paid. This is good planning. I support both salary raises and capital improvements. Salaries have been adjusted multiple times in the past 3 years for many pay groups, and more is needed if we are to stay competitive. In closing, I'll say vote no on item number 14. Thank you.
Mr. Robert Reed. And following Robert, is it Ms. Spraggins? Yes, thank you, Keandra. Yes. You'll be next.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Robert Reed. I am the Director of Broken Chains Recovery Center. I had the pleasure of meeting Judge Canales a few weeks back and explained to her what our dilemma is. At this particular time, we have 5 houses, 4 for men and 1 for the ladies. We had selected some property that we wanted to get, and we're really excited about it. But rather than share that part of it right now, what I would rather do is tell you what we've been able to do in the past. so that you understand. Judge, excuse me.
Yes.
Is it okay if we show that video now?
So in public, what I'd like to do is go through the public comment, and then when
Okay.
I call the agenda item, if you wouldn't mind, just because it'll preserve your time.
Okay. all right.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Anyway, to give you an idea of what we're doing so far, let me mention to you, a lot of people know nothing about Broken Chains Recovery Center. Last year, I'm sure there's not very many people know that there were 13,354 people came through the doors of Broken Chains. Last year, AA had a statistic of 12.6. NA had a statistic of 16.1. Broken Chains has a success rate of 35%. There is no other organization in the state of Texas, I haven't checked outside the state of Texas, that has these accomplishments. What I want to share with you is that the vision that I have is totally different for the homeless program. 80% of the people that come to us with drug and alcohol problems have hit bottom. They're homeless. They have no place to go. So we're used to dealing with the homeless. But our program is different in that we don't want to just bed the homeless. We want to educate the homeless. And we plan on doing that in many different ways, and I'll read real quick here. First of all, we have to assist them in being able to get their driver's license and social security cards so they can be employable. Also, reading, writing, and phonics. Many homeless people don't even know how to fill out an application to get a job because they don't have that capacity. We want to be able to have faith in finance. Stitch Ministries, working along with us, will present faith in finance, helping them to be able to budget their money and learn the proper way to control their money. Faith in Works, teaching them about job networking. And I'm out of time, but I'll say this. The combination of all these things together will help this community immensely because the community wants this, the homeless want this, everybody wants this program. What's different about our program is the love, the empathy, and compassion that we have for the homeless people. I myself was addicted. I never slept under a bridge, but I slept many nights in the backseat of my car. And now I have 25 years clean and sober. I know that it's possible. And I have the ability to reach these people. Thank you for giving us the opportunity.
Thank you. And when the item does come, we will play that video and any other presentation that we have. I'll call on Keandra Spraggins, followed by Lorraine Sanchez, and we'll move back to online.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Judge. I'm here on behalf of Broken Chains as well. Robert and I go to church together, and he had asked for people to sponsor or mentor. And I've never been a drug addict or an alcoholic, but I felt like that I could at least mentor. I had a personal friend that I have known for many, many years, probably 18 years. I have never seen him clean or sober. And I came across his brother one day, and I said, how's Randy doing? He says, not good. He says he's holding a sign on the street corners and dancing around and, begging for money. And he said, you probably wouldn't even recognize him if you saw him. And I said, he goes, I'm ready to just wash my hands. I don't know what else to do with him. I said, pray. I said, but let me tell you about a place that I've been mentoring at. It's called Broken Chains. I said, if you see your brother, tell him to get over there. We can help. And one night I was at a meeting, and we were sitting there, and I looked next to me, and I thought, gosh, this guy looks familiar, kinda. Kept sitting there. He turns around, he looks at me and he says, Chandra? We hadn't seen each other in several years. And I said, Randy? To be honest with you, he looked like a little old man. He was emaciated. Had I seen him on the street, I would not have known that it was him. I will say this. I begged him to stay. I told him I was glad he was there, and that if he would just work this program, it would change his life. On the 16th of this month, he will have 3 years clean.
Wow.
I have gone to the meetings there, like I said, as a mentor. I have seen the people come in there and the shape that they're in, and it has changed lives. I have seen the difference in them. He hasn't held a job, and I couldn't tell you how long. He now works. Most of them in there, now that they've gotten their licenses, now that they've gotten the help to get them where they need to go, they're holding jobs. And I just see the opportunity that we have. You know, I know people pass by on the streets, they don't want to see the homeless, or they don't, want to deal with it, but they're here. And if we can help anybody come through these doors and get the facility that we need to house more, it will just be amazing for everyone. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandra. Miss Lorraine Sanchez.
Thank you. I am the assistant to the director of Broken Chains of Robert Reed. I've almost been working for Broken Chains almost a year, to be here in October. I did not start off with working with Broken Chains. I started off as a resident. I am an alcoholic, and Broken Chains helped me in my recovery and get back on my feet. I'm also a member of the Second Baptist Church, which I'm very proud of. And now that I am working for Broken Chains and I can give back to what was given to me, we've seen a lot of people come and go throughout Broken Chains. And when we have full beds, it's very sad to have to tell the many people that call us for available beds to turn them away. And it breaks my heart when we have to say, I'm sorry, we don't have a bed available, but keep calling me back, keep calling me back. And we have an opportunity to grow and have more room for more people in recovery, more homeless. And I hope that we can get approved for the funding to continue to grow and help Broken Chains. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll move back to Tim Dowling. Okay, maybe, why don't I go to, is it Tommy Schultz?
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir.
Hello, thank you. My name is Tommy Schultz, 430 Knickerbocker, Corpus Christi, Texas. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for letting me speak today. I moved here about 13 years ago to surf, and I brought my businesses here, and I'm also a videographer. I've filmed the wave at Bob Hall for decades. I'm the vice chair of Surf Riders Blue Water Task Force, which is a program that tests the recreational waters in Corpus. And I'm also a judge for the Texas Gulf Surfing Association. Bob Hall Pier has been a center point of activity for the surf community for decades. The wave is actually one of the only wave in Texas in a book on world-class waves. And the barrel produced by the pier is amazing. A single piling pier, we are just adamantly opposed to, because that's almost what you would build if you wanted to ruin a wave. And we're really concerned about the structural integrity during hurricanes. It just seems like you would want to protect a $28 million investment. The surf community is the primary source of water rescues when the lifeguards aren't on the beach, and piers are known to create current no matter how many pilings they have. So we do a lot of rescues around Bob Hall, and we just want to ask the commissioners and the court to please consider the surf community, who feels like we were kind of bypassed when the pier was being designed. And I guess we're just trying to let everybody know how large we are and how unified we are. We really just respectfully request a 2-piling pier. We understand it's easy to go with the cheapest first bid, but we really feel like that's not the right thing to do when you want to invest in your community. Thank you.
Thank you. And someone help me. Do I have one more? I think I've got one more left. I had called for Tim Dowling. I think he might be back online.
Thank you, Judge. I'm sorry I missed you when you called me.
No worries. And if I could just ask you to speak up just a little more for the audience. Thank you, sir.
Sure. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Morning.
This month is my 41st year living in Nueces County. My name is Tim Dowling. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the League of Women Voters, but I'm not speaking on behalf of the League today. I would like to address you briefly regarding Agenda Item 10 about early voting. First, I would like to thank our voting clerk, Ms. Kara Sands, for returning my call last week after I had called about a voting by mail issue. In my dealings with her, she's always been most pleasant and professional. In the course of this call, I learned that after I left your meeting on August 29th, where early in the day the court had approved to have early voting from 7 to 7 at all 24 early voting locations, the court later that day changed its mind and decided that we would only have early voting from 8 to 5 during the first week. Ms. Sands, this was due to the fact that I believe she said there were 1 or 2 locations that would not agree to an expanded 7 to 7 schedule. I understand and respect her concerns, but let me suggest this is the way to go forward that I believe would work. The default should be that we have as much early voting as reasonably possible. Most important times of the day for early voting are before and after work, especially after work, because many in the morning will be rushing to get to work and will be pressed for time. Time pressure is typically much less after work has ended for the day. I urge you to return to what you agreed to do early in the day on August 26th and have all locations open 7 to 7 both weeks of early voting. If a location says, I won't agree to opening before 8 or after 5 the first week, there is likely still some time to find alternative acceptable locations that can accommodate a 7 to 7 schedule both weeks. Please look hard for those locations. If that effort is unsuccessful, please ask the laggard locations to remain open until 7 p.m., even if they will not agree to open up until 8 a.m. during the first week. If alternative locations can't be located for the few that will not agree to a 7 to 7 schedule both weeks, please use the 24 locations that you have, but when you distribute the final list of these locations, put an asterisk next to the few locations that are only open 8 to 5 the first week, or better, 8 to 7, let the other locations be open 7 to 7 both weeks. There is value to consistency in having all locations open at the same time, but an even more important value is having as much of an opportunity to vote as reasonably possible. Otherwise, a few laggard locations will hold back the many more locations that can accommodate an expanded 7 to 7 schedule, which will give more people an opportunity to vote. Thank you for considering my remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Dowling. I'll take one more. Nathan Floyd. I know that you've been waiting. I saw you earlier.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good morning. Thank y'all for having us. Hi, I'm Nathan Floyd at 14241 Playa del Rey on Padre Island. I'm born and raised here in Corpus, been surfing Bob Hall for 25 years. I'm involved in the local surf rider, and my family runs a local surf shop, and we know how many people visit Corpus with the intention of surfing Bob Hall. Bob Hall transcends Texas and has been showcased in international surfing magazines, has been in surf movies produced by companies such as Yeti, and has been visited by high-level professional surfers through the years. I'm in stern opposition of the monopile design for a number of reasons, including sandbar formation for surfing, lateral shearing caused by sideshore current, less habitable structure and habitat for marine life and fishing, and the proposed cost estimates. I want to bring attention to a pier being built in my friend's hometown of Folly Beach, South Carolina. Folly Island is a barrier island much like Padre. They experience similar weather patterns and have near identical winter and summer sideshore current behavior. Charleston County is building a pier 1,039 feet in length and 25 feet wide, compared to our proposed pier 1,250 feet long and 20 feet wide. Their design utilizes 208 pre-stressed concrete piles, substructure, support beams, covered shelters, bunch of stuff, and this is all priced at $14 million. Our single piling design proposes 4.5 times as few concrete pilings and encompasses 1,000 square feet less than Folly Beach Pier. If we have an approved budget of $28 million, I feel like the public deserves another cost analysis and comparison of our proposed designs. If we maybe kept the original width of the pier and the T-head the same original design and not moving to a diamond head structure, we may have that $4 million already for the 2 piling design. The additional width of the newly proposed design adds nothing to the structural integrity of the pier. The Folly Beach Pier actually uses rows of 4 concrete pilings for support against ocean forces. I spent weeks now searching the internet looking for examples of monopile piers in ocean-going hurricane-prone zones. I have yet to find any. I've searched up and down both east and west coast, and every pier uses at least 2 pilings. Folly Beach actually uses 4. Most evenings after a long day at work or surfing, one can find a number of surfers, myself included, congregating at Michael May's, spending money and enjoying the view and each other's company. Surfers are here year-round and bring plenty of business to the restaurant and county. But surfers bring more value to the pier than just business. We bring a second level of safety to the water and our first responders more often than not if someone is in distress. If you want to build a pier that's safe for ocean goers, you're going to want a pier that attracts surfers. We know sand movement is dynamic, but the old pier has consistently proved through the years to produce some of the best surf in the state. Some people, as Tommy said, move here specifically and bring businesses to Corpus because of the waves that we get. And that's something to be proud of and worth saving. Please listen with an open mind to all the thoughtful and passionate individuals speaking today. Maybe there's enough money in the budget for 2 stories and 2 pilings. My hope is a middle ground could be found here and multiple parties can walk away feeling like they have been heard. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. I'm going to come back into the public sign-in sheet for those in the room. And as I said, go back online after 4. Stanley Cole, please. Followed by Miss Betty Cole.
My first association with Robert was when he and a few of his boys and girls came to our church in Sunday school. And they kept that up down through these years. About 3 years ago, prior to COVID, I attended the Wednesday, the Tuesday program of the Broken Chains ministry, which I understood was to be sort of a evangelistic. And to my great pleasure, that was certainly the case. And it seems to me like the whole basis of the Broken Chains ministry is based on the idea of faith in God and Christ. And that very well might be some of the reason for the results that Robert mentioned earlier. So I urge that the funding will become available to this tremendous organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Miss Betty Cole.
Good morning. It's a privilege to be able to speak in behalf of Broken Chains. As my husband had said earlier, we first met Robert in our Bible study class. He brought, the first time he brought 5 or 6 of his men and women into our class. It was just like oh wow, very quietly under my breath. And I just kept saying, oh wow, what a tremendous ministry this is. As time progressed, we went over to and got our heart going. We went over to Broken Chains and met and had the meeting with some of the men and women, and I just came so attached to this ministry. About a year later, he opened the ladies' house, and I attended meetings at the ladies' house and found such joy with these ladies. Coming from such brokenness, and to listen to their heartstrings, their testimonies, and where they were coming from, and the path that they wanted to take, and and we saw many ladies be able to get their driver's license, get out and get jobs, and many of them are now on their own. Making contributions to the city of Corpus Christi and beyond. At every instance that I attended, Robert's name came up. Somebody at the meeting always had something to say about how Robert Reed had been such a help in their life and such an instrument in their recovery. And I just wanted to say that this man is a man of God. He's a godly man. He leads a godly program. And when he can't be there, he gets one of his trained personnel, like Lorraine, to step in for him. And I'm just so impressed with what he's done in our city and with these men and women. He's been a blessing to our church. These people have been a blessing to our church. And I just thank you for your time.
Thank you. Judy Laverty.
I'm back. I was here last week. I've lived here in Nueces County for 53 years. I'm here because I want to address item 3A14 and to ask our good commissioners, Matas, Hernandez, and Gonzalez, to consider the seriousness of their individual votes today on that untimely, self-serving, politically charged item, inspired by Brett Chesney, Commissioner Chesney. That item is the same song, different verse from last week. Today, I take similar objection as I did last week to your having to vote on an agenda item that is not even necessary, only 63 days before an election. It does not fit the legitimacy of the court, the productiveness, or the transparency of the court. Nor does it look good on any of you, and it will be on you if you do not stand up for what you know is right for our county. To paraphrase someone much wiser, bad things happen when good people do nothing. Last week, we were reminded of how Commissioner Chesney is again acting out his self-serving political agenda to diminish our county judge, Barbara Canales, with that item. Judge Canales is serving our county and our community with transparency, with progress and productive vision, and still striving and maintaining to keep our county tax rate low. How good is that? Commissioners Matas, Hernandez, and Gonzalez, please think about your votes. You have it in your power to make this untimely and politically biased proposal go away. Please don't be intimidated now. Chances are you might suffer more next term. Use your term given to you by Nueces County citizens to express mature judgment and vision. People will see that when your turn comes to be on a ballot. Thank you for your attention.
Miss Barbie Baker. And then we'll go back online.
Good morning. Judge Canales, I have a question. I'm here for 3 separate items. May I kind of do an overview and then still reserve to be able to speak during the discussion of those items?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. So I'm Barbie Baker, Corpus Christi. I just completely got sidetracked with where I was going to start, but I will go ahead and start with this. Commissioners, please, as the last speaker, I implore you to please take heed of what item 14 is about. It is about, again, protecting the citizens of this community. Making board appointments right before an election certainly leaves the opportunity to assume or even maybe give the opportunity to make board appointments in seeking support for campaigns. This is something that is of concern, and I am further concerned about this due to emails that were exchanged this last week between the Republican Party chair, the Democrat Party chair, and the clerk's office regarding voting locations, and the fact that 2 of our commissioners only were included in emails discussing voter locations. And my wish is that if we were talking about transparency and fully talking about what is best for all citizens of this county, then we would have included all of the commissioners in this discussion. The apparent, assumed, I'm trying to think of that word other than sneaky, to accomplish these goals is very disappointing, and I hope that each of you will support this because it protects each of the commissioners and the county judge. And if we're not making board appointments so close to an election, then there's obviously no chance that anyone would assume that that board appointment is being made in exchange for a campaign favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, coming back online, I've got Miss Florence Tissot, followed by Mr. Greg Ignatowski.
Good morning. My name is Florence Tissot. I live at 3560 Orenzo Street in Corpus Christi. I've lived in Corpus Christi for over 20 years, and I have surfed the majority of those years, and I still surf today. One of the prime spot for surfing in Corpus Christi is Bubble Pier, so I'm here also to talk about the new design of the pier. I don't have a whole lot to add to what other people have said. Again, we don't have much data on what a single piling pier might do for the surf and also in terms of structure integrity. But we know that a 2-piling design works, especially for the surf. The surf has been incredibly good at Bubble Pier at Battery Valley Park for lots and lots of years. And so I urge the court to consider staying with a design that is proven and that we know works. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tissot. And now Greg Ignatowski, followed by Mr. Trey Camp.
Can you all hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Well, good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for letting me say a few words. My name is Greg Ignatowski. I'm from Workday, and I live here in Texas. My address is 2704 Grimes Ranch Road, a little bit north of y'all up here in Austin. I have been working with the county on the ERP modernization project and wanted to share a few important topics with the court for your consideration. First, I want to express my gratitude and thank the county for the opportunity to participate in this important and strategic project. An ERP solution for your HR, payroll, and finance operations is a long-term investment for the county, and typically something that's only evaluated every 10 to 15 years. And it's a project that impacts everyone in the county, including leadership, employees, and constituents alike. So choosing the right partner is critical for success, and we want to be that partner for the county. From our experience working with cities, counties, and states across the country as they modernize their ERP solutions, we typically see 4 areas that organizations focus on before making a decision, and I want to share those with you today. The 4 areas are 1, functional and technical requirements, 2, the value or return on investment, 3 is references, and lastly is cost. So functional and technical requirements are exactly what they sound like. Does the ERP solution meet my functional and technical needs across finance, budgeting, procurement, HR, payroll, benefits, learning? Does the solution meet my security requirements? Does the solution have the power to adapt, and will it meet the county's requirements in the future? Or will the county need to go through this process again in 5 to 10 years? You know, the next important piece is value or the return on investment. It's a big area that organizations focus on when making this type of decision. You know, what value does the county anticipate receiving from this project? And what value, if any, have customers received after go live from the preferred or chosen solution? And next is a really important one, which is references. Their experience will be your experience. We have seen references prove time and time again that checking them is a critical step before making any buying decision. What experience have customers had during their deployment? What about post-deployment support? These are all important questions to ask. And finally, cost. Cost is always going to play a huge role in making a buying decision, and it should, but it's important to look at total cost of ownership and what's included with that cost. For example, with Workday, upgrades, security, disaster recovery, data centers, storage, and more, all included in the cost. And so from our experience, these are the 4 most important areas organizations like Nueces County focus on, and I urge the court to consider them as well. Number 1 is functionality. 2 is value or the return on investment. 3 is references, and last is cost. I hope you found this information helpful. Thank you for your time, and we wish the county the best of luck on this strategic project.
Thank you so much. Mr. Trey Camp.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Good morning, Commissioners and Judge Canales. Thank you for the opportunity to speak publicly on an issue that so many of us hold dear. My name is Trey Camp. I'm a local mortgage broker and have grown up here in Corpus Christi since I was 9. I want to touch on a comment that Judge Canales made at the beginning of this meeting with respect to the baseball team. She said, "May it always be your home." And that's the spirit in which I'm here commenting today. Bob Hall Pier, as a historical 2-piling design, has been my surfing home for the last 20 years. And I already have a lifetime of fond memories surfing there and building meaningful friendships. I even have fond memories of Sunset Grill, the concession before Michaelmay's, that still holds the claim of the best burger I've ever eaten, but I digress. While I don't think my feelings or fun matter in this court, I implore you guys to provide the same or better opportunities for future generations that call Corpus Christi home. Piggybacking off of other comments by members of Surfrider Foundation and Nathan Floyd, I'd like to note a headline from an article by Monterey Bay Aquarium in California, which reads simply, "Man-made coastal structures like wharfs, piers, and jetties create artificial reefs filled with marine life." Ultimately, a 2-piling design is proven will create better sandbars and consequently better waves, and will also provide a sanctuary for marine life. This in turn creates better fishing and surfing for the entire community, not just me, which will drive tourism and patronage of Michaelmay's. Ultimately, this will drive tourism revenue, which will help multiple island businesses thrive. I implore the court to choose a proven 2-piling design for the rebuild of Bob Hall Pier. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Camp. I'll move on to Candace Cloud. Following Candace will be Cleo Campos.
Good morning, Judge Canales and County Commissioners. Sorry, I'm trying to
That's
fingerprint
okay.
my. Hello, my name is Candace Cloud, and I work for the Council on Alcohol and Drug Abuse of the Coastal Bend. I am the lead recovery coach for the RSS program. I am here in support of Robert Reed and the Broken Chains organization he represents. I can tell you, after working many years in collaboration with Mr. Reed, he provides an imperative service to the community. His organization is instrumental in providing a safe, healthy environment for those suffering from substance use disorder. He gives people an opportunity to build a foundation of recovery. Therefore, I am here in support of Robert Reed for item number 3A9. Thank you for my time.
Thank you. Cleo Campos. Followed by Mr. Mike Corona.
Hi, good morning. My name is Cleo Campos, and I'm speaking on behalf of Broken Chains with Mr. Reed. I work for a residential reentry facility downtown, and Mr. Reed has worked with us firsthand. He provided AA and NA services for our residents for many years. I think we
Please
came
speak
across,
into the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, just for the recording. Thank you.
We met Mr. Reed back in 2008, and he's provided tremendous services for our residents. He's even gone above and beyond to transport our residents to and from their nightly meetings. He holds them accountable and is always willing to go above and beyond to help them in any way that he can. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Mike Corona.
Good morning, thank you. My name is Mike Corona. I'm a director at the reentry program across the street. We house federal inmates coming out of prison. And like Ms. Campos said, we've been working with Mr. Reed since 2008. We found his bulletin in one of the local churches, and Cleo brought it to me and said, you know, we really need to get a hold of this guy because a lot of our residents are here for drug offenses. So we got a hold of Mr. Reed, and one of the things that the Bureau of Prisons requires of us, because we contract with the Bureau of Prisons, is accountability. And sometimes when our men and women at the center sign up to go to NA meetings or AA meetings, they sort of stray a little bit. So Mr. Reed said, I've got a van, I can pick them up and I can take them to our programs. That was fantastic because we had accountability and they were getting a much needed service. Some of the individuals, I mean, they've been going to Mr. Reed for years now. We had to stop because of COVID, and Mr. Reed said that there are still a couple of individuals that are still going for the recovery process. And so for that, we really thank Mr. Reed, and he's providing a great service to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Joe Driver.
Your Honor, Commissioners, thank you for having me here. My name is Joe Driver. I'm the Regional Vice President for Dismissed Charities Incorporated, and I'm responsible for the executive oversight of the Federal Halfway House and Reentry Center here in Corpus Christi. I'm here in support of Mr. Robert Reed and Broken Chains. In my 41 years in criminal justice and dealing with justice-impacted individuals, I have to say that he has one of the most prolific programs I've ever seen. It is one that is operated that I feel is not only just a ministry, but his level of discipleship, continuity, patience, love, and understanding that the road to recovery and sustainability for those who are suffering from different types of substance abuse is a long journey. We have what I've seen him do here in Nueces County and the Corpus Christi area as another partner dealing in that has been phenomenal. The individuals that he's been able to reach, not only in helping them and providing a hand up, but also giving them an ability to be able to stand up and have sustainability in the future. And I strongly support his program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't see anybody else online, but could I ask for anyone else online who wishes to make public comment at this time to raise your virtual hand? Okay, thank you. We'll continue to look, but I'm going to continue to go in order here as we have on our chart. And just for you guys wondering, there's at least 10 more. So Mr. Rick Deagle, followed by Miss Rita Graham.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. First thing I want to do is, before I address the item that I'm looking at here, is to congratulate all of you for being honorable people, doing a great job for our county. We don't always agree on everything, but I want to start off by saying that. And I, as a taxpayer and citizen of Nueces County, trust you to do your job. My name is Rick Deagle, and I live at 2362 Santa Maria Lane in Corpus Christi. I have been involved in politics for about 65 years, one way or the other, almost every aspect of it. And there's an item on the agenda that concerns me a little bit because I believe in our process. I believe we're very fortunate to live in a country that because of our laws and our rules, we're allowed to vote as citizens. Well, a lot of countries have the same availability to their citizens, but we are unique because we are also allowed to be, as citizens, involved in political campaigns. No other country allows this, not in the same manner that we are in the United States. And the worst thing that we can do, in my opinion, my humble opinion, is to restrict citizens from participating in the process. And an item on the agenda that bothers me, and I don't see it written exactly like I found it online, and maybe at my age I ought to stay off the computer, and if I'm wrong, I apologize. But the way I read it is that you want to restrict, by this proposal, restrict we as citizens, as participants, as contributors, as taxpayers, from being involved in the campaign in the last weeks of the campaign. Well, I have a problem with that. First of all, I trust you, and I would hope you would trust me and everybody in here to make the right decisions. I think we have plenty of oversight and transparency. But what you do is that you, by your stopping us from participating at the last few weeks of the campaign, you're restricting us from being involved. And I just believe that I would wish you would rethink that. And I think if you really dig deep, you don't want to do that to the citizens. I trust you to make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Rita Graham.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
morning.
My name is Rita Graham, and I live at 437 Bermuda Place, Corpus Christi. Back in 2012, I started as a clerk for the elections, and then in 2016, I became an election judge. I've been, this year I will be working early voting and election day as well. I would like to address the times that you want to put for early voting. To begin with, finding election workers is not always easy. People don't really want to do it, and most of us are retired. Most of us are over 60 years old. In a few short years, I will be 70. And I will say there are a lot of times I go into a workplace, into a polling place, I'm the youngster. So putting hours of 7 to 7 for 11 days puts a strain on us. when we're doing 7 to 7, the first day, we start at 6 o'clock in the morning. And if we're lucky and no one is in line at the end of the day, we leave maybe by 7:15. But if someone's still in line, or is in line before 7 o'clock, we're leaving there later. So that's a really long day. And when you have people like me, advanced age, in there working all day, it makes it very difficult. The days after that first day, then we get there at 6:30 in the morning, and same thing in the afternoon, 7:15 or much later. Those long hours over 11 days and election day is really hard. It's too much. It's too much to put on your workers. If you had younger workers, maybe it wouldn't be that bad, but we're not. It takes a lot to do this. And if you have a really busy day and you're at a polling place and it's 12 hours and you have several of those right in a row, that makes it really, really difficult. And to tell you the truth, if this was, well, it puts strain on us, plus it puts strain on the people who work the elections here. And those people work really, really hard. I guarantee you, they are warriors. I want the first, like we've always done it, 5 days of 8 to 5, and then the rest of them 7 to 7. And even at that, that's pretty hard. If somebody really wants to vote, they will find the time to vote. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Becky Moeller. Followed by Mr. Frank Floyd.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I'm here to speak against 3A14. I am of the opinion that county boards and commissions are part of Nueces County government, and they serve a purpose. Otherwise, why would we even have a board or a commission if they didn't serve a purpose? Citizens agree to serve for many reasons. They feel they have input to share, or they want to know how government really works, or they could be disenchanted, feel disenfranchised, and want to share opinions and share information. But they volunteer for these boards for a reason. In our rules, terms and time limits are normally established for orderly transition and appointees to know, first of all, how long are they going to be asked to serve and what are they committing to. Those timelines and term limits should not be monkeyed with. I am at a loss why this agenda item is trying to dislodge this orderly process for citizen participation in county government. The normal ethics procedures in place for the state of Texas and Nueces County are the rules we should be looking to for guidance and abide by. This knee-jerk reaction to stop appointments seems short-sighted and singles out participants who want to engage in good government. I have contributed to several campaigns, but not to the individual member. When I read, and I had to read this 2 or 3 times, when I finally got what the agenda item, that's abbreviated, of course, on the agenda that we picked up outside. In number 2, it refers to individual member of the court. Well, I don't know about you guys, but I've never made a personal check or a PAC check to an individual member of the court. I think those checks are appropriately to the blah, blah, blah campaign, not to the individual member. So PAC money does not go to an individual member of the court, at least the PACs that I've been involved in as a contributor, as an administrator, don't go to an individual, they go to the campaign. And then the campaign uses that money to pay for legitimate campaign expenses. In my opinion, that's the way it's been, but not an individual. So I question the language, and if what I received that's printed is what the policy is going to read, I think there's an inherent flaw in it. It should be wordsmithed differently, in my opinion, and it's quite in error. In my working life, I've contributed to several PACs. Those PACs have contributed then to national, state, and local campaigns. But as a donor, my piece of that PAC contribution is very small. And as I, like lady before me, Ms. Graham said, we're all getting older. So now my contributions are even smaller. I live on a fixed, limited income. I still give to my PAC. I still give to 2 PACs. Smaller contributions, but the amount of those PACs, my piece of it is smaller and smaller the older I get. But I get to campaigns that I care about directly to the campaign, not to the individual or through my PAC. I have also been, I have asked to be on boards or commissions, and I have been asked by others to serve on boards and commissions. Believe me, I don't want to buy that job. When I served on the JTPA board and the PIC board some time ago and for a number of years, you wouldn't pay anyone to put you on that board because you know what? That's hard work. You could ask Joe McComb. He was one of my friends on the board, and it's hard work to serve on some of these boards. You don't buy your way into it because there ain't no fun to be had there at a lot of them. I urge you to vote against agenda item 3A14. Don't fix what is not broken, and the language is questionable at best. Thank you. I urge you to vote no, Commissioners and Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Frank Floyd. Following Mr. Floyd will be Chuck Burnett.
Good morning. My name is Frank Floyd. I've been a resident of Padre Island since 1979. Grown up, was born in this area, I've grown up my whole life. From Portland, then I was in Padre Island ever since then. Apparently you probably know that I like surfing, if I'm talking about that. I've been surfing at Bob Hall for a heck of a long time. I do have some severe questions about the monopiling design that y'all are considering. For one thing, if I stand on one leg and you tap me from the side, I'm falling over. I put 2 feet down, I have a chance to stay. There's not many monopod creatures in existence in the world. They all have 2 legs or more to stand on. I don't understand how single piling is going to hold a bigger, wider pier 66 feet apart in the conditions that we have out here. The Gulf is a pretty unique body of water. We don't have, when we do get big storm swells, we don't get 20-foot periods between each wave. We have 10-foot periods for 15-foot waves. We get hit by many, many more than a lot of the bigger oceans do that are actually getting bigger swells. So I really think that that should be looked at hard. The other thing is I understood, and I'm not sure if this is true or not, but the design, the monopiling, they were saying they were going to have to build it off of a barge. And if that's true, we've already seen what happens to barges out here by the pier on small days with light to moderate little squalls coming through. So I had heard something about, time savings also on having the monopiling design. I have pretty good questions about that because if it's built from a barge in the Gulf out here, that barge is going to have to be running back to Port Aransas or to someplace quite often. This was one of the flattest summers we've had in a long time. No hurricane swell activity, very small surf. The days that the barges broke loose were not considered big surf days whatsoever. So I seriously think there's design problems with that. I heard a little talk about, maybe, I guess, as mitigation or instead of putting the twin pilings up to make the pier better for surfing, which would also be better for fishing because there's much, much more habitat for barnacles, oysters, little fish, which attract bigger fish. Talk about like it was some new idea to have a surf pier or a row of pilings down the beach. We used to have one of those. That got taken out after Packery was done. And I know that 8 to 10 or even more years, I'm pretty sure it was around 8 to 10 years ago, that idea was brought back up with the County Parks Board. And it's supposed to be in the master plan for almost a decade already. So it's not a new idea. And it was just waiting on funding. It was not designed or thought of to put in to take the place of an existing location that we already had. It was to expand the opportunities and to help alleviate overcrowding. So that's a great idea, but not instead of, in addition to. And it also makes another great fishing place, even if there's no pilings on top. Me and several people I know, when the flat days would come at the old J.P. Luby Surf Pier, we'd get on our surfboard, put our pole in our teeth, paddle out, sit outside the pilings and cast into the pilings and catch redfish and trout. A few other items too. So it's more than just a surfing concept. It's for the whole idea. So I just hope you all will consider the structural analysis and really take a good look at that and just think about the whole overall results of what you're planning on doing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Chuck Burnett. Followed by Mr. Ruel Hector Gauna.
Good morning, Your Honor and County Commissioners. I pray that y'all are all doing well, having a good morning. Earlier, I was kind of surprised, a politically charged attack on Brent Chesney that was said, basically accused him of making a politically charged attack. So I hope that we realize that that was a politically charged attack that we actually heard. And another woman spoke right before me, said something about electing individuals and donating to PACs and stuff, and it's meant to go to campaigns, not individuals. Every campaign donation is to elect an individual to office, so I think we need to realize that. Brent Chesney's item, it was the 14 on the agenda, but there was the 4 points that he had last week, I believe, and there's 2 points left for y'all to consider. I didn't see anything in there, again, that was singling out anybody because of the political party. He was accused of making an attack against you, Your Honor, and he even made provisions to exclude you from office that you already had. You were already serving somewhere, and he said, well, we can leave that out. So I think it was very clear that nobody was being singled out, that the intention of Mr. Chesney's proposals were for just good government and transparency. It's for the good of the county and the citizens of the community. The other item I would like to address is I'd like to support Kara Sands. And as long as I've known Kara Sands, she has been very fair. She wants the elections of Nueces County to be fair. She wants all citizens, no matter where you live, she wants to include as many citizens as she can to be able to vote. She makes it easy. Whenever I talk to people from other counties, I haven't run across anybody else that can live in Flower Bluff and vote in Blunzer and be able to pull up a ballot for your Flower Bluff location and be able to vote there. She's made it so easy for people to vote in Nueces County. And I think we should heed her considerations, her suggestions. I think her intent, her heart, is for the citizens of this county. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Ruel Gauna.
Good morning, Your Honor and Commissioners. And speaking of heart, I don't know anybody that has more heart than Judge Canales for this county. I've heard her speak to the Corps of Engineers with all due consideration for the welfare of the people and for the benefit of this great county. I can only say this. I was privy to a conversation in which she had with the Corps of Engineers, and she spoke their language very clearly and very concisely, and they understood it. I'm sure that Judge Canales is considering everybody, including the surfers, as well. And not just that, but in Broken Chains, this is a big problem. As a prior police officer, I can tell you that a lot of people talk about what happens afterwards, but what happens before is the availability of drugs. And the common sense to that would be that they blame the border for it. And the problem with that is that those drug dealers are like, they're businessmen. As long as there is a demand for that, they're going to put it out. And we, the United States of America, and this county have a big demand for it. So we need broken chains. I have a brothers who've passed from drug addiction, alcoholism, and I can tell you firsthand, I've dealt with it. And as a vet, I've seen veterans come back suffering from PTSD and all those other things that happen when you serve. These gentlemen I've found on the street, and they make that circle. They go round and round, and sometimes they don't come out of it. It's a place like Broken Chains that may help them. And if it doesn't, somewhere along the line, someone for a military vet will be doing a military funeral. It's sad that those things exist, and it's also sad that our communities have to put up with that. But as a family, we have to depend on one another to help each other. And Broken Chains is that. We have to depend on our elections, on our leaders to do their job. As we look at it in the context of our money, our motto is "In God We Trust." And if we actually believe that, we can't be Christians and go on Sundays and beat our chest and Mondays beat our brothers. That's not the way it's supposed to be. We have to do everything we can for one another as best we can. And I want to thank you, Judge, and you commissioners for doing your best and for upholding the Constitution of the United States and the Robert's Rules of Orders. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Moses Estrada, followed by Ms. Lisa Hernandez.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Moses Estrada. I reside at 4805 FM 1889 in Calenen area. I'm here, Commissioners, to tell you that this is not the right time to appoint new members or members to this several boards. With many important things like the budget, the drainage problems, and many others. Our neighborhoods are always flooded whenever there's heavy rains. That's why I believe that item 14 should be tabled until after the general election in November. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lisa Hernandez.
Judge Canales, Commissioners, thank you for giving us time to speak again. I'm here to speak on item 14. Before I address that issue, though, I have a concern in the lack of decorum shown by certain members of this court. There is but one elected county judge. She sits center court. The four gentlemen to her right and to her left are also elected officials, but none of them were elected to be county judge. One of them, at least, in meeting after meeting after meeting, tries to insist that he must be county judge. Now, on to item 14. I am, as other people, questioning the timing of this. In the August 29th meeting, part of what was brought up was, and I'm quoting from what the proposition said, the date when new members of the commission are seated. So why are we not waiting for this one? In item 14, bullet point 1, you've changed the language. You've now remembered to add, except for this, except for that. I am an educator. Exceptions eventually take over the policy. We had a policy of 2 bathroom passes per 6 weeks per student. Except pregnant students, except students on their menstrual period, except athletes who need to drink a lot of water, therefore need to go to the bathroom. Pretty soon we had more exemptions than we did kids that had to follow policy. The same thing will happen when you start adding exemptions to policies. And in item bullet point 2, you are, again, restricting 61 days before an election who can give to campaigns, not to benefit, but to elect the representatives that we want to elect. Not 60 days. Do what you do with several other agenda items, including game room control, which you have been speaking about for 2 years. Table it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Akbar Abba? No? Okay. Ms. Rachel Caballero? Okay.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. My name is Rachel Caballero, 522 Hancock. I am calling regarding item 13 and 14. I really feel like this court needs to hear what the surfers and the water people are requesting of the court. I'm really confused on the fact that we have a citizen requesting $2.5 million for a second floor of a restaurant that's privately owned. I'm sure this family's a wonderful family, but in 2020, when our small businesses were shut down unconstitutionally, none of these local small business owners were given the opportunity to ask the court or taxpayers for $2.5 million to keep their doors open, even though I'm very, very sure that they would have appreciated that money. So as opposed to the second floor, I say we keep it a first floor, and at some point the court should explain to the taxpayers why a individual owns a restaurant that is being funded by taxpayers. The whole situation is really, really confusing. And I'd like to discuss my support for item 14. I think this is of benefit to every single court commissioner and judge. If we want to be able to stay transparent, this is a safe spot to be by approving these 4 items. Unless people are doing corrupt things, then I could see them being opposed to this. And finally, as a female that's strong and intelligent, I'm not a fan of the court using that as an excuse to why these 4 items were presented. This has nothing to do with sex, but everything to do with transparency and making sure that we protect our democracy here in this county. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Mr. Leroy Branch. And I might be wrong. It doesn't look like Branch again. Is it, is it Bark? I think I have the last name incorrect. It's hard to read the penmanship. Okay, we'll hold. How about Mr. Walsh? Is there a Miss Walsh or a Mr. Walsh? Oh, yes, Miss Walsh.
Good morning. I think it's still morning.
It's
Commissioners and Judge. I'm here to discuss the hours. Oh, I'm Linda Walsh, and I'm at 15214 Cruiser Street on Padre Island. And I'm also and have been a judge at the polls on Padre Island for probably, I think, maybe 4 years or more. And we love doing this. We have a really good group of people that I can count on. As I think it was Rita said, she's pushing 70. Well, I'm 72, and the majority of people that work for me, average age is probably 70, and I have them up to 78 years old. And 14-hour days are pretty tough for all of us. And I'm just here to say, I think, or I feel, that we have plenty of time for anybody that wants to vote to vote. We're open every Saturday. The Saturdays are 7 to 7. Sundays here at the courthouse. And I probably can count on one hand the first week how many people show up by 7 or in the morning or 7 in the evening. And it's just, when you're talking 14 hours, that's a long day for anybody. And I just think if we just keep it where it is, the 8 to 5, and then have the second week, the 7 to 7, it's tough enough, but we can get people to work it. But it's really hard to get people out working at these polls, and especially I'm not sure what happened.
You're good.
The younger people are all working, unable to put the time in. So thank God for all of our retirees that man all these booths. And we just need to take a little bit easier on us. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez?
I'd like to have, can somebody call Juan Pimentel in? Juan Pimentel, can you call him in? And if he's here, if he's not, I'll table it for I'll go next meeting.
And I'm sorry, there's some more people that need to sign up. Okay, we'll pass it right back, Kara.
You can go to the next one, Judge, if you want. You come back.
We'll wait.
I'm sorry?
He had gone to his office, but he's coming back.
Thank you.
I'll let you pass it back, Kara, if you don't mind. Go ahead. Thank you so much. Yeah. Here he comes. Just to give everybody a little notice, when we finish public comment shortly and prior to going straight into the public hearing, we'll take just a bathroom break and come right back to court, just to prepare everybody. Commissioner Gonzalez?
Hey, Juan, I just, for the record, I want to tell you that, and I don't speak for the whole Commissioners Court. You know, I think you're very kind when you say one member of the court, but sometimes people get us confused and don't know which member it is of the court. And we've been there before, you know, when there was a lawsuit filed against a Coastal Parks director, and everybody thought it was all of us, and it was only the judge. So, and I know the judge was the one that attacked you, your family, you know, and I want to tell you that I apologize to you and your family for what you went through. You shouldn't have gone through that. There was no reason for you to go through. It was a poor protocol. Should have gone through the Commissioner's Court. Just like the lawsuit should have gone to the commissioner's court. And every time it fails, we have to pay the price. You know, people here in this audience need to know that things have to go to the commissioner's court for approval. And you do things without the commissioner's court approval, then we have to answer later on.
Thank you so much.
So I want to let you know that, in my behalf, I want to apologize to you, Mrs. Pimentel. I'm sorry that you went through what you went through. It was an attack on your husband, you're right, you know, and it was a personal attack. I blame a lot on the risk management for doing a poor job from the beginning. Risk management should have never gone where it went. It should have vetted. The judge should have vetted. And when I spoke to the Rangers, they told me that there was nothing there, nothing further to look at. There was nothing even to consider. So, again, it was another action that was taken by the judge against you. And I call that a personal attack. And I want to tell you right now that I'm sorry that it happened. And hopefully that we'll continue to work together. You and your staff were criticized. And at one point you were called a criminal. You were called fraud. And that shouldn't happen either. So people here in this audience need to understand that too. That things happen that you don't know about. You know, and this is why when you come here and criticize people in this commissioner's court and don't know what's going on the other side, you'll need to know. You know, you can sit here and criticize us all you want. But you're right, we're elected by the people to do a job. We're going to do the job, and one, I want to tell you, you're doing a tremendous job. You have saved this county a lot of money. And you might not agree with us half of the time, or you might not agree with the judge. The judge might not agree with you. But I commend you on your job that you're doing as the Nueces County engineer for this county. I applaud you, your employees for sticking up for you, for being with you, for the job that they do. They were criticized, and they should have never been criticized. So I want to tell the employees, I hope we can continue forward with things behind us.
Yes, sir.
And same thing for your family. So may God be with you, and we'll continue moving forward.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay?
One, I also want to sign what Commissioner just said.
Are you signing up for a public comment?
May I, please?
Yes, I'll put you down.
Would you please?
Yes. Go ahead.
What I also want to sign what Commissioner just said, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but you know that I support you all the way. And I really appreciate, when I came in here, I had a lot of problems with drainage. People were calling me. I was new to this job. The first one that I called was you and Jerry, that I needed your help in evaluating the problems in my precinct. Right away, you did that. We got to work. You said we need some grade-alls. We only had one, and we went out to San Antonio and we rented 2 grade-alls at $3,000 a day, and we got the job done. So I appreciate you. I appreciate your staff. You've always been there for us, and you've always tried to do what's best always done what's best for our county, even if you tell me, no, Commissioner, you can't do this. You can't do that. Okay? And as far as Jerry's concerned, I think I'm aware of that illegal driveway, Jerry, and I think I told you all to barricade it with a load of dirt so they can't move
County, Ms. Dorsey?
The comments from commissioners in response to comments in open comment are to be a statement of specific factual information given in response, recital of existing policy in response, or any notice that items will be
I
put
didn't know
on a
that
future
part of
court.
public comment. I apologize and I withdraw. Okay, thank you, Juan, very much, and
Thank you,
my
Commissioner.
apologies to you, also to you and your family.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to Mr. George Edwards, followed by Mr. Jim Quisenberry.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Morning.
My name is George Edwards. I live at 4506 Canyon Lake Circle. I'm here today to speak about item 14. Yes, we all disagree and we all agree. But I would just like to say I'm extremely disappointed in Commissioner Chesney for putting such a political item on this agenda. You work for us, the people of Nueces County. Instead of targeting people that sit beside you. Judge Canales is the only one sitting on this court who has an opponent this November. You will not convince me that this agenda item is nothing more than a political stunt. These type of changes should have been enacted before campaign season started. It's almost election day, 45 some odd days away from early voting. Make a sensible decision. Make a sensible decision. I'm asking you, Commissioner Hernandez, Matas, and Gonzalez, to vote against 14. Thank you for this time.
Thank you. Mr. Jim Quisenberry.
Good morning, I guess it's still
Yes.
morning. Thank you all for letting me speak. My name is Jim Quisenberry. I live at 253 Oleander Avenue. I look upon all your faces, and I understand that surfing to y'all doesn't mean much at all. You know, you mentioned, Judge, that you're from a baseball clan, the Canales clan. I understand that none of y'all really surf, and probably hear most of the surfers' comments and think that it's kind of, surfers are just surfers, you know, and you probably don't really care that much. But in terms of who I am and my education, I'm a geologist. I've studied structures a lot in my school. I do not believe, for the citizens of Corpus Christi and for the citizens of this county, I do not believe in this design. I mentioned this to you at a meeting at the pavilion one time. This design is going to fail, and I came here today to be on record and to let you know, so when we look back upon this time, when it does fail, and it will fail, a T design is never going to work. Single piling design with side shore shear, 20-foot waves will fail, and it will cost $28 million that will literally be dumped into the ocean. I ask that you reconsider, even gain a second proposal where citizens can give their input on which design would be better. As it is now, you commissioners make the decision. This decision is going to be made probably today, regardless of what all these surfers have said. I come to you as a surfer. I am a surfer, but I'm also a fisherman. I've dove underneath that pier when it had 2 pilings, and I've seen huge fish underneath that pier. This will not exist with a larger span in one single piling system. Again, I come as a citizen and not as a surfer. I surf. I'm also a photographer. You may or may not know that 2 days out of the year, the sun will line up in the middle of Bob Hall Pier, where you can actually get a picture of the sun all the way through that pier. Mm-hmm. This will never happen for another photographer once you approve this new design. But it'll be great for me because I can always sell my pictures of my pier that I own the copyright to, and I've never seen another one like it. So I implore you to make a decision with citizens in mind and budget in mind. If it costs $5 more million to take it to a new engineering firm and ask them to give us a different option, and then put that to the citizens. Let us choose. This pier is not designed for. This is not for locals. This pier is designed for tourists. Locals want to fish, which this pier is not going to be very fish worthy because there won't be any fish. Locals want to surf. So what good is a pier that has no fish and no waves? It's a joke. I mean, it's literally going to be a failure in all sense. But people who come here and visit Corpus Christi will have a nice place to go. But your locals, you've forgotten about. The voters and the people who live here in this county, you're forgetting about them in this design. And all I ask is you give us a second option so we can vote on one or the other. Hire another firm. It's going to cost money. Of course it will. But this has cost us a lot of money, and this will fail to the tune of $28 million. That's all I have.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from Renee Sines, followed by Ms. Sylvia Campos.
Good morning, Commissioners. Pleasure to be here today. My notes, apologize. I wanted to discuss the issue of the early voting.
Forgive me, yeah, just if you get this a little closer, our microphone is.
Okay. Yeah, discuss the issue of the early voting, and I've certainly heard the concerns of those that are talking about the first week would be devastating to them. It would be real hard on them. The second week would be really hard on them as well. I get that. I mean, a lot of them are older and so forth and so on. But we can use students. I believe they get 2 days of absences by state law. Excuse absences. And I know I've dealt with Kara Sands before, and she has utilized my students at Moody High School, and they have worked for her. They could be clerks because they have that right to by state law. I don't know why they're not being utilized this time, but they should. In fact, a program should probably be set up, but it's not. What I would say from that end of it, if it's not 7 to 7, why not make it from 8 to 6? A lot of people do work from 8 to 5, okay? And it does become complicated to get to a location at 5 o'clock. Now, of course, if you work at the courthouse, if you work at the city, where both of those are early voting locations, it's great. I mean, you can vote. But if you're an educator, it's going to be really, really complicated that first week. Or if you have another job. So maybe you could consider doing it then from 8 o'clock to 6 rather than 7 as an option. This is just something I'm throwing out there to y'all, okay? Also, I wanted to discuss the issue of some of the voting sites and stuff that was missing. Of course, if I had been talked to directly, it would have been nice, but that just didn't happen. I had requested that Miller High School be looked at as an option. If you are familiar with Miller High School, you know that when you walk through the doors, you take a right turn and you're going to be right there in the library, which is where I believe voting takes place anyway. So that shouldn't be an issue. If you look at these early voting locations and you put it on, say, Google Maps, and you start to pin those locations, you see these big gaps in 2 areas, in the Ray area and in the Miller area. So I'm asking you to include Miller High School, and I think y'all discussed the Del Mar Small Business Center. Preferably, I'd like it at Ray High School, simply because I love for students to go out and vote since they're right there. But I think that the Del Mar Small Business Center, I believe that's what it's referred to, could be a really good place for another early voting site. So in order to, kind of fill the holes that are left there, I think that these 2 locations would be good to plug in. So that's what I'm looking to address, and if you can move, if you can pass this, 7 to 7 would be more ideal, but if not, 8 to 6, give the working man and woman that works till 5 p.m. that opportunity that first week to go and vote. And I would say, Ms. Sands, consider looking at those students again, because I know that they will work, they're excused absences, and they love to get paid. And they're smart with technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sylvia Campos.
I guess it's still good morning, right? Good morning, Judge, Commissioners Court. Thank you so much for allowing us, the people, to make these public comments. It's refreshing to see so many participate in this type of democracy. And I'm here to, address, right? Sylvia Campos, 4410 Fur. Thank you. I also wanted to speak on item 10. I am also a member of the board of the League of Women Voters and board member as well, but I do not speak for the league. I just want to, first of all, thank Kara Sands and her staff. I see, I forgot your name, but when I have to come here, I do see some of the familiar faces, and I'm very grateful. And so are so many. So thank you, Kara. And I also want to acknowledge all the election workers and the election, judges, because it does take a lot and it does take a toll. But think about this. Think about what you provide for democracy. I can tell you, I've been doing this for a long time. And it's always been, as long as I can remember, the second week has always been for the working class. And we've kind of labeled it that way. And do you know why? Because that was always the second week that it was extended hours. So, and that was the second week that you also had more people participating. And so that, at the end of the day, is what we're asking. We're asking for more participation. When we were here last week, Tim Dowling and I, it was refreshing to see the whole Commissioners Court say, yes, let's do this. Let's be consistent, 7 to 7. But, we find out later that that may not be the possibility. I guess I was not aware that I thought that the judge in the Commissioners Court set policy, and then it was done, by, whatever you deem. But I didn't consider that Kara Sands' position is an elected position. So, I guess I'm sort of in limbo here. Yes, I do agree that Kara, I think should have been here and would have contributed. We would have known right then and there. I hope that Kara will continue to be open-minded. And because I've heard that there are some polling locations that will stay till 7. And I think it would be, accommodating to go ahead and, because I don't think really the public knows what those hours and where those polling locations are. So we've got time right now. We can publish those dates and times right now, the hours, and let everyone know. But I strongly encourage for the first week to extend those hours. And again, what Renee also mentioned about students and other people helping with elections, I also want to give out a shout out to the Broken Chains, because just in my last weekend, I spoke to some ex-felons that thought that they could not vote. Some of them had been as long as 15 years that they had already finished, and they didn't even know that they could vote. So even them could be recruited to possibly help out with elections, because you know what? We all need jobs. And for those 2 weeks, we can work together and just bring more democracy into our system. So thank you so much for listening to me, and
Thank you.
Appreciate this.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'm going to ask, but that, I believe, concludes our public comment for the morning, both online and,
Judge Canales, I'd like to sign up for public comment.
sure. And also, just remember, we're going to have the items. I don't know if you want to speak to it at that time.
Well, just about this, well, actually, I would like to, since it's fresh in everyone's mind.
Yeah, and
Let's-
maybe they have to leave as well.
Right.
But I figured you will also have an opportunity
Sure.
during the agenda items.
Yeah.
So please, go
I would
ahead.
like to say thank you for everyone showing up.
And if you don't mind, yeah.
Thank you for everyone showing up for this item. And actually, everyone making public comment, right, for any item. That's great. That's great to see involvement. And I know the commissioners appreciate it, and so do I. The times are set out by law. The commissioners can extend them. Now, for early voting, having some locations at different times, we can't do that by state law. They have to be the same times. So you can't have some locations open from 8 to 6 or 7 to 7, and then some open from 8 to 5. They all need to be open at the same time for consistency. I spoke to Mr. Dowling, and that is, for the first week, 7 to 7, that would be something that absolutely want to consider for the next election. But just changing the time after all of, logistically trying to get these locations that have said, no, we can't really, accommodate you 7 to 7, because it wasn't planned that way, right? We've been planning, we've always had it from 8 to 5, and that has just gone in. And when we asked to use these locations, so that's important, that on the front end, we say, hey, 8 to 5 and then 7 to 7. We need to keep in mind that we're guests at their homes, right? We are going into their place of business. And they're already accommodating us from 7 to 7, sometimes from 6 to, some places to 10 and 9 on election night. And so at the last minute, if we just change it, and with the workers, I don't think that's right, and that's just not fair. But that is absolutely something to work forward, towards in 2024, to get ready for the presidential, is doing 7 to 7 on both. But right now, because some of the locations, again, cannot accommodate us, then you have to have the uniform. And when we recruited from lists for early voting workers, from the lists from the Democratic chair and the Republican chair, there are several that were here and had to leave, that they also talked about, hey, it's a big deal for those 7 to 7, those hours. With the student election clerk program that I've implemented when I got into office, we've had over 500 students work, which is amazing. So thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Sines. I've gone to your office or your classroom several times. I love recruiting students. We do get them. That's always implemented every election. And I will be going around again to all the high schools and recruiting them. So maybe I can come to your classroom again. That'd be great. Because you always really have awesome students. So, and I appreciate the opportunity to be able to recruit them. With students, they get 2 days off, and that they can get an excused absence by state law, as Mr. Sines pointed out. A lot of them want to work election day. And you can have one that's going to work all day. There's not enough students that are going to be able to fill in all of early voting for those hours. But that also, even if we did, and you still, the lead, the early voting clerk in charge of that location has to stay there the entire time. So that's another thing to keep in mind. You can't replace those leads with students. But again, thank you all for everyone and the calls, and I love the dialogue, but that's where we're at with the student election clerks and the times as well.
Thank you. So at this time, Commissioners, I'd like to take just a very small, as they say, everybody stay here, just a very small bathroom break. Motion, I'd like a second. Okay, second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The time for the clerk is 11:17. Again, just please come back as soon as possible. And what I'm going to do is, out of great respect for law enforcement, there is an item, we'll get to our public hearing. Thank you so much. We're going to get to our public hearing right away, but first, I'd like to move to 3A1. It's receiving an update on Metrocom activities and budget requests. We think this is important as we're about to discuss budget and go into our public hearing, and we welcome you, Officer. Thank you.
Thanks.
Right there, and again, the mic's kind of being a little finicky, but if you just make sure that you speak loudly into it.
All right. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Christopher White. I'm Deputy Chief of Police, Corpus Christi Police Department. One of my duties is the oversight of Metrocom, so I'm here to present today to you the update on our Metrocom as we reviewed in the operations committees and with the judge and the mayor. So if we can have that up.
Thank you, Chief. We're going to get it up for you here.
Man, it's too much.
There we go.
All right, so Metrocom, as you know, is our PSAP for this region. We do the 911 calls, not only for Corpus Christi, but for Nueces County. And then we have ESDs and medical responses that we also work with. We're bringing on Bishop. We already have Driscoll. Delmar's looking at joining us also. So right now, our operations committee, as decided by the interlocal agreement we have with Nueces County, is comprised of myself, appointed by the Chief of Police.
Thank you.
Chief Richie Quintero, appointed by the Fire Chief of CCFD. Eddie Houlihan is the Budget Director of Corpus Christi, is appointed by the City Manager. Teresa McLemore is a Budget Assistant in Nueces County. She's appointed by the Judge. Chief Michael Clack is ESD #1 Fire Chief, and he's appointed by the Judge. And Chief David Cook, Nueces County Sheriff's Department, is appointed by the Sheriff. And then Peter Collins is the committee-appointed chairman of MetroCom Board, and he's appointed by the mayor and the judge. Next. So to get into it real quick, we have a interlocal agreement with the county. The city and the county have an interlocal agreement. We're 50-50 partners on MetroCom. The population breakdown, as you can see, is 90-10. And then in 2020, we look at the number of incidents that come in through MetroCom. We have about 580,000 calls per year in MetroCom that we service. In 2020, 89% were through Corpus, 11% were through Nueces County, which gave us a pro ratio breakdown of 76% to 24%, which means 76% of the budget was funded by the city and 24% was funded by the county. This year, we did the reassessment. We showed that 90% of the calls are coming to the city, 10% are going to the county, which reduced the rate to the county by 23% and raised it for the city to 77%. Next. So this is our budget. It's kind of hard to see, but the only thing that changed really in the budget, if you look at the red, they're kind of hard to read if you're too far back. But one of the things we wanted to do is incentivize our MetroCom employees and create an atmosphere where they could grow and make good employees that could serve as our community. One of those was, if you look at other pay, we did an incentive pay, and that's for dispatchers in charge, and for we call them field training officers in the police, but we call them dispatch training officers in MetroCom, and I'll go into that in a little bit. If you look at professional services, that went down $1 million. The reason that being is we had money in there last year for an upgrade to the CAD RMS system. We're in the middle of completing that. That money has been encumbered to continue us through. We'll finish that project probably April or May of next year is when it will be certified and go live. So that money's been reduced from the budget, which was $1 million. The next one is the telegraph services. You'll see an increase in this. This is based on the move to our next gen 911 MetroCom system. This is something that is mandated by the federal government and the state, and we're moving forward with it. We have a grant to help establish the backbone of it, but the increase is to help us offset the cost. AT&T charges about $6,000 for the services of 911. When we go to next gen, the EZNet service increases to $38,000, so you got about a $32,000 difference in monthly fees that we'll have to pay for the use of that service through EZNet for the next gen. And then the last one is the cost of travel. I'm sure everybody's put fuel in their tank lately. It's not cheap. As we send folks out to schools and to conferences, it's costing a little bit more to send them travel-wise, so we increase that $5,000. At the end of the day, the difference in the budget between last year and this year is about $41,000 increase. Next. So if you look at our proposed budget in 2022, that was the breakdown. 6.3 was for the city, 1.9 was for the county. This year, because of the changes, 73 to 23 is 6.4 for the city, 1.9 for the county. You can see the difference. It went up city for about 114,000, down for the county about 73,000. Like I said before, the total difference between last year and this year is $41,000. Next. So the dispatcher incentive pay we're talking about. So our dispatchers in charge, what those are dispatchers who have been with us for a while. They're very competent and capable in their abilities. And when we have supervisors that have to leave the floor for any reasons, whether it be a meeting, maybe they have to go address a discipline issue, maybe they get called into a conference. I have meetings with them on a regular basis. We have training. We like to have a dispatcher in charge, take over the floor, and manage the operations of MetroCom so that we don't miss a beat and we can provide good customer service. What we want is people who want to do the job, and those folks that want to do the job would like to be paid for having the extra work put on them. So we're offering that up. We've already had, out of the 8 FTEs, we've had 6 people put in for it so far, and that will start October 1st. The dispatch training incentive, that's for our dispatch training officers or field training dispatchers. When we bring a dispatcher on, they spend about the first 6 weeks learning the computer side of things. They're in a classroom environment. Once they're done with that classroom environment, they go into MetroCom, and the rest of the time is OJT. So they're with a trainer the whole time that they're in there as they go through each of the stations. To incentivize our trainers to be the best trainers they can be, put together a course just like a police officer would go through to get them trained up on how to evaluate, how to correct, how to train. We put together an incentive package for that. We've had, out of the 16 positions, we've had 12 people apply so far. Training starts for them next week, and we will teach them how to be the proper trainers to get people trained up in Metrocom, so you have employees that not only have longevity to them, but they're providing excellent customer service. So that came out to $67,000, and that's what you saw on the other pay. Next. So the Next Gen 911, as I spoke about, so this system, if you're not familiar with how Metrocom works, without getting technical about it right now, there's two sources to contact us, either your cell phone or your landline phone. If it's a landline phone, it goes through AT&T, and it hits a router that tells us your location. It's called an Aniati line, but it tells us your location. And if you're on a cell phone and you call, it hits a tower, it will triangulate your position within 1,000 feet on a good day. So if you're in a rural area or outside of Corpus Christi or an area that has not been put into the mapping system, and you call us, we have a hard time locating you, getting you medical service, fire services, police services. So what this does is it takes a map, a GIS map that we are working on, it's already created, we're just making sure it meets the qualifications. We work with COG to make sure that the county side of it is up to date. We put that mapping system into the EZNet software that's through AT&T. And when you call now, it will hit a tower, bounce it up to a satellite. That satellite will find you on the mapping system and give us coordinates if you're not at an address, and put us exactly where you're standing. So it's really beneficial in the rural communities where you may be on farmland or somewhere where you don't have an exact address, but we can get a medic or fire or police response to you immediately. And like I said, that's an increase of about $360,000 a year because of the increase that AT&T charges for the EZNet. All right, next. Okay, it's short and sweet.
Yeah,
Didn't want to
thank
keep you
you.
guys too long, so any questions for me?
Thank you. Guys, any questions here?
No
Very-
question, just thank you for everything you guys do in Metrocom, man. You guys save a lot of lives.
Thank you, Judge.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your time, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an update only. Of course, all of this is already included in our budget, and Dale can, provide any details for the court regarding those dollars. But the good news is that you'll see the reduction, court, of the $41,000 due to the change of percentiles. And I think that was a question that got asked last time is it based on the calls? And the answer is yes, it is. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, super. Well, thank you again for being with us here this morning.
Thank you for your time.
Thank
You have
you.
a good morning.
Okay. Now, I will, I'm going to go into the public hearing, and we'll do the public hearing on the Nueces County and Nueces County Hospital District budgets. And then I know there's some folks waiting on certain items. So after we do the hearing, but before the consent agenda, I do promise to call those items so that you're not waiting here all afternoon. But I will turn to Dale now and ask that he bring up I imagine you want to bring out a PowerPoint again?
Yes, Your Honor, this is a repeat of the public hearing we had on September the 1st, 2022. We go through this fairly quickly this is a repeat of where we're going. So on page 2 of the report, when she gets a chance to have it available. The items that we're going to be discussing these are proposed rates, which is our sitting rates and our exemptions for the entities that we have, our historical trends of our tax rates and revenue, our sources of revenue, our expenses by function of where we spend the funds, and then future fiscal impact. Again, these are just a proposal. We'll be discussing the adoption later at the event. These are just the seating amounts that we cannot be exceeded. Page 3, please. These are our proposed rates that we proposed. So currently, our current taxes is 0.310445 per $100 valuation. When we did our calculations based on the valuation that we received from the appraisal district on July 25th, we received a no new revenue tax, which means that the lowest of the floor rate is 0.271918 per $100 valuation. We're proposing a rate to cover everything we've discussed in the budget that we'll be discussing in a little bit at 0.291659 per $100 valuation. And again, the proposed rate for the hospital district is 0.106188. Next slide. We'll be discussing these very soon when we get to the points of our exemptions. Currently, our exemptions for Nueces County, we exempt 20% of your value with a minimum of $5,000 for regular homestead. Over 65 and disabled are the same amount of $62,500. That's the same thing for the hospital district. As you see for the city of Corpus Christi, it's a 10% with $5,000 minimum, with $50,000 both disabled and over 65. CCISD is $40,000 for homestead, $60,000 for over 65 and disabled. And Del Mar College is a $5,000 exemption with $50,000 on both. Now, if you don't live within the city of Corpus Christi or live in a different school district, these might be different from what you have, but these were the largest in the area. Next slide. This shows you our trend history of what our tax rates have been done. This is our general fund, our debt service fund, and our tax fund, showing you from 2006 to 2007, which was 0.371. As you see, the trend is going down slightly. We had a small increase in 2018 due to some costs we needed to fund. But as you see, from that point forward, we went down small amounts. But this amount going from 2012 to proposed is 0.292. That's a 0.18 cent decrease in valuation. Next slide. This one is the hospital district. Again, the hospital district is also, we've been funding them through our effective rate for many years. That's why you see the little up and down, because sometimes our values, when your values go up, your rate goes down. But when your value goes down, the rates go up. And then in 2008, 2009, you remember we had that little hit on our valuations because of the housing market. And you saw it did increase slightly, but since then it's going down. And we're going from, if we do this fiscal year, we're going 0.112 to 0.106. Again, that's almost a 1% decrease of value as well. Next slide, please. This is our combined value, which includes our general fund, our debt service fund, our road fund, as well as the hospital district. You see back in 2006, 2007, we were 0.531. And again, with a little small up click, but as you see, as of 2012, 2013, we saw a decline, and it's gone down since then. And for 2022, 2023, it will be going down. If you look at that difference, it's about a 2.5 to 3 cent difference. Next slide. Now, of course, this has to do with our valuations for our tax rate. This is our tax revenue, including all sources for the general fund, the road fund, as well as the debt service fund. As you see, back in 2013, 2014, we were around $70 million. Right now, with the proposed information, we're at $108 million. We've had a lot more new property as well as new in valuation, so that's kind of why our reasons for the increase. Next slide. This kind of shows you our trend of our fund balances for the general fund, and where our target, the little dotted line, is our target value. As you see, in 2015, 2016, we were above, but in 2017 we fell significantly below because of some funding we had to do for buying some additional equipment that we didn't expect. But as you see, we've gone up into 2021, where we're right at the target level. This year we're showing a slight decrease, but with the ARPA funding that the court will allow us to do, we expect that to be closer to the 25 to closer to maybe the $26 million range. It'll still be slightly below our target value, but not a significant amount. Next slide. Now we go for the valuation of our houses. The valuation of our house for all property in the county is $165,170. Last fiscal year, the average value of the houses was $149,979. If you use those values using last year's rate at 0.421947, the levy was $630.26 for the average house. If we use our proposed rate of 0.397847 at the new medium value house at $657.12, or a small increase of $26.86. Next slide. Now, this is an important slide we thought everybody should know because some people just realize that they get a tax bill and they think we are the only one that assesses taxes. But as you see, there's currently for most of the living in the city of Corpus Christi, there are 5 taxing entities that charge you taxes, with the largest being your school district, your second largest being your city. And the next 2 would be your Del Mar College District as well as your Nueces County. So you see we're a small little portion of the house, and with the hospital is the smallest portion of that. So if you look at the total bill that you receive, the county is only about 15 to 16% of your total cost. Next slide. This is kind of where we wanted to make sure you knew where the money comes from. Taxes are an important issue, but as you see from our little costs here, property tax only equates to 48% of the county's revenue. The other portion of it is 35% of intergovernmental revenue. What is intergovernmental revenue? A lot of this is the grants that the general fund receives, also billings to other governmentals that we have for whatever the reimbursement costs are, you see it there. The next item is the 15% charges for services. What these charges for services are your clerk fees, your sheriff's fees, your constable fees, and other charges for service of the county. So you see, majority of your revenue is coming from either taxes, intergovernmental revenue, or charges for services. Next slide. Now here's the big cost of where the money goes. As in most companies and most businesses, the largest portion of your money goes to personnel costs, and there's no difference here. Our personnel cost is $80 million, and it includes benefits. The next highest is the $9 million, that's the other services and charges, and that's where we pay a lot of our rent balances and other costs we have for the balance we have. And that's where everything would go. So next slide. Now we're talking about where we coming up on, we'll be adopting our budget here very soon as well. And in our budget, these are included items that are currently in the budget. We have our collective bargaining agreement for our Sheriff and Constable Association. That's about 357 employees, and they have a contract increase of around 3 or 4%, and that equates to $414,595. Many, many years ago, the Commissioners Court approved a continuous pay, which means for every 3 years of employment, an employee can receive a 2.5% increase in their salary based on their continuance. This year, that equates to about 285, 295 people when you include all the regular employees, elected officials, and department heads. That equates to $322,719. This year, fiscal year, we have a retirement system through Texas County District Retirement System, and our rate value went down from 14% to 13%, so there's a reduction of our cost for our retirement of a negative $818,733. That particular reduction does pay for those two above this. We were asked to include a possible cost of living adjustment salary increase in the budget. We have done that as a 6%. However, because of the problems with our jail with a lot of vacancies, we've been asked to make sure the cadets are at 10%, while all other employees are at 6%. Now, this does not include all employees. The Sheriff's Office is already included in their collective bargaining agreement. We're not including any of the county court law judges because their salary is based on statutory requirements, and this does not include the newly hired medical examiner, the chief deputy, or any other deputy that just recently hired. During the middle of the year, the last fiscal year, we've had several adjustments for reclassifications, whether hiring or changing or reclassifications, and those midterm came up to $444,595. I'm proposing limited new positions of around 5 employees. That equates to $215,751. Small reclassification. Now, this reclassification includes that 10% for the cadets. That's not part of the 2.5. The cadets is separately, and that's reported separately as limited reclassification, and that's $270,872. As y'all remember, last fiscal year, we had an agreement with the ABM through funding through Bank of America for debt services. That small balance of increase of $27,000 isn't included in the budget. So these are our budget challenges. These all have been included in our budget that we'll be talking about in the very soon.
Dale, can I go back just for clarity? So go back to the cadets. Are you saying that the 2.5 million does not include, and that's where you see the limited reclass?
Yeah,
it is
that
included there?
cadets, yes.
Okay. Okay.
It may seem like that, but we just put it there to make sure you knew it was there.
I see.
But we included that just for that particular reason.
Okay, understood. And then from our earlier, like I'm talking, budget workshop, and we had this very similar slide, there are 2 items that were on previously that are not shown here because it might be just worthy of mentioning it because one of them was Metrocom. We just had that presentation. Do you want to just remind everybody?
We have made that adjustment into our budget because we were required to make sure our budget meets the requirements that meets the city's 1.9 million that they just showed us. So that increase was there because it's no longer a challenge. It's a known fact that we have to pay that fund. So we had to increase the budget for that particular fact. I know Michael's working on the agreement for cleaning of the county, and we had estimated a small portion of that as a contingent. We went ahead and included in the budget to make sure it was funded there.
Is that through ARPA?
What's that?
Is that through ARPA or just?
No, through the general fund. Through the general fund and all other funds that are paying for the service.
Right. Got it. So that, again, just that,
Those
for the
were- those were before,
MetroCom,
yes.
it's already inside the
Yes.
1.9 million
Yes.
contract?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Just in case everyone's looking at comparison. Okay, please continue.
Okay, next slide, please. Now we're going to talk about future impact. As we all know, we're still dealing with COVID-19, the pandemic that we're going through that's causing a lot of price evaluation, inflation, cost, shortages, disruption in a lot of goods and services. So a lot of stuff is a lot more expensive now for us in our budget. Gasoline was very, very expensive now, as well as other services for getting food for our jail, as well as juvenile section. And it's very expensive on both. So those are going to be a continued future impact until everything gets stabilized and corrected. I know the Federal Reserve is trying to do some stuff, and we're trying to make sure we factor some stuff. So we had to include a little bit of increased cost for some of these items that we're discussing. And as we know, we're going to continue to fight for this. And we've gotten different relief funds, as we mentioned. The American Rescue Plan Act is funding there where we can try to recover some of our loss, as well as transfer some funds for there. So we've got means. I know the government's working on some other issues to try to get us some other costs. So that's the future impact that we have. Next slide. As we know, our next meeting is today, and we're about ready to talk about our proposed tax rate, as well as our budget for the calendar year, as well as the hospital district. I believe Mr. Hipp is here for those two issues as well. That's our public hearing for today. I'll be glad to answer any questions you might have.
And if you just go back to the slide where we were looking at the challenges.
Yes.
There's not a total, but I bet you've got it. And that total,
3.5 million.
3.5 million.
Yep, 3.5.
And it seems obvious, but it's probably a good thing to say. And if you were at the no new revenue rate, we would not be able to bring in additional funds to cover these budget challenges. Is that correct?
During our budget hearings, we provide you the no, because the no new revenue includes the main increases be on new property. Our new property was a little bit less than this year than it has been in the past. So working with those significant areas, if we would brought in the no new revenue tax, we would bring in 1.8 million additional funds.
Additional funds?
Additional funds. Additional taxes, additional levy, yes.
Okay. So the only way to achieve the budget challenges, as well as the proposed COLA salary increase of 6%, would be to have a rate that is somewhere between the ceiling and the no new revenue. Is that correct?
I agree, yes. That is my assumption, yes.
And in this public hearing, do you have a recommendation of what that rate would be?
I know we'll be going to that very soon. As a budget officer and going through the budget items, as well as discussion of looking through the budget, I'm going to recommend the proposed rate of 0.291659.
And with that rate, would all of the challenges that are on this slide be met?
Yes.
And just out of interest for people who don't know much about cost of living adjustments, 6%, how would you characterize that? Or is that a cost of living adjustment that's reflective for today's economy? Is it low? Is it high? Is it in the middle? Is it just right?
As we all know, in a lot of for a lot of the counties, you'll see as well as you see a lot of advertisements for other entities that deal with government items. If we don't be competitive in the market, we have significant vacancies, and we've gotten significant vacancies this year. The sheriff's office has gone through 80 to 90 vacancies. I know our juvenile department's gone through 10 to 15. I know several other departments are going through vacancies. I've got 3 in my office that either I can't find applicants that's qualified or no one's applying. So there's significant balances, and what this does is trying to get us a more competitive rate. Now, to be competitive, because we have a little more benefits than some other entities might have, our competitive might be a little bit higher than a base pay of someone else, but this gives us a good start.
Okay. Are there any questions on the slide deck as presented? in the public hearing for Dale regarding any of the items? Okay, no questions? Okay, at this time, in that case, I will close the public hearing, and for the clerk, it's 11:58 PM. You know, Emma, I did not tell you what time it was when I started, but, okay, great. And we'll conclude this public hearing on the proposed 2022-2023 Nueces County and Nueces County Hospital District budgets. And we're going to reconvene our regular meeting. And Johnny, forgive me.
I'm sorry, Judge, I don't have to talk, but if y'all want to hear about my budget, I'll be glad
Sure.
to go over it
You
with
know,
you.
Of course.
the truth is, yes, absolutely. And of course, we have the agenda item as well.
Yes,
But
ma'am.
I'm happy to have it in the public hearing. So Emma, as they say, it's like Willy Wonka, reverse that. And let's hear from Johnny Hip, and he'll go over his budget as we also had showcased over a week ago.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I want to just start out this brief budget presentation to remind the court that when I was here last week, that the hospital district was going to ask for, or adopted in its budget, planning for a tax rate that's less than the amount that we had asked you all to consider as the ceiling. And that amount that we're asking for is a 0.098846. So on my presentation, if y'all could go back to that. So if you'll go to the second page. So I have a couple of, actually 3 trends I want to go over with you. And so to go to page 3, that'd be this one. So the first one is just to highlight what Dale had said earlier, is that the hospital district's tax rate has continued to go down over the years. Many years, as Dale said, the district used the effective tax rate. Last year, we had a bit of an increase. It brought in more revenue to the district, but you should pay attention to the overall trend line as the tax rate continues to go down. And so what I want to say about this before we move on to the next slide is that this trend line illustrates the byproduct of what was done back in 1996 when we undertook the transaction with Spawn. The district gained revenues from other sources, and we've been able to keep the tax rate at a place that the taxpayer should be comfortable with. So the next slide. So the next slide demonstrates the hospital district's continuing commitment to fund healthcare services that we define as the county healthcare expenditures. And for those, let me just enumerate those once again for the citizens' comment. Is first of all, these county healthcare services include mental health services, funding for the public health district, funding for the emergency services districts, funding for healthcare services at the juvenile detention facility, funding for healthcare services at the jail next door, and some miscellaneous grants and other things that the hospital district does. So this graph, I look at the trend line, continues to show the hospital district's support of these services in the county. The next slide. This next slide is a subset of the previous slide, and this demonstrates the hospital district's commitment to and continuing commitment to fund mental health services. Mental health service it has always been an issue, but now it's finally getting to the point that it's getting the attention it needs. And so the blue line I want to share with the public is that the hospital district continues and will continue to expend funds on addressing the mental health issues that we have in the county. So next page. Move on to the next one, please. So the highlight of this pie chart is to illustrate to the taxpayers that the hospital district does not rely totally on tax revenue to operate. The district's tax revenue represents about 56% of our revenue, and 44% comes from other sources, chiefly from our relationship with Spawn, where they share revenue with the hospital district, and we use those to fund things in the community that are needed. So next slide. So this slide I want to share is, it basically simplifies our expenses, but it breaks them down into three categories. The blue one being the largest one, and these are intergovernmental transfers. They're a little different than the one the county has. And these are transfers that the hospital district makes to the state to draw down supplemental payment programs for all of the hospitals. I want to underline all of the hospitals that operate in Nueces County. And those would be SPON, HCA, which have their Alameda and Bay Area campuses, and Driscoll Hospital. Next slide. And so I want to just stop here, Judge, because we kind of wade off into the numbers, but this slide basically represents all three funds of the hospital district and the way they're budgeted for next year. And I will just close by saying, close at this slide by saying that the budget next year provides for the hospital district to meet its statutory duties, to have a mechanism for care of the indigent. It continues the hospital district's mental health funding, as y'all saw in there, and continues funding for all the other things that we assumed from the county back in 1996.
And Johnny, it also includes the 2 mental health officers that were originally appropriated in 2019, and then the county took responsibility in 2020 and 2021, but brings it back to the hospital district in 2022.
Yeah, Judge, let me just kind of clarify that just briefly. The hospital district stepped away from funding officers directly 2 years ago. So we do have funding in our budget for MHID for them to hire the officers. We don't do officers anymore. They go through MHID and they do the hiring. And so there is funds in our contract with MHID for them to bring on whatever number of mental health officers they believe are needed. So we stepped away from making that decision directly and left it to the mental health professionals to do so.
Understood, but can you confirm that number? Because in my mind, that number is 4, and I want to make sure that there's no disconnect between the appropriations and the number of officers that MHID, because originally, and you know this from our discussions, MHID did provide 2 this last fiscal year through memorandum of, through an interlocal. And in addition, there was an original 2 that the county was paying for from, which was NCSO, Nueces County Sheriff's Office, that then transferred to the constable's office in precinct 2. And I just want to make certain that we're on the same page. I just want to make sure there's a total, I'll tell you what the number is. It was 218,000 in addition to whatever was already provided for from MHID.
Judge, I think we're in the same page, but in a different explanation, though.
Yeah.
The hospital district has provided funding in its budgeted dollars for MHID for our contract with them. They are the ones who are going to make a decision about which officers get hired and from which constable and all of those. Like I said, we stepped away from that role 2 years ago. The MHID professionals, health professional, mental health professionals are the ones who need to make that decision. We have funds in their budget, but I have not directed them to go hire those 2 officers. That is their decision. And so we've gone through that just in the last week or 2 with MHID and the county, and the decision to hire those officers or to hire, do whatever they're going to do with them is an MHID decision that they will have to make. But the hospital district has put funds there if that's what they decide to do.
So let me ask a question, John. I'm just thinking, because I got a hole here on the mental health officers for the budget of what, in case we do pass one of the budgets. Would it be a lot easier, a lot simpler to say, that money will be there if they want to hire or train their officers? To me, I think if every constable would train 2 of their officers to be certified mental health, I think that'd be a lot easier than having to try to hire, 2 for one office or 4 for one office, and then, how are you going to split them up?
Commissioner, we're supportive of anything that gets mental health training to the officers in whichever way. The only thing that we ask is that all that be controlled through MHID. And that's all we ask, because we're not the professionals in that area. They know where they're needed. They know what's needed by them. They know how to facilitate that. So I believe our role is to make sure that there is funding for them to do that, and we have done so in the budget.
Thank you. Thank you.
I hope I don't offend you, but I don't have an answer. I need an answer. I need to know whether the budget, forget whose decision it is. I get it, and I agree with you. That's not I really want to make sure, because this happened to us last year where there was a miss. This court's already has a great program that will put mental health officers countywide, and that constable, quite frankly, we appropriated for. That was the intention. Do you believe that there's enough dollars in the mental health budget for MHID for the 4? Because that is really what I need to know. I hear you that
Judge,
they're going to make
yes.
that decision.
There are funds in their budget for them to do so.
But that
But
means
they
have
will
to-
need to make that decision.
Right.
I don't mind that.
Okay.
I just need to know whether the funds are there. No one can make a decision if they don't have the funding. Did you guys change the funding such that it would accommodate those 4 officers?
Judge, the funds are available in their next year's budget to hire as many mental health officers as they think
That's fine.
is necessary. So
That's all I
I'm
needed
trying
to-
to get as close to your answer as I can,
Right.
but
But the answer is yes, they have the money to do it.
That's all I
Yes.
needed to hear.
yes.
But
That's
then
all I
but
needed
it's
to
their
hear.
choice, and so we don't have a commitment from them as we sit here today for those officers, and therefore there is no way we should be budgeting
Right.
for those officers because we have no commitment from MHID.
Right.
All I've heard from the constable is the MHID was willing to commit to 2 officers as long as those 2 officers did 100% mental health, which the constable said they would do, and I think that's the only 2 that have been filled. So if we've got anything budgeted in here, Dale, that needs to be revealed, because I didn't see that we budgeted another 2 positions.
MHID is on and can add
Thank
to the
you.
discussion.
That'd be great.
We've got 4 on here.
Dale, you want to go ahead and answer his question?
Let me research that quick. If you give a response from MHID, I'll get that very quickly.
And I'll find out who's on here, but I want to just set the table again. You're correct, Commissioner, that MHID had 2 officers that they hired, or, that was the intent, the plan, and the documentation. But that was predicated on the other 2 being moved from SO to constable this past year. It was a total of 4. The request was 6, just so you guys know. Then we as a court voted for a total of 4 to be under his command.
But we were told those were funded by the hospital
agree.
district at that time.
I agree. And just so
now
you
we're
know,
being
only
told
out of,
that's not the case.
You're right.
So
but out of goodwill, we're deciding to move on. I would take great exception with the idea that it was anyway, I don't think we should go backwards and argue about, the contract and what the intents were, because,
well, we don't even have the 2 funded, Judge, other than through MHID.
right, that's correct.
So in other words, there was, that was the misnomer too, that at the time was not giving us correct information, us as a court, because it was said that we were just moving 2 positions and someone else was gonna fund, and it turned out that wasn't the case. So all that I know of, and I don't even know that we have, and maybe MHID is gonna tell us, all I know is that MHID is paying for the 2 that we have in the constable's office. And I don't know I don't even have that confirmed from MHID. I just have heard that from the constable. But, so I don't think those other 2 are funded.
Let's
or
find
have been
out.
committed to, but if they're gonna commit to it, then let's hear it.
Let's find out. Who is on? Is it, I see, it's Mark
Judge,
Hendricks?
I'm sorry, Judge, if I could just finish right quick. I don't want to leave our discussion covering up the important work that the hospital district does. We fund a lot of stuff in the community. We fund a lot of things that matter. We continue to put money into mental health. And I don't want to sour all the work that the hospital district does over a discussion of whether there's 2 officers paid by MHID or not. I want y'all to focus on everything the hospital district does. Our work that is not totally dependent on tax revenue. As I pointed out, only 50% of what we do depends on tax revenue. So we do a lot of other things, and I don't want to end this discussion in the public's eye that we're in some discussion about whether there's enough people at MHID. So thank you all.
Thank you, Johnny, appreciate it.
Mark Hendricks is on the line. Could I ask you to unmute, and would you just shine a light on, I don't know if you had the opportunity to hear Mr. Hipp's presentation, but he has asserted you all have decision-making power in his mind, and a budget that's sufficient to adequately provide for mental health officers in Nueces County. And I just want to hear from you on that matter. Is that accurate?
Absolutely. Judge and commissioners, thank you for calling on me. I was listening on the general website broadcast, and once I heard the discussion, I went ahead and logged into the Zoom. However, there was a bit of a delay between the website broadcast and where the discussion was when I logged into Zoom, so I may have missed a minute or so, but I think I get the gist of where the discussion lies. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right, so to piggyback off what Johnny has shared, the short answer is yes. He is absolutely correct. The district has given us sufficient funding and authority to contract with both off-duty officers with CCPD and Nueces County constables to support crisis intervention team operations as part of our interlocal community collaborative contract. So I don't think to put the court's mind at ease, I don't think we're in a position where we are not adequately funded for where we are. I think we are in great shape, and I think we're in a position where we're able to procure the officers that we need. To add a little bit of clarity to the circumstance, as of this morning, there were still some final touches being put onto the interlocal agreement between the county and MHID as it relates to outlining the definitions of how that relationship with the constable's office will function. I believe Constable McCacken has already issued his support for those final changes. I know we did about 2 hours ago as well. And so that contract is as it relates to input from MHID is good to go. So at this point, it really just needs to be signed. One important, clarification is within the context of that contract is the fiscal reimbursement elements and how it's defined within that interlocal agreement. MHID will cover the time and effort of those constables to the extent that they are engaged in CIT activities, but will not cover activities outside of those CIT operations as it relates to our contracted services with the district. So what does that mean in short? It means that we're going to pay for the hourly rate of those officers during the times that they are engaged in CIT clinical activities and CIT related functions, but there is no fiscal arrangement to cover any of the overhead or other ancillary costs for those deputies. That's it's not much the same. It is virtually identical to how we have procured over the last 3.5 years off-duty CCPD officers to function within these teams. So the short answer is operationally, we are good to go as it stands today, and based on conversations with Constable McCacken up to this point, where we are in the growth of these programs, which are ongoing, as you know, with the diversion center coming on board, there will be continued growth. But as of today, that procurement is specific to 2 officers. But to Johnny's point, the funding is there if we need to go beyond that.
I really think that's a good answer.
Right, so Mark, just so that I'm clear, you're saying only the hourly rate. Does that mean you're not covering the benefits and all the things that go along with that? Or is that included in the hourly rate? Because to me, that's what was perpetuated to us.
The salary.
Was everything.
Yeah, the salary
benefits,
plus
everything,
benefits.
because that means we have to pick up the difference, which is 25 to 30% on top of what an hourly rate is, if you include overhead, everything else, and I don't know that that's in our budget. So, I mean, if what you're saying is just hourly rate, then I think we got to.
We got to know that. Mark, is it salary, what we call it, the FTE with benefits?
It is not inclusive of any overhead costs, Judge and Commissioner. It is strictly the hourly rate. And the not to exceed in the interlocal as it currently stands is $122,000. And part of that reason is we as a local mental health authority, we cannot employ law enforcement officers. Only a law enforcement agency can do so. It has also been our understanding in conversations with Constable McCacken up to this point that those constables will also be used for general law enforcement purposes outside of the scope.
No. I've had that conversation with the constable, and that was, I clearly articulated that this court was told that this was going to be 100%
Correct.
Mental health officers, Mark. So I want to make sure that that's been talked about, and if you're getting that from the constable, then we need to bring him back in, because that is not what has been articulated to this court. These were supposed to be 2 officers, purely 100% for mental health. In fact, it was supposed to be 4, it was supposed to be 6. It was down to 4, now it's down to 2, which is fine. So I want to make sure you're clear, is because you need to do the math. If they're not 100% mental health, then we got a big problem, because that's not what we voted on at all. So, and the other issue I've got is this not covering overhead, because that, again, it was, hey, it's going to cover everything, right? So somebody, before y'all bring me back a contract or this court to look at, I'm just telling you, I'm not real supportive of something that isn't 100% mental health, because I think we need it, and 100% covered mental health, because that was what was articulated. So someone has got some work to do before that comes back, in my opinion, because
Gotta be a whole package.
I want to make sure, Mark, you get it, because if the constable's telling you one thing, that's not the deal. That is not what this court voted on. We did not vote on, because I don't want to get a call from 4 other constables saying, well, how come he's getting more officers and we need more officers? This was all supposed to be mental health, and that's not what was perpetuated to this court. So I want to be real, and I know I'm saying it 3 times for a reason. This has got to be 100% mental health officers, 100% reimbursed, in my opinion, because that is what this court voted on. Otherwise, we got to revote and do this all over again. That's, I mean, unless someone remembers it differently than I do, and I would be.
I thought it was going to be the whole package.
Yeah, I mean, it.
Conclusive, but, you know, Mark, I mentioned it to Mr. Hipp a while ago, and I don't know you were paying, and you were listening or not. Well, we're hiring officers. I don't know, would you think it'd be a lot easier for MHID to work with the constables and train, you know, instead of train 2 of the constables from each constable's office to be certified, you know, and just maybe utilize one of your staff to, when there's an issue that really needs a lot of help, they go out there with them. You know, I think we need to look at that also as far as training certification for the officers, and we won't have to, I don't think we'll have these problems in the future, but it's something you might want to look at, if you don't mind, to see how can we do that. Versus
Not a problem at all.
Versus hiring, you know.
So I had a little bit of a hard time hearing that last part, Commissioner Gonzalez. Can you repeat?
Yeah, versus hiring, let's do some training to get him certified.
So I believe that's going to be built in to the interlocal, and I think when you all see that, you'll see that. If it helps Commissioner Chesney to provide that clarification, I think the interlocal as it's written is with the intention of those officers being dedicated to these processes. However, I believe the flexibility is there from the constable's perspective for those officers, if needed, to engage in other law enforcement activities outside of CIT. There's an allowance for them to be able to do so. And again, it goes back to the constable of Precinct 2 and the county being the employers of those officers, where the interlocal covers the fiscal arrangement for the reimbursement of activities associated with CIT-related activities.
And Mark,
I think those delineations are important, because at the end of the day, these officers, these deputies are not our employees. They are the employees of the county. And so I think we can flesh out those details if there's some specific language that needs to be there. I think that can be vetted. Initially, we had submitted a proposed contract on our community services contract shell. It was deemed that it would probably be more appropriate on the county's end for that to be done via the county's interlocal agreement process. And I think as it stands today, both MHID and Constable McCacken's office are comfortable with the language and the structure of the contract and how it's going to define the function of the two deputies. But I don't have an answer for you today on it. May be something that requires a separate discussion as it relates to the ability to use the district's funds to cover overhead, retirement, equipment, and all of the other operational costs for those deputies.
Hey, Mark, this is why I keep saying training, because if there be law enforcement officers first, and if something issues come up, because you don't want to have mental health issues, 8 hours a day, or maybe you will, but you might not. I think there should be law officers first. Mental health issues come up, they pull out of the patrol, they go do mental health. So.
That they can't, or we don't get reimbursed.
No.
That we don't get reimbursed for anything that they do as officers.
They would train them.
So there is a way to
Yeah,
solve
MHID would
this
train 'em.
issue contractually.
Yeah.
We get reimbursed at the county by the hospital districts for a variety of items, Johnny. You can see that the problem that is occurring is exactly where we got into sticking point a year ago. And I agree with you, there are many, many wonderful aspects to the hospital district. However, the chart that you displayed not too long ago on screen, where it was like this, you should bring it back. It's like this, flatline, 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 for almost a decade, flatline. And the reason that mental health has gone like this, like the Rattler at Six Flags, is because this court has made a commitment to make mental health a priority. And the fact of the matter is that none of it works unless, it's not about being CIT. Every CCPD officer and every constable ought to be CIT trained as part of a county policy. That's not the issue. The issue is there are too many people who need attention in the mental health realm that are not getting current attention, which is why we initiated the program to begin with. You can see that the issue is MHID, no matter how much decision-making power you give them, by law, they cannot do anything beyond that contract. So we do have an issue there. I'm certain that it can be solved, but it's not going to get solved in the manner that you have set up, which is just that MHID will hire, because we won't be able to have cars, we won't be able to have potential equipment or potential, and maybe that's not such a big thing because we have a great program for equipment and uniforms and all of the resources. But it's certainly an issue when it comes to being a full-time employee with benefits. And you can see how that's been an issue. And again, without going back in time, I hope you'll just help us solve this problem, because the desire is for both parties to have mental health officers that are dedicated to the mental health space. Why? Because we need it. Every data point literally screams it. And 2 is so minimal, I almost choke on it. But again, we want to work with the hospital district to make certain we can achieve our mutual goals. Your goal is to let the experts make the decisions. We agree. But in that vein, we're getting shortchanged the real dollars that are needed. And I hope that reveals
Judge,
itself.
I understand from the discussion in the commissioner's concerned. The agreement that MHID is working on with the county is still in flux.
Okay.
It's not completely done, so
Got
there is opportunity to step in there and try to address those concerns.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So this is going to, so I have to kind of ask why we're going this route now, because since we've opened this box, why can't we just go back, or not go back, why can't we just contract with you? Why do we have to do this through MHID since it's your money to them, to us? We've already got a relationship with you longstanding. Why do we even have to go through MHID? Because if they've got all these restrictions that we're having to do this and do that, and we can't do overhead, and we can't do, I mean, why not just you pull back the funding from MHID and contract with us straight up, like you do on so many other things that we appreciate? And I too don't want to discount your role. We've kind of gotten off a little track. I don't want to discount the significant role that your organization plays with this county, because it is significant and much appreciated. So thank you. But I don't know why we have to do this. Further, I'm not sure now, as I sit here, that this shouldn't be under the sheriff, because the sheriff is the law enforcement. I know we move positions around and so forth. I get it. But why wouldn't these be under the sheriff's reign? Because the sheriff is, I'm not asking you, I'm kind of rhetorically, but I mean, why wouldn't we look at redoing this completely if we're going to redo it? Because I don't agree with what's been outlined today. I don't think it is what we agreed to. I don't think it is what we voted for. I think if there are all these things that Mark's restricted by, which I appreciate and understand, then maybe, I don't think, Johnny, you have those same restrictions maybe. I don't know if you do, but I'm just wondering why we have to go to a third party to do it this way anyway, and why we don't just put these back under the sheriff, because these really need, he's the lead law enforcement officer. Constables have roles that are super important, but they're different than the roles of the sheriff. So we may need to just put this back on and revisit the whole issue, because I think it's kind of a mess now. And I don't mean that like it's anyone's fault. I just think this is, well, it's somebody's, I don't know, but I'm not trying to point fingers. I'm trying to fix it, because we all believe, I think, we need mental health officers. We all believe that 2 mental health officers, one shift for 8 hours, and the other shift, because it's going to be they're not going to both be on at the same time. It's going to be one for one 8-hour shift and one for another 8-hour shift. I think there's going to be plenty of work for these mental health officers to do. But maybe it needs to be under the sheriff, and maybe we need to be contracting directly with the hospital district and not have to run this through MHID, because this is not what we voted on. I know I've said it, and I don't mean to be repetitive, but this is not what we voted on at all.
Commissioner, first of all, let me remind you that this agreement that's being worked on between the county and MHID is still in flux. It's not written all the way. It's not agreed upon. And so before we start rebuilding everything, let's get this agreement out of the way and see what happens. So with regard to the notion of the hospital district doing this directly, the reason we stepped in the direction we did, Commissioner, is that we needed the mental health professionals involved in helping determine where needs are, what training and stuff the CIT officers need, what kind of people they're encountering on the streets. So if we do this, if you do the contract directly with the hospital district, we lose that, because what that essentially does is shifts to my office the determination of what training they need, where they need to go, how many we need to need. It completely bypasses the whole professional input on mental health. Now, maybe we could step into a situation where we go back and revisit that, but I would be extremely cautious of arranging a situation where mental health professionals are not involved. Maybe they don't need to do the actual decision-making financially. Maybe that could be handled some other way. So I want to leave the door open to going back and looking at that. But I'm reluctant to suggest to our board that we enter into a process that doesn't have the mental health professionals' involvement.
Hold on a minute. You have a mental health liaison that works for the hospital district named Dr. Gonzalez. So he would, of course, be involved, and he would, of
works
course,
for
never
the county.
Suggest. Right, but he's your mental health.
He's a county employee,
right,
and we reimburse you all for him.
Right.
And so he could have some involvement in that, but MHID is the authority, the entity in Nueces County who has state authority under various statutes to provide mental health services in the community. And I think to bypass them.
But it's not a bypass.
And Dr. Gonzalez is not a clinician.
Right, but it's not a bypass. That's why you have a liaison.
Well,
I would never bypass.
Maybe I misunderstood you, Commissioner.
No. I'm saying, why can't we contractually?
We're open to looking at that arrangement, but we would want to have one where the mental health people are involved.
Of course, but they seem to have some restrictions contractually, I would never eliminate MHID from being in the process. The whole reason we hired Dr. Gonzalez was to be able to have a liaison, because we felt it was so important to have a liaison to involve the mental health people all the time on everything that we need to do, which he has done, to my knowledge. If he hasn't, then we need to talk about that. So I would, it's contractually, they're saying they've got issues contractually with what they can and can't pay for. Okay, so I'm saying, well, why don't we look at how we do the contract a little different way and always include them, but maybe the contract just needs to be with you and they advise you. I don't know, but this is not what we paid.
Well, Commissioner, we're open to revisiting that arrangement. I do not suggest that we leapfrog directly to that until this contract that MHID and the county are working on gets settled.
I think we should look at the contract and see what it says.
Yes.
Mark?
If I may, yes, ma'am. If I may jump in, Commissioner Chesney and Commissioner Gonzalez and the court as a whole, let me echo Johnny's perspective, because I think we are at a position where this is not necessarily a problem that cannot be solved. Again, we've just finished putting some of the preliminarily final language on this interlocal agreement. I think, to echo his perspective, if I may suggest, coming together to finish that process and conversation to see how this could be rectified, because I do think if we take it from a broader stroke picture, because I know there's also been some discussion as part of this, well, it was 6, now it's 4, and now it's only 2. The reasoning behind that is a very good one. And that's because at the end of the day, with the Cloud9 software being brought in as part of this process, we're able to put the CIT model in place with officers that already exist, so that when they're interacting with these circumstances, it doesn't necessarily have to be a completely separate, specialized team in all circumstances. So that force multiplier component of utilizing this technology to put MHID's clinicians in the hands of law enforcement officers throughout the community, it negates the need for so many dedicated teams of in-person responders, which is the co-responder model that we founded when we first rolled this out 4 years ago. This is consistent with best practices throughout the nation in utilizing this, because the alternative is much more expensive, where if you have 6 dedicated CIT officers, that's 6 times the amount of cost, where if we are more efficient and leverage technology to put these processes in place where law enforcement is already interacting, then you have a much broader response to the issues that we're trying to address within the community. So I think from a dollars and cents perspective, if I may suggest that, we revisit that conversation between MHID and the county. I believe that contract is with Mary Esther as we speak, and she made some final revisions. We sent back some final review on that, so that nothing has been signed and nothing is formally executed. So I think if it's amenable to the court, we can revisit that discussion at your earliest convenience.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, Commissioner, you were asking about the positions we have currently hired at the constable's office. Right now, we transferred the 2 positions from the sheriff's office to the constable's office, and both those positions are currently filled. Currently in the budget, we have included the 2 additional mental health positions, but if that's the court's direction, when we get that balance, we can amend that to remove those positions if we want. Right now, we do not have any reimbursement from any source for any of the deputies we have or the position we have in. So right now, we've included the 2 that was transferred because they were already in the budget, and we had budgeted for 2 additional deputies, but that's when we get the proposing the budget, that's the point where we can add those 2 removed.
Let's remember that, because if we don't have a reimbursement for that, then that is not what we agreed to. And I think we're already paying for 2 more than we're supposed to be paying, because those were supposed to be reimbursed.
Correct.
So please don't let me forget when we get to that. I'm sure I won't, but
I'll make sure that's the first thing we
needs to
do.
be taken out of
I'll
the
ask
budget,
about that.
because we need to get reimbursed for the 2. We're not getting reimbursed for any right now.
I know.
We're out 4 budgeted items when I remember that meeting. It took about 5 minutes because it was presented that these were all being reimbursed. And we all went, well, okay, great, let's go. And not a one of them is being reimbursed. This is wrong. So we need to take those two out, and we need to get that other interlocal agreement in place pretty darn quick and make sure that those are mental health people and that those are getting paid for 100%, because that is what
Now,
we
also,
passed.
something that we need to make sure is in the agreement, yes, the hourly rates is important, but as we know, these are all part of the collective bargaining agreement, and we have supplemental pay for each of these officials. For the constables, they may have seniority pay, they may have peace officer certification, jail certification, so there's something other than hourly rates.
Okay, just to move us along and to create a summary, what I heard you say is that we have the two officers that are currently employed in our budget. They've
Yes.
been in our budget through 21.
And they will remain.
And they're now staying in the budget unless we make a decision to do otherwise. And in addition, the interlocal agreement is getting final touches. And some of the issues and concerns that we have addressed can be further addressed inside that contract.
Well, also, Your Honor, the two is still in the budget, but we also included the two additional, so right now, the proposed budget includes 4 officers.
Yeah, I'm going to address that when we get to budget, okay? I mean, because I don't think that's the intention of the court.
Right.
But we'll get there when we get there, but at least you can see
Yes.
the issues that come about. All right,
Judge, if I could say a few words?
sure. Constable, go ahead.
Yeah, I got in late. I'm sorry I wasn't there to attend. Like reiterate what Mark had said, we had, Mary Esther had made some final adjustments to the interlocal agreement, and they are going to provide the pay for the MHID officers up to $120,000, which I believe covers both positions, but we are the vehicle maintenance, the training, the longevity pay and stuff like that, the county is going to be responsible for. MHAD was not prepared to pay for that. So there are things that are going to have to come out of the general budget that we were not expecting. So, and then the two deputies that were slid from the sheriff's department, yes, they are currently coming out of the general fund, but we will be reimbursed. The idea was to carry those deputies over and then have MHID purchase or reimbursed for 2 more deputies so we could have 2 MHID officers on rotating shifts while MHID operates their schedule so we can adjust precinct 2 schedule to accommodate their schedule. So we would have 2, it would be rotating, so it would be 2 for 1 week and then 2 the next week. So we wouldn't lose officers all at once off the streets.
How did we go there? I mean, how did we get to that?
I don't know. It's just crazy.
Okay. All right, thanks, Constable. Well, we're gonna, again, when we get to the actual budget, we may ask for more resource here, but we're gonna address it. As any proposed budget, it's proposed.
Correct.
That's why we propose it, and then we get to, work on it, and I'm glad that we brought it up. And again, let's end with the positive. The spirit of this is to improve access to mental health services in our community, a trend that has been ongoing since beginning in 2018, and it just roller coastering to today. This is a excellent opportunity to say why your hospital district is so valuable and important. There are major crises in this country with access to health care, but there is no greater crisis happening inside the state of Texas than that with mental health and and behavioral health, particularly as it applies to substance use disorders. So we're with you, and it's the spirit of it but again, the devil is in the details, and we truly need to hammer some of these issues out. And Johnny, what you're hearing is the angst that happened with it was not miscommunication. It was literally not a meeting of the minds. This court thought X and Y was happening. And once it was revealed to us that we weren't being reimbursed, we came into a new opportunity to have a relationship. I think we can work through it. It's an amazing program, but we don't want to prepare I mean, we need to prepare, the budget appropriately for
Judge,
both of us.
And I just wanted to supplement that to help you finish it off, is I was sitting there thinking that 3 or 4 years ago, we never would be having a discussion about law enforcement officers helping address mental health
That's right.
issues and them receiving cross-training and us putting money into technology to spread out their skills in that regard. And so I do, Judge, agree with you in the court that we have come a long way. And like I said, this is a discussion we never would have had in past years. But now we're to the point of having it, and we're wading through these, but I don't want the public to have the impression that we're all hung up on some positions, because in the broader scope of things, we've made tremendous progress here, and we have constables and police department and other who are committed to putting trained officers on the street and trained in mental health and stuff, and that is a big step, Judge. Thank you all.
And I'd like to add one more thing. Just since we have implemented it in Precinct 2, we have responded to over 400 calls for service for mental health purposes, just to put that in perspective.
That is a very good, very good, very good data point. Okay, super. All right, well, thank you guys again for the robust discussion. We are going to mark the time at 12:43, Ms. Sands, for the closing of the public hearing only. We're going to get into our budget discussion shortly. I'm going to reconvene this regular meeting at 12:44 and ask that you go and follow along. We've already completed item H, but I would like to do a few more items before we get to some regular agenda items. And in particular, I'd call your attention to item I-1 in recognition of Govind Najarkini, professional engineer, who received this has just been like the National Champion Day. Just so you know, you may have missed it earlier, Govind, but turns out today is, if you're a national champion at anything, you belong in Nueces County courtroom. We'll explain later. But this is an opportunity to recognize you. You have received the 2022 Distinguished Service Award with special commendation as presented by the National Council of Examiners for Engineering and Surveying. The acronym is NCEES, and this is a very distinguished award that's given to professional engineers who have served their profession with distinction. And I would ask Belinda to please read for the public and the court.
So yes, Judge, as you said, we're just recognizing this prestigious award he received, and I'll just read a little bit about his accomplishments.
Thank you.
That brought him here. He actually received the Distinguished Service Award from this organization back in 2012, so now he's getting it with special condemnation. This is condemnation because this is the second time he's receiving this. He was appointed to the Texas Board of Professional Engineers and Land Surveyors in 2000 and served through 2012. As an emeritus member, he serves as a mentor to all new board members, providing valuable information and historical knowledge regarding board operations. His advice and experience were paramount during the sunset review and merger of the engineering and surveying boards in 2019. He has been integral in several important activities with the board, including international agreements with South Korea. He's participated in the Accreditation Board of Engineering and Technology on behalf of the board and is a liaison to various engineering groups for outreach efforts in the coastal South Texas area. He's also involved in engineering outreach and engagement for universities. Since 2012, he served on the NCEES committees for task forces, including the Committee on Examination Policy and Procedures, the Committee on Examinations for Professional Engineers, and the Industrial Exemption Task Force. He is an advocate for professions in licensure. His efforts have been recognized by many, including a U.S. representative presenting him with a certificate of congressional recognition for outstanding and invaluable service. The Texas Engineering Foundation recognized him as Engineer of the Foundation for his distinguished service, and Texas A&M University Corpus Christi has added him to their wall of fame on the campus. So without further ado, if you'd like to take the podium.
Yes, thank you. We welcome you, and this is where, before you do that, we do this. I don't want to date you, but tell everybody how long you have truly been serving the engineering community here.
In Corpus Christi, I
Corpus
came
Christi.
here in 75, so since 75, almost 47 years.
Incredible.
That I'm involved in engineering profession.
And one of the things that's remarkable about you is you have a great way of mentoring young engineers. If you look at the engineers that are older today, I bet once in a while you say, oh, he worked for me, he worked for me, she worked for me, she worked for me. They seem to gravitate to you because you have been a great mentor for young engineers as well. And of course, we're working with you here at the county, but you've worked with almost every single political subdivision, I would imagine, in the Coastal Bend at one time or another.
Judge, you're absolutely right. I have worked with most of every communities in South Texas and out of state and out of country. So I was looking at Ian, and he is very familiar when he was with CCREDC, and so I remember him, and I'm going to quote it if you don't mind, when CCREDC was giving us some funding for expansion because our company was honored by Inc. 500, which is the 500 fastest growing companies. And the council asked him the question that you just came here from Louisiana. If Govind was in Louisiana, would you consider him for this funding? And his comment was, yes, absolutely. I wish he was there at that time, but I'm glad he is here. And I remember that. And, I have worked with most of commissioners, including you, in different aspects. Commissioner Chesney, long time, because he was at the council member, and also Commissioner Mares, he was on the council, so we did a lot of work for city and county and internationally. So, yes, you're right. The one thing I would add to it, which I found out later after all these things happened, that I'm the first one to receive both the awards at State of Texas.
Wow.
No one has received this. And I can come out and say that nobody will receive it for at least additional 8 to 10 years, because to get the last award which I received, you have to wait at least 8 to 10 years before you're qualified to get that award after you get the second award.
Fantastic.
And it's the same way, being Asian, Indian, or American, I'm going to rephrase it, not American Indian, but
Indo-American.
American from Indian origin. I'm the only one, not only that, but Asian, the first one to receive this award. Just wanted to add that because I just found that out.
It's an incredible accomplishment, Govind, and I also want to remark of your community service, which is vast, but you're currently serving the county. In addition to all of the great things you're doing professionally, you're also serving the county on our Nueces County Christus Spawn Board, and always worrying about access to health care is to have a champion there like yourself is really amazing. So I know you'd want to recognize, none of this would be possible, correct?
Yeah,
Without the love and support of?
Yes, ma'am, I was going to mention that, and I will even come out and say that when I got my very first award, this is the third award, when I got my very first award, I got so excited that I recognized everyone, thanked everyone, but forgot to recognize my wife. And that was the big mistake, and I had to pay a big amount for that. And married people will know what that means. But I want to recognize my wife of 45 years. None of this would have been possible when I was expanding in my career. The children, she was the one who took care of it. And I did not have to worry about anything at the home front. I was more involved at the professional side, and what I'm today on that end of it, all great credit goes to her. Without her, I would not have been able to make it happen. So I would like to thank my wife again and again, Bhakti Nadkarni. So.
Thank you.
Judge, I've known Govind a long time, and I think we need to give the award to his wife, because I've known Govind so long, I know who deserves the award, but congratulations, that's quite an honor, and we're very proud to recognize you today, and it's well-deserved. You've been a distinguished citizen for many, many, many years in this community, and we really appreciate it, and I congratulate you today for this outstanding recognition.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you for all you do.
Yes, thank you. It's just, would be an honor. We would like to celebrate with our county with a photo with you and your wife, if you would allow us, if you join us back here in the dais, and we'd ask someone to do that for us. But it is exceptional, your accomplishments, and we do want to shout it out from the mountaintops. So thank you for joining us here today and allowing us to honor this very prestigious distinction that you've been given.
Love to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody that will do that for us? We lost everyone. Belinda, may I impose upon you to do that for us? I lost all the, or Maggie, would you be so kind as to do it?
Just tell them to come up here. Yeah, no, yeah, yeah. Whatever.
They're gonna look at these pictures later and wonder if it was really summer.
No, I know, do not.
They're gonna join us right here. Hope so. Here comes Kate. We'll celebrate it on our news. Oh, Maggie, forgive me, I left those glasses right there. In the interest of time, I'm gonna ask Louis to hold here for
Judge,
just.
I want to say thank you to everyone for
Oh.
this recognition. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Govind, thank you. He's like Madonna, you just need to know him by one name, Govind.
Did we have one, yours, and then elections? Can you, people waiting still?
I know. I'm gonna hold on the general information report for that reason, and just ask that we swiftly move through board appointments. It's item K1, Nueces County Civil Service Commission. And I need to switch to that, so. We do have members Roberto Tamez, Jason Floyd, and one vacancy. So the term expirations are coming up in December 31st. And again, the one vacancy for this Civil Service Commission. We have several applications. One is Mr. Jose Pereira. One is Adalberto Carrillo III.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Carrillo.
I second it.
I just wanted to confirm, but she's not here, that the two that are serving have also designated their willingness to serve again. I'm not sure that I have those, I did not have that information.
Those aren't, I don't think those are on to.
Oh, you know what? It's 23. We're still in
Yeah.
22.
Yeah,
Forgive
yeah,
me,
yeah.
forgive
That's
me
okay.
on that. So you
This
have.
is just a vacancy, Judge.
This is just, you're absolutely right. I was looking at the wrong year. So we have for the vacancy, Mr. Paredes and Mr. Carrillo, and there's a a motion to have Mr. Carrillo serve,
Second.
and there is a second. Okay, is there any discussion at all?
I think Mr. Carrillo will do a good job. He's very much involved in the community, always willing to volunteer to do certain things in the community. So I think he'll be an asset to the commission. So that's why I went ahead and nominated Mr. Carrillo for the Civil Service Commission.
And I'm certain that you're accurate in that description, and I just wanted to say, that it looks like we have two really great applicants. And so my hope is that the applicant that is not successful here today would be encouraged to continue looking for the opportunities to serve in other boards or commissions, which are certainly open at this time. Is there any other discussion at all? Is Mr. Carrillo with us today? No?
No, he might be
Okay.
working.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Okay, and then how about the minutes of August 29th and September 1st? You've had an opportunity to review. Is there a motion to approve? And is there a second?
Second.
And all those, any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. There's,
September the 1st or 29th?
it's both, the 29th, August, and September 1st.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Kara. Okay. All right. The consent agenda is items A through J, and I'd look for a motion at this time to approve such consent agenda.
Judge, I need to pull G, please.
G as in girl is pulled. Any others?
F
F, okay,
and J.
and J is in jam. All right, I will go through A through E and H and I, looking for a motion to approve, please.
So moved.
And I'll second, and all those in favor, if there are no further discussions, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. Let's start with, in order by alphabet, letter F. It's an agreement amendment number 3 with Absolute Waste Services for solid waste collection. And forgive me, but was it Commissioner Chesney?
I just want to clarify, this is what, for a 1-year extension, right? Where
Well,
is it?
yes, let me pull that. I believe that's correct. Let me get,
And then it goes, next year will be open for bids? That's correct. Right?
We have staff tags. Michael?
if you don't mind, Michael, approach the microphone. It's the final renewal, as I understand it, but would you confirm?
Let's see. Yes, this is the last renewal. The next time out, we'll have to rebid.
Okay, so moved.
And is there a second? Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. The next one is the janitorial services from AHI. Commissioner Chesney.
Judge, pulled this, I think the county manager had some questions on this, or Mike, or somebody did, Juan,
I
or
believe,
Michael, or, sorry, go ahead.
I believe that there was a question about the amount of the contract, and the, this contract has been reviewed by legal. Public Works is the contract administrator. They performed the negotiations with the AHI for this service, and we're recommending approval of this. We've visited with Dale. It's in the budget. And if for comparison's sake, you want to know, the previous provider that the county had requested a price increase, and that price increase compared to what we're dealing with today is about 5% different. So it's a competitive number. It's a larger number than we've had before. But
And so where is the extra funding coming from?
We're budgeting the funds out of our normal process that does the services, so this is covering many funds because it covers many locations, so the majority of the costs will probably be funded through the general fund.
So what issue did you?
No, because it was a 300 increase total compared to last year, but that's why they're just making sure that we had the funds to be able to cover this contract. And what I'm hearing right now from the auditor is like, we do have enough
So-
funds to cover that additional.
So Juan signed off on this, y'all, Michael signed, y'all all
Yes,
signed off
yes,
on
Juan
this?
and I are in agreement and moving forward with this.
Scott signed off on it, okay. there you
Yes,
go.
Scott and Daryl as well.
Just gotta make sure that whatever gets transferred over to coastal parks to cover it. Last time we did this, I had to suck it all up.
I'm sorry, Scott, but you gotta pay for it, man.
So Scott, if you don't mind, just use the microphone, but just repeat that and,
I just want to make sure, I mean, it's budgeted, but I haven't seen it transferred over to coastal parks so I can process the invoice. We agreed that, Juan and Daryl and I have all agreed that we would process our own invoices. That way, if there's a shortcoming somewhere, I'm not holding up payment when they're performing well for me. And we've been using them because ABM just quit on us. And so we've been using them for 2 months and they've been doing an outstanding job, just FYI.
okay, thank you, Scott. All right,
Move passage.
all right,
Second.
motion is
Second.
from Commissioner Chesney, a second from Gonzalez, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And then the last one is item J. It's an intergovernmental relating to labor costs from the Marshals Service for the East Hidalgo Detention Center. This is an approval of a modification entitled Number 6, U.S. Marshals and Nueces
I only
County.
have one, I thought we had already approved this here, but, didn't we approve, Dale, the $460,000 for the year, or?
There's two locations. This is, we have the, this location's the different, the one you're talking about was the one that's local. This is the one down in
Hidalgo.
Hidalgo County.
Okay. And this is what, $72 per day? And 27 for transport?
That's the housing that they charge. We get a percentage of that savings that we get for the county for revenue. So right now, that hasn't changed for ours at the moment. We're still negotiating with them. But for right now, because of their, like our jail, they have a union that has, their cost goes up, so their rates have to go up.
Okay. All right, so move.
Second.
All right. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. Okay. That concludes our consent agenda for the day, and we'll move into regular agenda. As you know, we already advanced with the MetroCom activities, so item 3A1 is done, and in order to accommodate some of the folks that have been here all morning long, we are going to get to budget and to our tax rates, but I'd like to advance item number 9, 10, and 11. 10 and 11 is at the request of Ms. Sands, and 9 is a request of myself, just because they've been here for quite a while this morning. Item number 9 is discuss and consider the use of American Rescue Plan Act, otherwise known as ARPA funds, to fund the Broken Chains Recovery Center. And we had quite a very robust show of support during public comment, but Mr. Reed is here. And he did want to play, I think it's a 90-second video for us, and we're going to, I'm sorry? Minute and a half, there we go.
Judge, can you just lay out what
And
you're
I will lay
wanting?
it out while we're getting that set
Yeah,
up.
just-
Thank you.
Sure.
And as you know, I've been working with different organizations to help fulfill the wishes of the community. Here we go. And the homelessness initiative always ranks very, very high, both in our community online survey and in our halls. And so the ask here is $300,000 from the county judge's ARPA allocation to help establish this new center.
Judge, I would move passage.
Thank you.
Second.
Second. Okay, motion and a second, and let's just indulge Mr. Reed for the 90 seconds. Would you play it? And then I'll take the vote.
this photograph here, Judge, and the next photograph is of the property that we're trying to buy at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. And obviously, there's a lot of, and I always mention this to make certain everybody knows, there's, once we take a vote on the allocation, it's the beginning of the process. We work together to make certain that the right agreement, the right eligibility is confirmed, and also the right contracts are reviewed and developed. But today is a day to say that there seems to be a great need in this arena. You seem to be filling it, although we're at a maximum, and this new property, as I understand it, would be able to expand the services and of course, provide hope to so many who seem hopeless at a point in their lives. So are there any questions at all for this project or for Mr. Reed? As again, I bet you'll be back here when we do consummate the contract many times, but if there's any questions, I know that he'd be happy to be here this time. By the way, we may want to talk about the significance of the $300,000. That represents 50% of really what that down payment needs. So the nice thing about the $300,000 is it almost serves as that challenge grant to go out and complete that mission. And of course, that would need to happen in order to see this recovery center fulfilled.
We're kind of anxious at this point, Judge, because of the property owners are threatening to take it off the market because they haven't had any response. The whole facility there is ready to go right now, with the exception of 3 rooms that have foundational problems, that is off to the side, away from what we're planning on using. In just 2 of those rooms, I've already laid out and designed how I can put 20 guys in the one room with showers and restrooms. And the other half of the other building, we have room for 12 females and a kitchen, all in just 2 rooms of that building. So there is so much available. There's 5.3 acres, so much room to expand and everything. And it is way under market, you know.
Thank you.
The COVID actually set us back a little bit in 2020. We were running about 10,000 people a year, and in 2020, we dropped down to 6,000. And now we're back up again. Last year, like I said, we did 13,354. The need is out there, and as was mentioned earlier, there's people calling every day that need help. And that's one of the most painful things for me, is to say no to somebody, and I know they got no place to go except up under a bridge. And excuse me, I have a hard time dealing with that. But I don't have anything else, Judge,
Thank
unless
you.
someone else wants to ask a question.
Anybody else? Thank you again. We hope that this makes a mark in the homelessness issue that's prevalent or in so many urban centers, and we are no exception. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Congratulations, the work begins. We're going to ask those that are here to lay out, which is really Ms. Sands, items number 10 and 11, that we'll put those forth. And the first one is the early voting polling locations. They're in your notebook, I believe, or we can put them on the screen. This is the early voting polling locations for November 8th, 2022, the locations. And let me,
Y'all all have already approved the locations.
right.
Right.
I think it was the Del Mar Economic,
No, it was the, y'all asked, what y'all asked was, the schools said no, which again, we're trying to, remember.
go ahead and just
School
a little.
safety, we're trying to get back from schools as much as possible. So, but I think it was the times. You wanted me to make some calls, which I have.
Correct.
About the times. So I recommend keeping the same times for this election that we always have, for reasons being, it's several locations cannot accommodate the first week from 7 to 7. And by law, they have to have the same hours. So you can't have a few places 8 to 5 and other 7 to 7, has to be the same time, uniform, and from also the workers. So,
Question for you. We're going to bifurcate it. Let's go back to the school piece first, if you don't mind. So just to make sure there's clarity, there was a request to look at 2 locations.
Correct.
And that was Miller High School or Driscoll Middle
Correct.
School, one of the 2.
Correct, yes.
And they said no. I just want the public to know
yes,
that.
They are election day locations. Please keep in mind,
They
you can.
are. I checked into that. but-
Well, you approved, yes, and y'all approved them last week. They're election day. The early voting locations we have had, and I think Commissioner Modas can attest to this, we have one of the highest numbers in the state compared to other counties, if you just look at
Yeah, but
percentage-wise.
you gotta just go back to the schools didn't really wanted to deal with it on a 2-week basis, you know?
Right, there's a big difference between 1 day early voting and 2 weeks when you do not have a place that is actually away from the students, like Veterans does, right? Veterans High School does, and Grant Middle School as well. You're not going in and have that access to the students.
And what about,
So that's.
was there
what we-
any other request? I don't know why I thought, I guess
don't-
Del Mar was on the permanent when we get there.
It's always been there. Oh, no,
No, the
Del
Eco
Mar.
Devo.
No,
The
no,
Eco
so
Devo building
What,
on
that was
Pistorius.
for the next agenda item.
Right, okay, that's
Yes,
the
that-
next,
yes,
we're gonna
that's-
get there in
yes,
just a
we will
moment.
get there, correct.
Okay, so on this item, Commissioners, we had asked the county clerk to go and check out those 2, and there was not an availability for Driscoll or for Miller. And so the next piece of,
So do we need to pass this?
well,
one?
we already did, we already have, but the next,
Okay.
right, we've already passed the locations.
We're just gonna go back and
The,
check.
she went, we said if there was an opportunity, we would like to add, but there is not the opportunity for those school. And I'm just asking so we can be very open-minded about it. Is there any other area, location, I'm sorry, any location in that general area that we've ever used that might come to mind?
For early voting?
Right.
I mean, and that's the point, when I know that a comment was made about the holes. Well, those holes are filled on election day, which is
and that-
7 to 7. These places, we've used the same locations for a long time. In fact, these are the locations that the parties agreed to and wanted to use for the primary and for the
Okay.
past elections. And we added 10 locations in addition to the 14 that were used for the primary. So all these concerns all of a sudden are just, I mean, they haven't been a concern in the past.
Yeah, I think,
And so I don't,
I
again-
think in fairness, the concern is not a concern, it's more of an opportunity to
Right.
expand hours or locations. And so
Right.
what
And
about
which we
the
have,
compromise?
Always.
Right.
Always, and that's what we've done. So again, I know it, but
Right.
again, we have my staff here and said over and over again, we don't take these locations lightly. And so the
Right.
locations that we have put forth, I mean, they work, and we always want to expand.
Yeah.
The hours I do not recommend because of the lack of planning before. And this, again, it was just brought up on the day y'all are going to approve locations, so.
Well, the
once
League
we're-
of Women Voters came and provided commentary, and
Okay,
that's what
well,
we were reacting
right,
to.
right.
And
So-
of course, we always want to have,
Sure.
if we could do 7 to 7, that would have been something that the court would have wanted to do.
Sure.
What about the opportunity to go 8 to 6? It was possibly suggested that 1 extra hour, it certainly,
It's
if,
still an extra hour that, again, you have to think about all the locations. I mean, an extra hour just sounds like, oh, an extra hour. But we have workers that have made arrangements for husbands and for wives. Remember, we're talking older population here, they're retired. Again, I recommend that you just keep it the way it's been, and then we work
It's
towards.
not so much about 6, you say
Yeah.
6 o'clock, but like the lady said, sometimes I'm there till 7:30 or 8 o'clock.
Exactly. If
So
someone's
you're
in line
either
to
getting
vote,
them
they
Before
vote.
work or after work? It's either 7 o'clock, you're getting them before work, or, I mean. but you could-
typically
you have the
after work
second
on the way
week.
home is
Right.
better.
Well, you
Well,
have
look,
the
I
se- you
think,
have the
I think
second
we
week.
want to work towards,
Sure.
diversifying our workforce, because when it comes to voting, the convenience is to the voter. That's what we're looking for, right? And I think we can move
We have
towards
always
that.
done that, Judge, always. In my office, and since I have been in office, we have done everything. We expand You know,
Right.
the locations, we implemented vote centers. In 2016, my office has done everything. We work hard to make sure that voting is convenient and easy for voters and to protect their vote, the integrity of the election. And we've done that consistently,
You know, I think,
consistently.
just to-
Diversifying the workforce, it's easier said than done, right? Because
Always.
and when we talk about early voting, that's 2 weeks. So, again,
You know, and we always had the first week to 5 o'clock for
Mhm.
the last 3 elections. The primaries was no problem, it was the same times.
Yeah.
So, you know, I just, 7 o'clock is the second week, you got the second week till 7 o'clock. Saturday still 7 o'clock. So, I think, I mean, I think we looked at I know I have, I know Kara has probably too, and, you know. we
And my staff
call, We
work
call
really hard.
RTA too to help us out.
Yep.
And I guess they come out, they're gonna help us out, right?
Do what? I'm sorry.
RTA?
Oh, yeah, that's right, because Commissioner Gonzalez.
They've always done free rides.
Always, and that was actually Commissioner Gonzalez's,
But 3
drove
years-
that
3
back in
years ago.
2016. That was his idea to go and approach them, so that's his.
But this year they're gonna do, this year they're gonna do the first day of early voting. They're gonna do the bus rides where it was, it's a promotional to let people know that we're kicking off the elections. So the first day of early voting, they're gonna provide the free rides. Then they're gonna provide the free rides on the general election day so.
And then the B is always free for the elderly and disabled. They can always get a free ride
Correct.
to the vote centers.
One of the things I noticed in research, and you're correct, what you mentioned earlier, Kara, proportionally, we are doing pretty well. Now, I would argue that we could always want to increase,
Sure.
right? And so I know that you and I have always talked about where can we do that. But just to give some perspective, Bear County has 35 locations, Travis County has 32, and we have, what, 24? So not too bad. Now, I will tell you what Travis County does a really good job
How
at.
many did you say Bear had?
35.
And they're 4 times our size, and we have, that's pretty solid.
So, and Travis has 32, so pretty close numbers, and they're probably a little bit smaller than Bear County, close to it. They're growing, but the thing I do like about Travis County, though, is they kind of break it down by region. And Travis is so much of a better size or shape, and so is Bear County compared to Nueces County. We're kind of a stranger shape. In our population center, it's not just kind of a complete circle like you have in those two counties. But Travis County, if you pull it up online, you find that there is it's broken down by region in the county. So I think it takes more into perspective, like I know some of the members in public comment have already mentioned, some of the public, as far as central part, north part, south part, east, west. So I think that is what we need to strive for. And I know that, you can point out, well, we have plenty in different locations, but I do agree with the statement that was made that there are some areas that are missing out, and some are just gonna be closer. Some are gonna have to be moved because of road construction or other construction that we have going on. But I love Travis County's model. And so I think we've really been at the forefront over the years with the voting centers. A lot of counties caught up to what we were doing here in Nueces County. But also just in the listing and going to what RTA is doing for us. Travis County actually points out which locations are within 5-minute or less distance from a bus stop.
Okay.
And so I think that's a
That's
nice
good.
little bit, kind of just reassurance to a person that says, how am I gonna map this out? How am I gonna get to where I need to go? They actually kind of put it there on their list. So it's more based on regions or parts of the county, and the busing, including so people understand how am I gonna get there if need be. And there's even something called mega centers, and I don't know if ours would be considered mega centers already. I don't know, some are real small and some are a lot larger. But if you can look into that for the future, because the next election will be up before we know it. We'll be talking about it by the end of next year already. So if you could look at those, I would really be interested in wanting to have that kind of be brought to Nueces County, because there are some good ideas there. But that's my biggest part, is looking at the map, making sure that we are mapping out geographically more
So-
representative of what's there.
We
And
do.
so
You
I
have
know
the
what you're
Google
saying
map already,
about reaching out to the school districts. I get that. Having been on the school board and the schools that we talked about, I could picture, I've been in those schools and they're not set up for safety. They're not.
No.
You cannot get access to the building without coming into contact with students or staff. So I agree on some of those. But Del Mar Economic Development Center is a great location,
Well,
right off of two
on the
main
next
roads. So that's a good alternative to the Lindale Senior Center
Next-
on Election Day.
Yeah,
right?
that's the next item that
that's
you
the
need
next
to,
one.
I need
So-
y'all to change.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
so I'm in favor with this. I would like to see that we take on, like we talked about almost a year ago when we did our redistricting for Commissioners Court, that there be a resident committee. I would suggest that we have a resident committee as well to contribute information. I know the parties do a great job, and they have areas that they feel that are going to be suited great for their primaries in coordination with you in March. But I think if we can include more residents, just everyday residents that can help contribute to some of that planning, I think that would be helpful as well.
Commissioner, we get that every single day with calls, I promise.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
no, I
just so you know, we
agree,
get-
and we get
I
phone
mean-
calls too, but I think, we can have a meeting and set up just as easily as we have planned for the next time we redistrict here in the county. I'm saying it's just, so there's no questions as far as transparency or fairness. I'm not making those statements, but that's been made. Look, okay, let's be reality. I get you get very protective of this, and this is not a shot at you. But I'm just saying, look, if there's people out there that have good ideas, then let's include them. Let's include them in the process. It's a work in progress, and I know that that's why you don't want to deliver that information too early, because it's still a very tentative list. But I think that if we can include the public, then there's no chance of anyone being able to say, look, this hasn't been a fair process, or I haven't had a chance to include my input on this. So I'd like to see that in the future. So it's just a suggestion. I think it's something that we can consider as we get closer to that. But I just don't want us to get to, that's a great idea, we'll plan for the next election, and we plan for the next election. It's always we forget or we don't plan. Let's set up something so that we have that in place. And I'm saying that to us because that's the problem we came across with redistricting. We said, man, we should have been doing this, but we gave ourselves a very short window to plan for it. So we got to talk about this out loud so it can be documented, so somebody can remember this as we get closer to those important dates, that we can plan for them. So that's what I'd like to see for us. Like I said, Travis County is a great example on how they break it down by particular regions within their county. And I think that would be helpful to eliminate any arguments that may be made that certain parts of the county are not being included as a vote center. So, thank you.
Commissioner, thank you. I appreciate your suggestions. I would also say that it's interesting that all of your suggestions are coming just right here in the election, and I do kind of take that as a dig because, again, my office is open to the public. Anyone that comes in with ideas and suggestions, we hear them every day, and we take them in every day.
Don't take them personal.
Again,
I'm
well,
just
hold on.
offering
Let me, can I
suggestions.
just?
That's not personal.
Okay,
Okay?
can I finish,
It's not a
Commissioner,
dig.
please?
You want me
Okay.
to take a dig? I could get
Well-
very partisan, but I'm not, Kara.
Well, I appreciate
I
that.
support you in everything you've
So,
brought up
again-
before us, so don't take
so
it as a
again,
dig. It's
for-
not.
Okay.
You
Well,
know I'm
again,
not
I
like
would
that, and I've never acted like that in this court, so don't even go there, okay? Don't.
No, you have.
Okay.
You have, and that's okay, but you have.
Sure.
Can I ask
So-
a question?
Let me,
I'd like to give my input. I'd like to know exactly where the clerk who she contacted about Miller High School in Driscoll.
Kara, did you contact CCISD?
Yeah, we speak to CCISD. And
So-
sir, you're a teacher, and again, we need to talk about school safety. You said it yourself, you have to go into Miller, into the library.
Okay, have you
And-
been into Miller?
So, yes, I've been into
Okay,
Miller.
so me too. I know exactly. It's a real quick turn to the
Yeah.
right. And there are other schools that are on there. If you're concerned with safety, why do you have other schools like Veterans Memorial?
And I did explain, well, veterans, they're actually away from the students. It's in the auditorium in the back, and we've discussed this.
Well,
That,
how close is the library to the students? Do you know the school? I do. I went to school there.
I've gone and I've recruited students for Miller, so yes, I do know the school, sir. And again, I'm sorry, but this is, you,
So what do you want to know? I'm just,
What I want to know is why is Miller being shoved aside here?
Not
There
shoved
is a
aside.
community there.
It's not shoved aside, it's for a general election.
Right, but it can be an early voting too. Have you looked at the map that I sent to you, sir?
Yeah, I looked at it.
Did you pay
no,
attention real
you know what?
closely?
You didn't send it to me, you sent it to other people.
No, I
not
sent it
me.
to you too.
No, I didn't see it, I didn't get it.
Okay, probably didn't look
I
at
was
it.
one of the commissioners didn't get it.
No, you got it because I sent it to you.
But I'm just telling you, we've gone through this already, and this is what we had last year, the year before last, and before you came on board, you know, that was discussed with the prior one, you just came on July. So it's kinda really late to start changing a lot of things, you know, but back next year, next election, this is where you really need to get involved.
Well, I think right now is the time to get involved,
right
and I
now
think
is-
Miller should have some representation here. The Miller
I
High
think
School
they're only
area,
doing what
and if you
Miller-
look
I
at the
think-
big
I think they're only
hole
doing
that
what Miller
exists.
wants
Hold
them
on,
to
let's
do.
not talk over each other. Let's hang on one second, Commissioner Gonzalez.
There is a hole
Go
that
ahead, and then
exists.
we'll
If
have
you
him
would do
respond.
your homework, you would look around the Ray area and the Miller area. There's a gap in terms of early voting centers. That's why
Delmar.
I make the suggestion. And yes, I am concerned with the students, but you've got other 4 locations where you have students. You have a university where there are students. You have a community college where there are students. So please,
The community college?
I don't believe exactly what she said. I think that the party chair summed it up best in a personal email that I'm pretty certain she may have sent to y'all too. Or I can forward it to you.
Okay, you talking about community college, Mr. Science?
Community college, kids get killed too.
Delmar's on there.
Right. But aren't they threatened?
Oh, they're
Her accusation was that about school safety. Miller High School, as soon as you walk in that door, you take a right turn and you're gonna hit the library.
But the kids go to the library.
Right, well, I mean, they go everywhere, sir.
Well, that's what they're trying-
Everywhere.
But that's why they're trying to find a place where it won't be congested that way, find a place away from the.
So where are we gonna get it in that area?
I don't know.
I guess that's what I'm asking.
Something we have to
That
look
community
at.
exists as well.
Okay, so you've asked a couple of questions. Let me just, everybody hold. Kara, can you address the 2 issues? One is
So the-
CCISD.
Right,
And the
so-
second issue is,
Mr. Sines is aware because he has been in contact, in constant contact with my staff, and they answered your question. So you do know, and we did tell you. And you have been a part of this. Now, when you're sending me text messages at 8:30 at night because I don't reply to you and that upsets you, that's inappropriate to do that. And so you do talk to my staff. I think you were upset because I wasn't personally calling you back all the time. Okay, so that was, I'm gonna lay it out there, right, because that's just the truth. So, Miller High School, it's
That is
easier on.
not the truth right there. She's
Okay,
lying right
on-
there.
Okay,
Okay, hold-
on election, this is your new chair, so you wanna,
okay, so
Make-
hold
bring-
on.
bringing- and
So
one
what I
more
want to
thing.
do is just, let's just answer the question. You've spoken to CCISD.
yes, my staff, we have reached out
I
to.
mean, your
C-
staff, your
Yes,
staff,
yes.
extension, and CCISD said Miller.
For election day, yes. Early voting, no. It's. the-
Okay,
all-
so,
right,
okay,
and
hold on.
Which it is early election day.
I hear you. So again, I'm just trying to get us back to a center point. So on early voting, because that's all we're doing right now for locations, did CCISD say no to Miller and no to Ray?
Yes. And-
Okay, so that's the answer to your question, is that CCISD has rejected Miller and Ray as an early voting location. And I think that was his question.
Driscoll as
And,
well.
and
Miss-
Driscoll Middle School as
yeah.
well. And so, that's the answer to the question. And the second is there he believes that there is a gap. Do you see on your map, from the early voting locations, how that gap can be best answered? If somebody says, hey, I think you've got a gap, what is your
Well,
answer to that?
The answer to that is,
Which
and I'm
are,
not
which
sure
are
if you
they?
put this in, what y'all usually will do is, hey, if there's more locations that need to be added, or you want to add or you can find to add, you've always left that open, and I would come back.
Okay.
And continue to look.
So would you?
So-
The fact that people can vote anywhere?
Yes.
Isn't that a help to the community? I mean,
Yes, of course, yes.
they don't have to drive to a specific place. They can just be somewhere where
Right.
there's voting and they can vote,
Mhm.
right?
Yes, and we
I don't-
did, yes, and there's been a big hole over in the area where Carroll High School, the old Carroll High School is a new location. And so, again, we do look to try to fill those holes, right, for early voting, and we work towards that. And I think we get better every time, and we want to always improve. So we have 4 new locations, that we haven't had. And one of them, I think, so we can always work towards and look for other locations. But, again, we were asked to talk to these 2 really, but we did ask about Ray, and they said no.
Okay.
So,
Let me just ask you this, so we can move on, since we've already approved these, what we need to do is make a decision regarding the hours, and you've already stated your recommendation. If there, in the next week, since we're gonna come back next week, if in the next week, through mutuality, coming to terms, if somebody finds a great location and what they're perceiving as the gap, would you be interested in, would you entertain that conversation?
absolutely,
Thank you.
absolutely.
Okay, so I think that I don't know if that answers your questions, but, or addresses your concerns, but at least we know that your question was answered, Mr. Sines.
Well, there's still the gap. And
Right.
so if it's not Ray High School, why not across the street at the Del Mar, the center there? I mean, you can do it there,
Yep.
to deal with that one gap in the Ray area.
So let me take a look at everything,
Uh-huh.
okay?
And we can bring it back next week.
Well, you know what I'll do is if I find something, y'all can ratify it, like we've done in the past. And I have brought locations back.
Right, well, how would
So,
you, what I'd like to do is, and that was really the point that you said, yeah, I will entertain it, but
sure,
what I'd like to do is, at least, we need to make the motion so that you can have your hours clear.
do that, and
And
I can always
so-
come back, but
and
we need to
then-
have,
Judge, I would just make
Well,
a
I'll make a
motion.
motion, we keep-
Are we on 9 or 10, though?
The earlier one. We're on
I mean, 10 or
number,
11,
number
sorry.
10.
Okay.
Wait a second, number 10, the early voting polling
Would
locations.
make a
Am I
motion
using the
that we
wrong one?
pass item 10.
Second.
Second.
Right, there's a motion
Okay.
and a second with regards to the hours. And,
And again, I appreciate all your work and all the prior work by the party chairs, because I know how much work the party chairs put into this to getting it to this point.
Well-
And everybody worked together, and I just appreciate everybody working together, so.
and the motion is for the hours, but I also, let's just do that first. And so all those in favor of keeping the hours the same signify by saying aye.
I thought we were doing all of 10,
Well,
Judge.
what I want to
motion
do
was-
is I have a second motion. and that-
Y'all have
that
already
second, we've
approved
approved
locations.
all the voting locations. I've got a second motion. That motion is, I'd like to make a motion to have the county clerk ask Del Mar's Eco Devo if they would host early voting, and that the motion is that we approve that location contingent upon them agreeing, you asking them and them agreeing.
Sure.
I mean,
Second.
And so there's a
we just need
motion
to
and a
get the party-
second.
We just need to get everybody together, because make sure we can.
I agree, but
And
that
get
motion,
workers, get
let
extra-
her, it
subject
gives her
to-
subject to, gives her a
workers
chance to
being
go do that.
available And parties being able to make sure everything is filled.
people that work.
Right.
Yeah,
That can
'cause-
give me the list.
I hear you. It is contingent upon all of the items needing to be, it puts both parties in a good situation of compromise. It addresses the gap, but it puts the burden on them as well to fill the need,
Yep.
right? So I think that that's a strong position. And also, I'll be honest with you, I know because of the timetable, how difficult it is to get everybody to 6 o'clock or everybody to 7 o'clock. And I'm going to vote yes on the 8 to 5 because I'm, in the spirit of compromise, you've got your work cut out for you in this time frame. And I agree with Commissioner Modis, we can look to different solutions in the future. In other words, we can aim to the expanded voting, because what we do see, which is a good thing, is that everything we know sometimes gets blown out of the water Like, you don't know if you're going to have a year where there's tremendous, voter participation, or a year that has lower than average participation. In 2018, we blew every record out of the water because we had such increased voter participation. And of course, that's what we aim for, right? We try to
Sometimes the
increase.
weather.
Well, we never know. But the bottom line is early voting did very well last cycle. And so that's something good to aim for. So at any rate, the motion on the hours, all those in favor signify by, I think we did it already. No, I'm sorry, Emma. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then the motion that's been made and seconded on the Del Mar Eco Devo to be included in the early voting to address the gap, subject to, obviously, their participation, consent, as well as the judges being asked to work. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
I would like to make a comment. We have a lot of locations. We have almost as many as a county 4 times our size. If we need to do this differently next year, like, I know that the county clerk reaches out to all of us in advance, this could have all been worked out in advance. It is a little frustrating coming down to the last minute on this, when they put hours and hours and hours, and they've reached out to every, and they've reached out to every single one of us to get input on this before. So I get the frustration here, because this should have been done. It was agreed to by everybody until we got in here. So if we need to change it up to where it's 5 minutes from a bus stop, or more spread into each precinct, where each precinct has 6 or 3 or 5, whatever, I'm open for all that. But I just hope we can get this done and avoid these kind of things at the last minute, because there was a ton of this work that went into it, and all the party chairs were involved. They were, so anyway, but I appreciate the efforts made, and hopefully we can get it going.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. If we're going to move on, we'll move on to the approval of the Election Day vote centers. There's one change. It's to include the Del Mar Eco Devo as a permanent voting location. I'm sorry, a permanent location for, I say permanent, but a voting day location for November 8th.
Why are we doing that now? Is there a hole now too in Election Day? Why are we going to add
in
another?
place of
Transfer
Lindell.
Lindell. It's to switch Lindell.
Commissioner Modas asked if I would look into that for him, and I did.
I mentioned it last week that Lindale is a bad site to begin with because of the ongoing construction. I live in that neighborhood, and I can tell you, if you only know the proper street, which is McCall Street, that's the only way you're going to get to Lindale. So
Okay, so we're just switching
my worry was
Lindale?
that.
Oh, okay.
Or call it a transfer.
Ms. Sands heard my concern, and she moved on it and researched, and thankfully she found it, so.
So it's
It's not on this, it's not in my book though, so we're just doing an amendment today? I'm confused.
Yeah, it's just an amendment.
Y'all have approved the locations already, so I don't know why all the locations are back on again. We didn't do
either.
this. So, but all I need y'all to do, they've been approved, if you would just switch
Transfer.
out Lindell.
And that'll be the motion.
Lindell.
Motion is
Lindell,
to change
yeah.
Lindell Senior
Yeah.
Center to Del Mar Economic
Correct, For
Development.
Election Day as a vote center.
Commissioner Modis, does that sound
It sounds good.
all right?
Sounds great.
Would you make that motion?
Yes.
And I'll
motion.
second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, that takes care of 10 and 11.
And Kara, could you look too, because that was a cool stat that Commissioner Myers came up with. I'd like to know, and I don't know, he has that one on Election Day centers also, because I think we've done an amazing job as a county, making it super easy to vote in this county for everyone. And numbers don't always tell the story, but it is a solid start. So I'd like to know how we compare to, just because Commissioner Myers did it, to Bear and Travis on election days too, because just to know the number, that's all. I mean.
Yeah, that's why I gave the numbers, to give praise, not take a dig, and to explain to the public that Ms. Sands and her staff have done an excellent job in making this as proportional as possible. But no system is perfect, so all I was saying earlier was just to improve on what I feel is cutting edge and has been taking the lead in the state for several years now, before the other counties caught up to us. So I have these links. I can forward them to Ida, and she can forward to the clerk and to the court for our review, because 2 years will be here quickly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to go back into the regular agenda items, and I'm going to call on 3A2, please, at this time. There is an order to all of the items that we'll be voting on, including the adoption of orders regarding the approving of the 2022 tax roll, as well as setting the tax rates and levying the said tax rate against all taxable property. I think Lisa's passed out some documents. But at this time, I'm going to turn to Dale and say that at this time, the adoption of the, first of all, we need to consider an adoption of an order approving the 2022 tax roll. And did you all give us the magic language here? Let me,
Which one are you on, Judge? I apologize.
it's just, I'm going back into 3A2.
Okay.
And then, of course, the first part, you have to actually accept, right? You've got to create an order to approve the 2020 tax roll. Dale, is that accurate?
That is correct.
Okay, so at this time, you've had a chance to review it. Do you have any highlights for us, Dale? Anything we need to discuss before we approve just the tax roll, right? This is to tell us what our TAB
Is
is.
number 4? Is number 4?
No, this is
Number two.
number 2.
No, this is.
Number two, the taxes,
Oh, okay, okay, I got
the
it.
appraisal district
got it.
provides a
This is
tax
setting
roll
the-
to us that we must approve in order to be able to calculate the rates. So you must first approve the tax roll.
Wait, but A2 is,
Okay, it's 3A2.
right, 3A2 is, but it's articulating that we're setting the rate at 29 cents.
Okay, but first,
Parts.
Commissioner, we have to do the, first
It's in
we
two
approve
parts.
the tax
You have to
roll. That's the first
do
piece.
the roll, then we do the rate.
Okay, so,
Just the tax roll. In other words, what is your tax appraised value?
okay, so I don't
Gotta
have the tax
accept it.
roll in my
Do you have
packet.
that?
I have the, all I have is here is
Okay, let me
a resolution approving the tax roll, setting the tax rates for Nueces County and levying said tax roll against all taxable property. So what was provided that I obviously didn't get?
Okay, so it's an order. It should be in your packet. I can pass you
No,
mine.
I have an order, that's all I have.
Okay.
I have an order, so is there anything backing up this order that shows us what the tax roll is? I mean, it's just,
And
I'm
the
supposed,
information you have, the very first sheet, you'll see, page 2 shows you your actual tax roll, your
which sheet,
general fund.
which sheet are you looking at?
The very first one that says 2605 property tax code in Nueces County.
Hold on a
It's
minute.
3
Is that
pages.
what Lisa just handed us out earlier
Yes,
today?
yes.
That I have not had a chance to look at? That's
Yes.
what we were just given, right? I just want
Yes.
to make sure everybody knows that, so nobody thinks I'm crazy
Well,
or
the
not doing my.
tax, the
Well, hold
tax
on, I'm
appraised
not-
value has been given to us.
It was, yes.
Yes.
During budget hearings, yes.
During all
Right,
our
but
hearings.
What was given to us today was what we were to consider was handed out today. I get it, and things have changed throughout, so I'm trying to figure out which now one you're looking at. Number 2?
Can you guys show him, please?
Which one?
It's one order.
I saw the order.
That does both things.
Right.
And here it says the proposed order
Right.
accepting and approving the tax roll. So it's the first we need to do.
I understand that, but he's saying that some of this is backup to what the tax roll is, what the numbers for that number is. Now, I've got the order, but the order just says proposing the tax roll, setting the rate, levying the tax rate. But where's the backup for that? Where's the tax roll? Did someone give me the tax roll? Approving the 2022 tax roll. So where's the tax roll? Don't we have to have a tax roll to approve?
Yes, the tax, this year shows you the net values that we have from the tax roll. The tax roll is about 55,000 pages.
Okay, but so what are we looking at that we're supposed to, what's the summary of the tax roll? Did you provide us a summary of that?
Item
I'm
6
just
shows you
asking.
your total taxable value as was provided by the taxes, appraisal district of $36,367,181,406 for this fiscal year.
That's the tax roll. Is that the tax roll?
For 22.
That's correct. And that doesn't ever change. Once we receive it, it's,
I just wanted to see if there was
Yeah.
a summary sheet for the tax roll, for that number, for that big number you just read out loud that I don't have a
get
copy
that
of.
to everybody.
Is there-
That's the law, that's the law for which we calculate.
Right, but this is, right, and so these are the numbers that we're voting on.
Yes.
That's all I'm asking. Okay.
Okay.
That's all, let me, do you need this back? Because I don't want to keep your,
I can go make a copy real quick.
I mean,
Yes.
I would think.
Yeah,
That's okay. I just would like,
Go ahead and repeat. We're going to get a
You have-
copy
and
made,
if
but
it's
go
in
ahead
the-
and repeat the numbers slowly, Dale.
and if it's in the budget book or somewhere, please just reference that. I'm not trying to slow this down. I'm just trying to
Yeah,
make sure
it
that.
is. It's in the budget book.
Okay, can someone tell me where it is on the budget book? What page? Maybe that, so that Lisa doesn't have to go make copies?
Yes, let me go to the workbook real quick, I'll tell you where it's at.
right? That book? No. No. Oh, my budget workbook? Okay. I just brought the proposed budget to go through, but I can get that too. Hold on. I get it. Go ahead. I mean. Okay.
Your valuation will be on tab P of your workbook.
Okay.
That's your tax rate calculation. It also has your values of how we actually calculate the tax roll.
Okay. All right.
And you should have the actual calculation included in that vision. I'll make sure it's there. Okay, that wasn't there. So let me go, that wasn't the right one. Let me to make sure it's the right one. We have the appraisal district here. Oh, the tab O. Tab O is appraisal district.
Okay, I'm getting her to bring my budget workbook. So I have the budget and I worked through that this time, so. Go ahead if everybody's ready to go.
Tab O is your valuations for your general fund, your debt service fund, your road fund. So that should include everything we provide. So it's tab O from your workbook.
And the providing of the tax roll is just simply providing what you calculated.
The values we were provided by the appraisal district that we use to calculate the no new revenue tax. And the voter approved rates, yes.
Okay, let me just look at that.
They certify this roll for us, and it's given to all entities per entity. So this comes from the Nueces County Appraisal District.
Right, and then they do a calculation. I was just trying to get a recap calculation, Judge, that was all.
Sure, and again, it's a,
Well, they are certified, but there still are some values under protest. So in a later time of the month, you'll actually get the finalized certified roll. But this is the roll we use to evaluate the no new revenue tax, the voter approved tax, and this is the rates we're using that was submitted for approval for the tax roll at this time.
Okay.
okay. Is there a motion at this time to consider the adoption of an order approving the 2022 tax roll as provided to us by the Nueces County Appraisal District? All right, thank you. There's a motion. Is there a second? Okay, well, I'll second. Is there, I just want to make sure, is there an issue or a
No,
problem?
I'm just looking, Judge.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
all
no, I
good.
just want to make sure I give you time here.
No, I'm okay. I'm just looking through this real quick.
Commissioners Hernandez, are y'all fine with this? You got a copy of the tax roll? You understand this is not our work product, it's theirs. We're certifying it. It's been given to us.
Appraisal district?
Well, it's our work product, Judge. They ran through the
know, but-
worksheet, right,
yeah.
yeah. So it's the tax,
We get it from them.
their numbers, our worksheet.
Thank
right?
you.
That a fair
Their
assessment?
numbers.
Their worksheet,
We
okay.
don't appraise. Okay.
That's fine.
Are we
Okay.
good now?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. All right, now, the 2022 tax rate for Nueces County. And then after we set this tax rate, I'll have a motion, I'll ask for a motion to levy that tax rate to all taxable property in Nueces County for 2022.
Yes, Your Honor, as we were going through the budget process and working with all the court members and all the courts and putting the information in the budget, as we showed the budget challenges earlier in the public hearing at the moment where we had the continuous pay, the collective bargaining agreement, as well as the 6% cost of living increase for those that qualify, as well as the 10% for the cadets, and some other mid-year terms, and some very small, limited new positions and new reclassifications. After reviewing that and looking through the numbers of what we needed to have, what we project, my staff and I, as the budget officer, are recommending that you propose and adopt the rate as a proposed rate of 0.291659, which is the general fund M&O rate of 0.246159, the debt service of 0.042069, and the farm to market M&O rate of 0.003431. Again, I'm recommending that you adopt the rate of 0.291659.
Okay, and in this adoption, does it meet all of the legislative requirements that are imposed on law to not exceed the statutory revenue caps?
Yes, it does, Your Honor.
Okay, and you believe that at this rate, it represents a tax rate decrease of not quite, but almost 2 cents?
From our current rate to this rate, it's a 0.108265, so it's almost 2 cents.
Okay.
It's a 6.5 or 6.05 reduction in rate.
a 6% reduction rate, okay. Are there any questions regarding this rate?
Okay, hold on, Dale.
Dale?
So we, so we're going from a, this is not the voter approved rate yet, right?
Yes, it is.
It is. So we're going from the voter approved rate.
With the unused increment.
With the unused increment.
Yes, that is correct.
So he's gonna bring it down, the tax rate's gonna bring it down to 2.9?
0.29.
1659?
Yes, that's correct.
0.29, yeah.
Yeah, 0.29, that's what, okay, and now, when we vote for, if we vote for this year, do we need to also include what is else we want
We're gonna,
as part of this, to include on this,
you mean the budget, Commissioner?
Right.
That'll be next.
Right now, you adopt the rate before you do the budget, so we have to adopt a rate first, and then we go to the budget.
That'll be item number 5.
Okay,
We're not there quite yet.
okay.
So with everything that's been included in the budget, I believe that the tax rate necessary to fund these operations with giving us a little bit of excess on reserves is 0.291659 for your tax rate.
And we have 3.5 to work
Right now, we're
with.
at 0.310445.
3.1 what?
0.310445 is our current rate. We're proposing a rate for 0.291659.
Okay.
That's a reduction of 1.018786. So almost 2 cents
It's almost 3
reduction.
cents?
Almost 2 cents reduction.
Okay. So, well, it's not the no tax, it's, at least we got a deduction of 2 cents on the tax roll.
Correct.
Okay. Sounds good to me right now. Unless I come back and change my mind, but, okay, I mean,
Is this where we need to deal with the positions that we
Not
talked
yet.
about?
Not right
No,
now,
that's
yeah.
not till the budget.
But, I mean,
Okay.
On
I mean,
number 5.
I'm with you on that one.
but if we're setting a,
It's tax rules, the tax rule says you have to set the tax rate first, and then you adopt the budget. That's the rules of the state of Texas.
wow, that's interesting, isn't it? So you
It
got
is interesting, and it doesn't make sense, but that's the rules we have to follow.
Man, that's what I was afraid of too.
Okay.
Hey, Dale?
Yes.
So any other
Will this cover
questions?
the 6%
Yes.
across the board?
Yes.
That's gonna go next.
Okay,
This rate
so,
will cover everything that was in the challenges, including the 6% cost of living increase for all that qualify, and the 10% for the cadets.
Thank you.
okay, I don't get that.
okay. Are there any other questions for Dale? I mean, the issue is we cannot change, we cannot achieve the COLA without the rate that you've proposed. Is that correct?
Was that the unused
We
income?
cannot fund the 6% COLA without this rate. That is correct.
Okay.
So if we go, no tax and 6%, it won't go?
With the COLA and no new revenue tax, you'll lose about $5 million.
Any other way, we'll have 3.5 to work with.
No, if you do the COLA and this rate, you'll probably probably have reserves of about $500,000 plus.
Okay. 100,000?
Based on rough estimates of the values, based on trend of histories.
Okay. Okay. I don't know, I'll move to, I guess we'll go with the just unused increments for the voter approved rate.
Okay, so there is a motion to approve the, hold on, Lisa?
It has to be read, just.
Right, I know.
I'm sorry,
Right.
I'm sorry.
It has to be read in the motion. So I said those are the magic language you have in front of you.
2022, 2023 voter approved rate adjusted for unused increments at 0.291659. Right? I think.
Lisa's coming.
Help. That's what's on here.
The motion has to be read exactly like it says right here.
Oh, but you
I
told me this
move
one. Okay.
that the property
Okay.
tax-
I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of but it said increase, but it's really decreasing some of it, right?
Well, according to the tax law, it is an increase above the no new revenue tax. So theoretically, it's an increase even though we're reducing our tax rate.
Not
Increase or
theoretically, it's
reducing?
a tax increase.
Yes.
Yeah. To a rate of 0.291659, which is effectively a 7.26% increase in the tax rate. Is that right?
Yes.
Will you read some more or what?
Have to take a record vote.
Have to have a second.
Right.
I need to get a second. So I'll, with that motion, and hopefully, Kara, you've got it, with the numbers that were presented.
second, Judge?
I'm sorry?
Did someone make a second?
Not yet.
I'll make.
Okay, Commissioner Hernandez has
Make a
the
second.
second. And so I will take a record vote, and we'll begin. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Mares?
Aye.
Commissioner Hernandez?
Well, we need to help the county employees, so I'm an aye.
Okay. Commissioner Chesney?
No.
Myself, yes. Okay. We have the opportunity now to have a motion to levy the said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County for 2022. And is there a motion to levy? Actually, let me get you that magic language as well.
It's just one.
Okay.
It's one thing.
All right.
For all of it.
Okay. So you don't need any more actions, Lisa?
You just read the.
Okay.
You read the order setting the tax rate, you said the magic language, you're.
All right, then we are good to go with regards to the levying, so
Did you read this one, the order?
I'm just about to, yeah.
So
So-
then, you've got some.
So give me. Whereas Commissioners Court authorized the tax assessor collector to compute the no new revenue tax rate and voter-approved rate for 2022, the county farm to market, and lateral road and flood. And whereas the notice of property of proposed property tax rate is fully in compliance with the property tax code and rules of the state comptroller's office. Property tax division appeared in the Corpus Christi Caller-Times for the county farm to market, and lateral road and flood on August 24th, 2022. And whereas the Commissioners Court finds and determines that the proper procedure has been followed to lawfully consider the proposed tax rates of 2022, including proper notice of the meetings, September 7th, that's today, of 2022, as provided by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, Vernon's Texas Codes as well. And whereas the Commissioners Court finds and approves separately the tax rate for the current year consisting of the following two components. So here are the two components: the debt service tax rate of 0.042069 that, if applied to the total taxable value, will impose the total amount of taxes needed to pay debt service for this next year. And the M&O, the maintenance and operation tax of 0.249590 that, if applied to the total taxable value, will impose the amount of taxes needed to fund maintenance and operation expenditures for the county for the next year. This tax rate will raise more taxes for maintenance and operation than last year's tax rate. The tax rate will effectively be raised by 6.1%. Will raise taxes for maintenance and operations on a $100,000 home by approximately $16.10. I'm sorry, it's a negative, thank you, Teresa, negative $16.10. Now therefore be it ordered by the Commissioners Court that 2022 tax roll as submitted by the Nueces County Tax Appraisal District to the Nueces County Tax Assessors is approved. The following tax rates per $100 value are set and levied against all taxable property for 2022. And let me read for the record those amounts once again. The M&O would be 0.246159 per $100. Nueces County Farm to Market Lateral Road and Flood Control, 0.003431 per $100. Nueces County total M&O, that means adding the road lateral and the previous general, is a total that brings it to 0.249590 per $100. And Nueces County debt service is 0.042069 per $100. Therefore, the total Nueces County tax rate is 0.291659. Also, there are some homestead exemptions that I need to read. Therefore, be it further ordered that the homestead exemptions for 2022 shall include a 20% for homestead exemption, but not less than $5,000 and $62,500 for over age 65 or disabled exemption, plus a tax limitation on the total amount of taxes that may be imposed on the residence homestead of a disabled individual or those 65 years or older. This is pursuant to Article 8, 1B of the Texas Constitution and the exemptions that are mandated by state law. Be it further ordered that no discounts are to be allowed for early payment of taxes. Split payment of taxes as described in Section 31.03 of the Property Tax Code will not be allowed. The proposed order accepting and approving the 2022 tax roll, setting the 2022 tax rate for Nueces County, and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County having been read, public comment having been allowed, and comments having been considered. On motion to adopt the tax rate of 0.291659 and to adopt the Commissioners Court order made by Commissioner Joe A. Gonzalez, seconded by Commissioner Robert Hernandez, the court voted to adopt the total tax rate of 0.291659 and to adopt the Commissioners Court order on the 7th day of September 2022. Voting for would be the Commissioners Hernandez, Mares, Gonzalez, County Judge Canales, and voting against Commissioner Chesney. This is the order as it's presented to me, and I think it accurately reflects the record, and I ask just for confirmation from the auditor.
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Having done all that, we need to do the same exact thing for the hospital district. And I will just move us to that item, which is item number 6. It's discuss and consider adoption of an order approving the 2022 tax roll, setting the 2022 tax rate, levying said tax rate against all taxable property. And again, it is all one item. Right. And so, Lisa, in that vein, we voted to accept the tax roll first. Was that an error that I can correct for clarification?
It's just one item.
Yeah. So Brent, I'm going to take us back because you voted no. Would you like to?
Well, I voted.
You voted for the tax roll, but it's all one item, so I'm gonna.
That's why I was kind of asking, it was all in one thing, so.
Yes, it's all one item.
So, I mean, I don't
Okay,
know how
so
else
I'm
to-
just gonna ask
I don't know how else
there
to
to be
do
just
it.
a generalized motion to withdraw the item regarding the certification of the tax roll, and just one vote having been taken already for all items in the second.
I thought we had to do it twice. I thought we had to do 2 different motions, is what y'all said, no? I mean, I don't.
Well, the way it's written in the agenda, it looks like there's 2 items
It does look
required.
that
so
way on the agenda.
I believe in the agenda
So-
requires 2 action items.
Right.
The way the agenda's written, it appears to be 2
Well,
requirements.
Jenny, if if there's no harm there, I think we're all right.
I would follow the statute first.
Okay,
What-
well, then the
what-
statute requires only the one order. Okay, so,
But my vote on the tax roll can still stand, it's just I voted against I don't know how y'all want to do it.
well,
That's
there's
why I was
only one,
asking
there's only
earlier.
one vote,
Yeah.
just one
We voted
vote.
no anyway for the tax.
No, I voted yes for the certification, but I voted.
Right, because I read it that way, but I think that it's just
Whatever-
one
however
item.
you
So I'm
need
gonna
to clean it up.
I'm gonna have a motion to rescind the vote on the certification of the tax roll as being a moot point, given that the second already has encompassed all items required by state law. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Just to clean up the record there. Okay? Now we'll do it, now that we've practiced, we can do the second one, which is discuss and consider the adoption again, as I said, for the hospital district. And I would ask Dale, again, not only for the auditor's recommendation, but to repeat the values that Mr. Hip related, that is their board-approved,
Yes, Your Honor.
recommended.
Working through the items and working with Ms. Hip on the request that they are requesting that a rate of 0.098846 be adopted for the fiscal year 2022, 2023. For this, that is a reduction of 0.012656 from the current rate, or 11.35% reduction. Again, the rate is 0.098846.
Okay, is there a motion for such said tax rate?
So moved.
I've got a motion. Is there a second?
Does that need to be read a certain way too?
Yes, it will be, yes.
Yeah, so let Lisa get over here. I saw her
Yep.
jumping up.
Who made the motion? Commissioner Modis.
Man, no wonder none of y'all did that. Okay, I fell for it. I was like, why isn't anyone saying it? Okay. I move that the property tax be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.098846, which is effectively a 1.50% increase in the tax rate. So that's my
Okay.
motion.
All right, I've got a motion for that, and a second, please.
Second.
All right, there's a second, and just any discussion here? Again, for clarification, since it's been what feels like hours, Johnny, since you last taken the podium, this represents your board recommended rate. It also signals quite a downward trend in our tax rate for the hospital district, as well as still allows you to keep your budget healthy.
Judge and Commissioners, that's correct. I just would point out that the tax rate has decreased, but the appraised values have gone up. And so essentially, this tax rate of the 0.98846 is a 1.5% increase above the no new tax rate. It's not
Correct.
an increase above the current rate, it's above the no new rate, which is effectively, in old parlance, was the effective rate
Right.
that we had. And so, this revenue will bring, this tax rate will bring, according to Lisa's numbers, about $343,000 in revenue. But when you run that through the tax effect, through the accounting effects of our books, we have a reserve on our books for some refinery tax recoveries that we're still carrying. I think the county still carries those themselves. And so the actual effect of this dollar effect to the district, taking into account the refinery contingency, will only be about $150,000 in revenue, new revenue compared to what we had last year. So yes, Judge, the board did adopt a budget that took into consideration the 0.098846, and it allows the districts to continue to meet its statutory obligations to provide indigent health care, and we have a mechanism in place for that. And in addition, it allows the hospital district to continue funding, put money into mental health in the county, as we've discussed earlier, and to provide funding to the county in terms of the emergency services districts, public health, jail health care. I can go all the way down the list of all the things that it covers. So yes, yes, Judge, you're correct.
Okay, and Dale, as our auditor, is this is this your recommendation to set this tax rate?
Yes, Your Honor, this is my recommendation as budget officer and for the county, as working with the hospital district. This is the rate out we are recommending.
Okay. All right, with the motion and a second, we also do need a record vote. And so I'll start with Commissioner Hernandez.
Aye.
Commissioner Mares?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
Aye.
Commissioner Chesney?
No.
And myself, yes. Okay. And so we now have set tax rates for both entities. And we also have adopted the orders, and we have levied the said tax rate against all taxable property. Would you like me also to read the order in its entirety? Okay.
It's just the same word, Your Honor, if you want to just go to the area where he talks about the tax rate, that way the rate gets read into record, so the remainder of the order is probably the same.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't have a special one for the hospital district, but when Lisa's gonna run and go get that for me.
No, that she's given this.
There are a few of you here for budget, and we will proceed there. I am going to ask the court for the opportunity to address one item in executive session due to the fact that all principals are here, and budget is going to take a little bit. So it's an update presentation only, if that helps you understand that it won't be hours and hours, but it is just an opportunity for the court to hear from certain individuals that are here to update us on an item relating to economic development. Thank you so much, Lisa. Let me go back now for the clerk and for our public and read an order accepting and approving the 2022 tax roll, setting the 2022 tax rate for the Nueces County Hospital District and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County for 2022. Whereas the Commissioners Court authorized the tax assessor collector to compute the no new revenue tax rate for 2022 for the hospital district, and whereas notice of the proposed property tax rate fully in compliance with the property tax code and the rules of the State Comptroller's Office, Property Tax Division, as it appeared in the Caller Times for the Nueces County Hospital District on August 24th, 2022, and whereas the Commissioner Court finds and determines that the proper procedure has been followed lawfully to consider the proposed tax rates for 2022, including proper notice of the meeting of September 7th, 2022, as provided by Chapter 551 of the Government Code, Vernon's Texas Codes. And whereas the Commissioner's Court finds and approves the tax rate for the Nueces County Hospital District for the current year of the following: the maintenance and operation tax rate of 0.098846 that, if applied to the total taxable value, will impose the amount of taxes needed to fund maintenance and operation expenditures of the Nueces County Hospital District for the next year. This tax rate will raise more taxes for maintenance and operation than last year's tax rate. The tax rate will effectively be raised by 0.53% and will raise taxes for maintenance and operation on a $100,000 home by negative $12.65. Now, therefore, be it ordered the Commissioners Court that 2022 tax roll is submitted by the Nueces County Tax Appraisal District. The Nueces County Tax Assessor Collector is approved. The following tax rate for $100 value is set and levied against all taxable property for 2022. The Nueces County Hospital District rate will be 0.098846 per $100 valuation. Be it further ordered that the existing homestead exemptions for 2022 shall include 20% for homestead exemption, but not less than $5,000, $62,500 for over age 65 or disabled exemption, plus exemptions mandated by state law. And wherefore, be it further ordered that no discounts are allowed for early payment of taxes. Split payments of taxes as described in subsection 31.03 of the Property Tax Code will also not be allowed. The proposed order accepting and approving the 2022 tax roll, setting the 2022 tax rate for the Hospital District of Nueces County and levying said tax rate against all taxable property in Nueces County having been read, public comment having been allowed, and comments having been considered. On motion of seconded by the court, voted to adopt the tax rate of 0.098846 and to adopt the Commissioners Court order on the 7th day of September 2022. Voting for the tax rate and order were Commissioner Robert Hernandez, Commissioner John Mattis, Commissioner Joe A. Gonzalez, County Judge Barbara Canales, and voting against the tax rate and order, Commissioner Brent Chesney. I believe that concludes the order in its entirety for both entities, and I would ask for confirmation by the auditor and the county attorney that no further action is needed at this time.
No further action is needed, Your Honor.
Okay, so as we transition into item number 5, which is our budget, which will be consider adoption of 2022, 2023.
Your Honor, we have to redo number 3 first.
You have to rescind those resolutions.
You're absolutely right.
3 and 4 first.
You're absolutely right. Okay, let me go back and rescind the orders. These are the prior budget year resolutions, and I also have magic language to read here. So is I'll need a motion to rescind all prior year budget resolutions in order so that we can go into a new budget adoption. And there's a motion and there's a second? Second? Okay. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. I'll read now the resolution, okay, for the record. Whereas resolutions and orders related to budgetary and fiscal management of the county funds are included in the annual budget, and whereas the resolution and orders included in the annual budget may require revisions each budget year. Now therefore be it resolved and ordered by the Commissioners Court that all resolutions and orders included in the 21-22 county budget are hereby rescinded effective October 1, 2022, duly adopted by the court, Commissioners Court of Nueces County. We just took that vote. So this will be signed. This order is rescinded. And now we will consider on item number 4, the adoption of orders and resolutions relating to the proposed budget. It can be found in your book in item number 4. This is a order that applies to and affects all employees who are authorized by the Commissioners Court under the authority of subsection 152.011 of the Local Government Code and Vernon's Texas codes, and any other authority of the Commissioners Court to set the compensation and control the annual budget. All employees who are authorized in the 2022 and 23 county budget, except 3, it does not, I'm sorry. Let me reread. All employees who are authorized in the 2022-23 county budget, and it does not apply to employees over which the Commissioner Court has no authority to set compensation, and those are set by state law. So, therefore, I will continue, but we need a resolution to consider the adoption of such order and resolution relating to the proposed budget. Is there such a resolution? Is there such a motion for such order and resolution? Thank you. And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. For completion, therefore, we will sign later today this resolution that orders each employee position that is vacant as of October 1, 2022, that becomes vacant on October 1, 2022, or thereafter during the budget year of fiscal year 22-23, that no official shall hire or fill an employee position that is vacant unless authorized by the court. No salary allowance or other compensation shall be paid except for those employees who are on the payroll as of October 1st, unless specifically authorized or ratified by the court. Salary and fringe benefits for each vacant employee position may be transferred by the Commissioners Court to a special reserve designated by the county auditor. The authority and funds provided by this budget are frozen for each vacant position until released and reinstated by the court. This is the order that will be signed later today. I don't believe there's any further action that needs to be taken at this time. We didn't need any types of record votes, so we are all complete now on the orders to rescind last year's budget, the new orders to propose for this year's budget. I'll ask again, how are we looking with regards to all of the?
You have like 4 orders that item. All 4 orders.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, you know.
You're right, the travel mileage per diem, all of that. Okay, I think what I'll do is just, let me amend my motion to include them, all right? And they're incorporated by reference by being attached to this agenda. And so that would be an amendment. I'd like to amend that order to include not just the budget authority for employee positions, but please include the travel mileage and per diem reimbursement rates. In addition, the county interfund loans, as well as the financial guidelines for the minimal general fund reserves, and the order establishing financial guidelines for use of excess revenue generated from operations at the Richard Borchard Fairgrounds, and finally, the resolution regarding special revenue account for deposit of county funds received from the sale of fixed assets. All of these would be included by reference as published in our agenda, and I would ask that be included by amendment. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Are there any discussion with regards to any of those? Those are all, can be represented, Dale or Teresa, they. Those are in keeping with our normal business practices. Those have not changed substantively, at all, we approve each and every one of those resolutions each new fiscal year. Is that accurate? Okay, and I've confirmed that that is correct. And therefore, having such amendment being entered, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay. Did we get you guys? All the resolutions? All right,
so,
just want to
yeah.
make sure. Okay, at this time, I'd like the indulgence of the court to, gives us a chance to get this update that we need and allows for at least a little bit of break and nourishment, and then we'll go straight into budget. We will not tackle all of the executive items, Kara, just this one, so for timing wise. And so it is 2:23 PM, and I'm giving notice as the presiding officer that the Commissioners Court will go into executive session to discuss matters listed on the agenda and when authorized by provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. In addition, I certify that these are all in accordance with the Government Vernon's Texas Codes, Sections 551, 071, 72, 73, 74, 74, 76, 86, and 87. We'll hold an executive session to consult with our attorney, including matters relating to litigation, real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices. These are all permissive. And of course, the one we will do shortly, the economic development negotiations, and any other matters that may be discussed in executive session. Upon completion, we will return into open session, and we may take action as appropriate on items discussed in executive session. For the clerk, the time is 2:24 PM. If you're not here for that one executive session item, we'll ask that you clear the courtroom, and we will be back shortly. We are gavelled out again at 2:24 PM. We may make a determination on one particular item B, but we're still waiting for more information. Item B on cause number 2021 DCB 4839. Item B, as in Barbara, but we're waiting for some information, so we'll hold on that. And just, if you get it, Jenny, just please let us know. All right? And, all right. And so we're going to come back and try to hit a lot of items in a short amount of time. May or may not be possible.
We didn't do 15 behind doors? Or is it open? We're going to do an open court?
We did not do that one.
You want to table that one? Can we table that one until next week, since we're back in a week?
Item number 15 had a companion in executive session.
Can we table it a week, Commissioner? Judge, I would make a motion to table 15
All right.
till next week.
Will second, motion and a second. All those in favor of tabling item number 15 till September the 14th, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, Dale, we are moving towards the adoption of a budget, 2022, 2023 Nueces County budget. I don't know if you want to set any, comments for us, but there are people here that represent different departments. Homer Flores is here representing juvenile, Scott Cross representing coastal parks, Dr. Timothy Fagan representing the medical examiner's office, along with Director of Operation Forrest Mitchell. Could be that there are others, but those are the ones that are here, and I want to address some of their concerns and/or issues, but I'll let you start now.
Yes, Your Honor, we went through a lot of scenarios through our budget workshops and some items there, and we've compiled this stuff to put together for a proposed budget, which we have filed with the county clerk as required by the law, and we provide each of you a copy. There are some areas in the budget that we need to address. We found a few errors on page 88 for JP 22, JP 52 on page 91, the county library at page 117. These errors will be fixed to be for the adjustments. These have the budget challenges we have discussed about. There is an issue that we need to bring to the court is when we started doing this information, I had the Board of Judges approve my salary as required by law, Chapter 152.032 of the local government code, pardon me. In that, the salary was set, and part of the order says that if the Commissioners Court does take action like a COLA information, then my salary would be adjusted for that. When doing that, my salary now exceeds the highest paid elected official, which is the county attorney. Hers based on statutory requirements of certain levels of the law, and we probably want to work with the county attorney to try to get these resolved because we believe the base value is lower than it should be. But there is a clause in the local government code, section 152, that says that the Commissioner Court can allow my salary to exceed the highest paid elected official, and it's only by a small amount, if the court so chooses, or I would be able to do this. Now, I've been working with the county in my position for almost 9.5 years. I've been working with the county a total of 20 years. I've only seen a few raises, so I feel justified that my salary should go along with the others. It does exceed that, but the Commissioner's Court does have the authority to approve my salary slightly above that of the county attorney, and I am suggesting that for your consideration and your approval. That is the balances we have so far in the proposed budget. Now, we want to go ahead and, before we talk about the other in the courtroom, we want to go ahead and for Constable Precinct 2, there are currently 4 positions that we have put in for the mental health. We would like to reduce 2, leave the 2 that are current there. So my submission of the budget would be as submitted as of those, fixing the small errors we have, maintaining my salary as what was put in the budget, and reducing those 2 positions from the Commissioners, the Constable Precinct 2. That's a submission I'm proposing for the budget at this time. I know these other departments have brought in some information that they might want to do some further amendments, but that is a proposed budget I'm submitting at this time.
Just
let
one,
me ask, oh, sorry.
for clarification, the judges' meeting, is it the same number that's in the budget today?
The
The
base
number
salary,
passed
there's a
there.
clause in the order that says that if the court does a collective bargaining agreement, it can be increased. So my salary that was proposed by the board would include my continuous, but it didn't include the COLA because I didn't know the COLA at the time. But there's a clause that says it can be increased that, but so it would go up to where it's at, or have to be reduced to your values at 140,000.
But the judges don't have to meet again on the COLA?
No.
So my question, first of all, is on the, I got to go back to this precinct, these.
The 2, yeah, precinct, Constable
yeah.
Precinct 2, yes.
All right, okay, so what we voted on, I believe, was we were going to get 4 positions reimbursed by the hospital district. That didn't turn out to be correct. So currently, we have 4 in the budget, but being reimbursed by nobody.
Right, well, if we go from last year's budget, it only included 2, so those came forward, and then we added 2 more at the beginning of, towards the last year. That's one of those mid-year balances we had, so we included that as part of the budget. So there's proposed 4 total budgets, but there's only 2 new this year.
So I would move that those 2 be reduced.
Yes.
And if someone comes back with some reimbursement or something, then we can revisit it, but at this point, we have nothing to do with that, and so I would move that.
Wait a second. We have people currently employed right now.
No,
You
no,
don't.
no.
That we have not employed yet.
These are the unfilled.
Okay,
No.
okay,
I'm not-
okay.
Believe me,
I'm with you.
that
Okay.
one makes me a
Those
little
are 2
bothersome
that are
too, but I'm
already-
not gonna mess with that one because it's already in there, but the 2 unfilled,
Yeah, we just
I would
take
move
them
that we
off.
take those out.
And we
Right.
will, that was my balance to propose, the information we have, which includes the cost of living increase of 6%, the cadets at 10%. My salary is slightly above the county attorney's office, as well as other errors that we found in those pages, on page 88, page 91, page 117. There were some errors, and those are all reductions when we fix them. So that would be the adjustment, and then removing the 2 constable positions that are for mental health, removing those from the budget is my current proposal for the budget. Now, I know we have some other items here for consideration of amendments to the proposed, but that is my submission at this time.
That, I don't know if I got a second on that motion, because I didn't want to discuss
Well, wait,
it just for a
yeah,
second.
I mean, I'm going to have lots of amendments here.
Well, that
so-
was just the first one I made.
Just for removing the 2 constable positions.
Right.
And also go to the library and the vehicle.
Well, wait, can I, okay. I was just, so my first motion, which if it doesn't have a second, so be it, but I want to make sure, is to remove those two unfunded positions, unfunded by someone else from our budget, and that the reimbursement that comes through then would cover the two that we have. Because that's how it's supposed to be. We're supposed to be getting reimbursed for those positions.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I just want to make sure for the clerk, this isn't comprehensive. We're going to hear from some other people still on the budget.
Oh, well, sure. I mean, that was just one
That's fine.
amendment. That was
Go
just
ahead.
one.
Go ahead. I'll second that.
Okay.
Okay. But again, it applies to those last two.
The last two that was added,
Exactly.
that no one's currently in those
So we
positions.
can
Two
go
there,
through there.
two gone.
And,
All
and
right.
if, and if what- and if we get reimbursement worked out, that would reimburse the two positions that are currently, that we do have that should have been reimbursed to
Yes.
begin with. Okay.
Okay.
And then if the
And-
constable so agrees with the MHID and MHID agrees to two more, they can be brought in at a later time.
Okay.
contract.
Any other discussion on that issue, just particularly that issue? All right, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And that's going to give us plus what? On, when you remove the two, what are you getting plus? Because I'm taking
About
tabs.
About,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is that all
Eighty-seven
benefits,
thousand,
everything?
one fifteen.
They were vacant, so we didn't, I mean.
if you do the, about 20% of that, so we're talking about probably around 100,000 or more.
Right, because you got to add on what it cost us to, or are you adding that in, Lisa? I'm trying to figure out that 87 number. Is that just the salaries alone?
Okay, the 87 was just the salaries alone.
Okay, so then you'd add about 25% to that.
20.
Oh, hold on.
Or, okay, 20.
We had it on the, I didn't bring it.
All right, well, you guys can
It's about
update me here.
110 It's about 110,000 a year,
Okay.
Commissioner.
All right, I'm just
Roughly.
keeping that tabulation.
Right.
All right, and, so listen, now I want to move to, are you good, Dale, if I
Yes,
move on?
yes.
All right. Homer, a lesson in patience. You have some important information to add and a request that you want to be considered regarding your officers, your correctional officers inside juvenile.
Yes, Judge, thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Well, first, I'd like to request that my salary be matched to Dale's.
Okay?
I'm kidding. Really?
No, you're not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She just wants you to speak up.
Okay, sorry. I'm just joking about my salary.
No, you're not.
Shouldn't be.
Well, I don't want it to drop there. Okay. Can you hear me fine?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
So as a follow-up to last week, we had a public hearing, and the issue of my original request for our juvenile supervision officers reclass, that's what was discussed. And the commissioners, we started talking about the revenue that our facility brings in, our two facilities, that is, our detention center and our post-adjudication center. And we looked at the possibility of some of those revenues offsetting any increase in costs associated with the reclass. We talked about the opportunity to, I guess, raise the rate to which we charge out of counties to house their kids in our facilities. Yesterday, I brought that before our juvenile board. They did in fact raise the rates in both of our facilities from $100 in our pre-adjudication or detention center to $150, and in our post-adjudication center from $162 to $200. So currently speaking, we're estimated at the current rate, like this fiscal year, to bring in approximately $213,000 for our barns or our post-adjudication. And that's at the current rate, given that we have a very low population of out-of-county residents. If we were to raise that to $200 a day, and when we get up to staffing and get the regular number of out-of-county residents, which is usually between 10 and 11, then we're looking at an estimated revenue of $590,000 a year. That's when we'd be going in full force, fully staffed, and the usual number of residents there. For detention, it's always a harder number to get a confident number, and that is because Nueces County is used as basically the regional overflow. All the counties have their own really dedicated detention centers that they usually contract with, and we're usually the ones that they ask if in fact the ones are full or not. So that's a harder number to gather, but in a conservative number, that would be approximately $32,000 given the new rates. So there are some, I hope there's an opportunity there for some of the additional dollars to offset any increase in our reclasses that was, that hopefully the Commissioners Court will consider.
Homer, but if they're gonna get the 6% increase, wouldn't that automatically bring them up?
It would bring them up about, well, put it this way, Commissioner. So for JSOs on the floor, I was looking at a increase from $15.52 to, 1 second here, to $17.20. So the 6% basically brought them halfway between. So it didn't necessarily bring them the full, all the way, but almost all the way.
Okay, so
I was requesting about a 10.8% increase.
And Lisa did supply you with information from that for the potential amendments. If you go to about the third page in, it shows you what the working with Homer and his staff and Deanna and the staff on the juvenile supervision officers, as well as the regular juvenile supervision and detention. There are about 48 employees or 46 employees. That's right now, if we do move them from a pay group 17 to 18 for most of them, and from 19 to 21 for the rest, is about a $208,791 increase if we allow the amendment to reclass them up one step, one group.
But minus the COLA, because.
No, this would be both, COLA and reclassification.
Wait, because he was asking for 10% increase, or 10.8. They just got a 6% COLA, so really he would only need another 4.8% to get to the 10.8, right?
Well, if we go up one group, because of the way our pay schedule is, it's about 11 plus the 6 is about 17% total.
Yeah, but if we go from 6 and you add another 2.5%.
But they have to stay on our pay schedules.
They have to be inside a pay group, so the best option is to move up one pay
But are they gonna
group.
get
If they stay in the same pay group, they're only at 6%.
So are they gonna get the COLA based on the new pay group or the old pay group?
The COLA is based on, the COLA is moving from the last pay group to this pay group. If we stay at the 17, that's a 6% increase, and we can't move them stepwise, because step is continuance. So the only way to increase them higher is moving up one group. And for this particular reason, the way our pay schedule is, it's a very large increase between the two groups. It'll be 11% on top of the 6.
17% raise?
Yes.
I need to remind the commissioners,
Well-
as I mentioned previous, we are definitely one of the lowest paid in the state of Texas at $15.52 an hour.
I get it, but what I'm saying is, like, okay, so you came in asking for 10.8, you're leaving with 17, that's a little bit of a struggle, right? So I'm trying to figure out how, there's gotta be a way to do that to where there's gotta be a way to do that other than just going to 17% and then having to figure out how we justify that to the rest of the
Well, I will
world,
too. You that,
I get that we need to help them, but.
What we need to do is go ahead and move it up, one pay group, because we're never going to make the leap any other way. You can't go halfway. And this is why COLAs are wonderful for equity, right? For equality, I should say, but not for equity. Because if you're going to do equity, then you actually look to see how you move everybody to where they need to be, rather than create a universal platform. But we didn't have that choice given to us this year, because there was a need to be, to work on that. But for example, when we did our grants director, we've made some major changes this year. And when we've said, hey, we want to create new salaries, and what I looked at was about 16%. So that's kind of interesting that it falls in there, because that's exactly what it was when we posted for some other folks. So I don't know how that
jives with, you know,
But so where does the 200,000 come from if we do that?
so the offset, Homer, is
As he was saying, additional
fees.
revenue from raising the rates, we'll get in the additional $200,000 to pay the difference.
I'm so sorry, Dale, we'll need an additional 200,000?
What Homer was saying, the board, the
Right,
juvenile
our
board
juvenile
approved
board
the
yesterday.
rate increases.
Yes.
The rate increase will bring anywhere from 125 to $200,000 additional revenue.
Definitely.
So he's saying that additional revenue will pay for this
Right,
reclassification.
that's my understanding as well. I just wanted to make sure you didn't say we would need more additional. Yeah, yesterday in the juvenile board, it was a unanimous decision to do that. And in this way, we're able to move the pay group up, which makes the major change, as well as create the offset with the additional fees.
Yes.
So do you believe it to be net neutral, or is it too hard to predict?
Again, working with Homer, if the vacancies don't go away and we get more fully staffed where they can actually house the number of juveniles that they can, then we believe on average in previous years, they collected anywhere from 350 to 500,000. So if you raise the rates on top of that, we can probably get anywhere from 450,000 to 700,000. So I believe the additional revenue from this, if we get this where people will come and work here, I believe the revenue will offset the cost of the reclassification.
Yeah, current rates, just to add to Dale, the actuals for from 2018 to present, 299,000, 523,000, and 321,000. And that's current rate, not including the rate increase.
Right. And so once again, you're going to be able to move from that $15 an hour mark. If we do this pay group and the 6%, what's it going to be, 1780?
18.
Or 18?
18. It would
18.
be, yes.
So we're gonna see the movement of 20 cents.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm gonna make that,
It's not bad, Homer.
I'm gonna make that motion
Good.
that we adjust the pay group in light of the offset that the juvenile board unanimously voted on. And that this would apply to the category of, and Homer, help me fill in the blank, the juvenile correctional officers.
Juvenile supervision officers.
Supervision officers.
Yes, thank you, Judge.
And is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, pose same sign. Okay, great, and of course, many thanks to the judges that sit with me on the juvenile board, because that's really how it got made possible.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners.
Okay, thank you.
Another issue, you wanted to do one other item for your particular item. You wanted to reduce some of your juvenile detention supervision officers and your JSO to create a main control operators at a lower pay group. So there is a savings for that, but you want to.
Yes, we thought it'd be easier to manage in the control room. Each facility has a control room, and the control room duties are just that. You stay in the control room because one always has to stay there. You don't have to be a juvenile supervision officer, or in other words, you don't have to carry a certification in order to run the control room. And given our shortage in trying to hire people, and the fact that some people that we've had to pass up because of their inability to maybe work the floor, if you will, they would make good, competent control room officers. And we thought it'd help us in both attracting people for that particular position, knowing that they do not have to be out on the floor. And we thought it'd be a cost savings as well.
And there is this cost savings. Currently, the salaries for there will be a total of 4 main control officers, 2 in the juvenile detention and 2 in the post adjudication, and reducing 2 of the salaries from the juvenile detention officers as well as the JSOs. So we're talking about going from $167,000 to $162,000. So it's saves about anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000.
All right, so, and you're making that recommendation to us?
Yes.
All right, so, well, I'd like to make a motion to,
Is that net
it's net revenue of about $10,000.
Saves $10,000, yeah. Around there, yes.
Good.
Okay, and again, for the clerk, I don't know if you caught the actual title of it, but it's operators.
Main control operators.
Main control
Main
operators.
control operators. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Post same sign.
You know, Homer, when I was working detention there in juvenile, I was making $8 an hour.
You were
Well,
over.
and when I was a little girl, raspas were 25 cents. I mean,
No, but I'm
You
saying, I
know.
worked at a detention.
I know, but now we're in 2022 and we're in the fight of our lives
Like
to
15
stay
years ago,
competitive.
Judge.
That's right.
To
No,
stay
like 15
competitive.
years
Thank
ago.
you so much, Homer, for being with us today.
Thank you, Homer.
Okay,
Your patience.
Homer?
What I'm going to do now is ask Dr. Fagan to come forward, and you have a nice PowerPoint, I think, presentation. And before you get here, I do have a question for Dale, because it may assist you. Last week, Mr. Mitchell came and showcased some actual resources that he needed. I think they total somewhere about $120,000 cumulatively. If we wanted to, is special revenue available? Like
I
we
believe
we got.
we've already started working with some of this, and I believe this was brought back last year by Dr. Hernandez. And I believe several of these items are already being looked at to be purchased through the COs that we had at the time.
Okay, I was gonna say, because if not, I wanted to ask whether my special revenue, which apparently we just got an
I believe
update.
most of this information that was brought here are something we're already working into acquiring.
Okay.
And I know when Teresa and Ida worked through the stuff on the CO items, and most of it be purchased through that.
Okay, because I just wanted to, I want you to go through it, but I wanted you to also, it might help set the tempo here. All of those items that are cumulative to the 120, I think that there's multiple ways to fund, and I don't want you to feel like that has to be an ask that's unique inside this budget. I've got special revenue dollars that I think would fit the bill, and apparently there's some CO dollars that can fit the bill as well. But please go
I know several of
forward.
these issues were brought up last year, and we found money in I think the 19 CO.
That's what I'm thinking, but if not, and Teresa, again, I'm basing this off of,
Yes.
a consolidation of everything from 16s, Dale, to the
Yes,
21s?
yes.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Fagan, go ahead. I thought I'd lead with some good news.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I know that Mr. Mitchell presented last week, so this is kind of a represent and just getting into some of the finer details because obviously the circumstances that led to me to be in this office are unprecedented, particularly with having a contract and not having any type of input into the preliminary budget. So, I mean, what I'm left with is asking, right at the end of, before final budget's due for these items. And that's just the timing based on what happened in the office and when did I start and when was the initial budget due. So these basically represent, some of them are items from my contract directly with Nueces County that has already been approved and ratified. Some of these are new requests. These are based on, now I've been on the job and it's into my 7th week. It's similar to, my contract and proposal, I tried to be as comprehensive as I could, but it's like buying a house with no home inspection. I really didn't know the contents until I started the job. And so some of these things I couldn't realize that, that they were already failing before I showed up and realized that. Other things are just things that I've discussed with Commissioners Court of the office needs, based on its case numbers, under name accreditation to eventually grow to support 4 doctors. And some of this is staffing that would have to go along with supporting a staff of that nature. So, okay, so just going into the next slide, I'll try to go through this just briefly and then go into kind of the substance because I realize that it is getting advanced in the day. So obviously the Nueces County Medical Examiner's Office, we're located in the Hospital District of Central Corpus Christi. We provide services not just for Nueces County, but at 20 additional counties via interlocal agreements. In 2021, more than 3,300 deaths were reported to the office. Of these, 735 were Nueces County decedents, and then there were 214 that were from our partner counties that were brought for postmortem examination. The office does collect samples for DNA analysis as needed, and then also we're seeking to collaborate with a forensic anthropologist that I've reached out to, Dr. Sharon Derrick, who's based here at Texas A&M Corpus Christi. The underlying goal is to try to make more of a regional medical examiner facility for not just Corpus Christi, but this whole region. So 2021, the office received a total of $1.029 million in fees and deposits for the general revenue fund. And then for fiscal year 21 to 22, our office had a budget of $2.047 million and is budgeted for a total of 17 full-time positions. And then we have additional temporary doctors and investigative staff. As I alluded to, next slide, please. As I alluded to in my preamble, the purpose is to inform the county commissioners of the challenges and additional funding needs at the medical examiner's office based on operational deficiencies and weaknesses observed over the past 2 months. The three topics of the presentation are staffing, salary study, and equipment needs. Next slide, please. So this is essentially what changes were already authorized by Commissioners Court for this fiscal year. Just highlighting the changes, the Chief Medical Examiner salary did go up significantly, as did the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner's salary. For the to-be-added Deputy Medical Examiner position, the third doctor position, which in my contract was slated for July 1st, 2023, that one is budgeted per the contract at $335,000. If we indeed used July 1st as the target start date for when the county would have to start paying for that position, then between that start date versus the end of the next fiscal year, the county would have to have an additional $83,000 to pay for that portion of that doctor's salary. The Director of Operations position was added before my arrival, so that just continues. And then obviously we have the requisite benefits just for being a Nueces County employee. So next slide, please. Just for staffing, what have I done since starting at this office? I've hired a Director of Operations. His start date was October 8th. I've hired my Deputy Chief Medical Examiner. His start date is September 26th. The Office Manager position is currently vacant. That's not posted yet. That one is going through civil service, so that one to be posted at a later position. There is one unfilled morgue technician. That one I will be, I haven't posted yet, but I will be posting. We're asking for one additional autopsy technician. So here's the background for that. All offices have to pick kind of a target of how many morgue technicians per doctor staffing ratio. I'm mirroring what Bexar County does, which is 2 technicians to 1 doctor. Just understand that having more than 1 morgue technician per doctor enables that doctor to complete cases in a more expeditious manner, because I can have my second technician preparing the next body for autopsy. I can have that technician cleaning up after autopsy. I can have that technician entering the toxicology request, doing x-rays for the next case. I can have that extra morgue technician doing a lot of things. So there's no shortage of work, I promise you. Every office has to kind of pick what's your staffing ratio for doctors to tech. I'm just mirroring Bexar County. It's the same staff ratio that the state of Utah and Maricopa County in Phoenix also use as well. It's a number that's just set. This county never kind of set that number just because the office grew out of essentially a 1 doctor, 1 technician, 1 investigator, and 1 admin level shop. I'm trying to modernize and rebuild this office. So that's the ratio, and the additional person I'm asking for is 1 technician, just understanding that we're going to have 3 doctors within the next year. It's most beneficial if I have time to get that technician trained before that new doctor arrives, because it's a learning curve. It's a 3 to 6 month process when I hire a new technician to actually have them, unless they come from another office, and even then they need to learn our way of doing things as well. So it's a learning curve. If I get that position now, then I can hire those 2 individuals. I have about 9 months to get them up to speed, which means that when the next doctor arrives, I have them trained and ready to go. The most likely pool for doctors for me to be hiring from is somebody who's currently in training. So that means that usually on arrival, there are indeed a fully trained forensic pathologist, but they still have to pass their forensic boards. And just in way of practice for the commissioners to understand, it's kind of a 2-year process to get that doctor able to handle 90+% of the cases that come in the door. It's that way in any specialty in medicine, whether you're talking about forensic pathology, pediatrics, general surgery, et cetera. There's a learning curve when it's now your show and you're running it. And ways that basically, how does the new doctor kind of get the final training? That's the job of both the deputy chief medical examiner and me for training them on the doctor side, but then the techs also help with that too. So having this additional technician in place and already trained up would help that transition as we build our staff so that we have all the technicians are already trained, they're well experienced, and Dr. Khan and I will make sure that they're well experienced by the time that doctor arrives, but everything is in place such that that's the most likely pool for me to hire from, and then I give that doctor the best chance of success on arrival. There are two of us, a chief and deputy chief, and then they're also all experienced morgue technicians, at least close to a year for every single one in-house to help that new doctor succeed and to do top quality work. Because as I've mentioned, and I mean, one of my primary missions is ensuring quality for services for Nueces County and its partner counties. That was some of the criticism lobbied against my predecessor. I can't ever allow that to happen again, which means that I have to have resources to do so.
Dr. Fagan,
Yes,
forgive
ma'am.
the interruption, but in many, I know you have really not had adequate time to put forth a complete presentation, but do you believe in this next fiscal year that there might be also an opportunity to have some offsets, given that we're going to relook or reexamine that which would be, I would call them the out-of-county fees? Do you think that is imminent in the sense of, would that be something you could bring to the court, let's say by the end of the year, so that perhaps if we were able to approve these needed items for what's in the best interest of Nueces County Medical Examiner's Office, that we could expect that there could be potential offsets?
Yes,
Okay.
we can have that to the court. Mr. Mitchell and I will work on finalizing that in the next week.
Yeah.
Because that was indeed part of my contract, you're absolutely correct,
Right.
to try to offset that of increasing the out-of-county case fees. Just so the court has all the facts at at hand. Whenever any county raises its out-of-county case fees, there is a short-term period where the judges for out-of-counties send fewer cases. That can last a varying amount of time. I know that when we raised our fees for Travis County, it was we had a free month. The time before that, it was a few months, but yes, there is offset. That money does eventually come back to Nueces County at the new levels, and then from that point onward, the counties are used to that's the cost of doing business.
Yeah.
When I looked at the interlocal agreements, I looked at what's the time frame that I have to give them notice. My goal is that to be able to bring that to you, and have that ready before the end of this fiscal year, such that we can give them the notice. It's close to the end of their own fiscal year, so hopefully if they need to make any last-minute budget adjustments on their own,
They can.
they have some notice to do so.
Understood. Okay, I know you're in the middle of it. I was just, I'm wondering, because I've got my ledger now, right?
Yes.
So I'm plus 110 right now on the left side. So I'm hoping that, is there going to be a slide, maybe number 9, that shows me the dollars on that autopsy technician?
So I'll show you under the market survey, what
Sounds
does
good.
that
The
autopsy
range.
technician cost? Yes.
Okay, I'd like to see that.
Yes, absolutely. I'm also asking for 2 additional full-time investigators. That is to have 24/7 staffing for the facility for a variety of reasons. And those individuals can do, in addition to just being the investigator and being in-house, can also do just follow-up of whether it's getting records or other tasks, so that time will be spent working. It will not just be spent idle. Okay. The deputy medical examiner position, I haven't posted yet. I will be doing that in the near future. I'm just finalizing the ad. And then my goal is that Dr. Khan and I will be traveling to Dallas in October, and we will be trying very hard to recruit that third doctor for Nueces County in a timely manner. If I can get somebody before the 1st of July, that'd be ideal, but target date is no later than 1st of July. We do have the temporary doctor support, which was approved in my contract via Dr. Fernandez, and then also with the temporary doctors. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so the revised budget requests represent my best assessment for the needs of the office to move forward. We do have to regain accreditation with the National Association of Medical Examiners and to provide quality forensic pathology services for South Texas. This request includes changes for my contract negotiations, new personnel for operational demands and accreditation, and then compliance with county employment policies. Okay, so this is the market survey. This was addressed in my original contract, was doing a market survey. A few weeks ago, when I was speaking to Human Resources, they said they were ready to start that. I contacted the two nearest medical examiner offices just to get their salary ranges. Within my contract, it does include language that the more technicians to match within 6 months, because what I'm doing right now is I'm rewriting their job descriptions to justify what additional duties they're doing for that extra money. So I'm in the process of doing that now, rewriting everybody's job descriptions. I'm just giving you the kind of salary range for what Travis and Bexar County cost. So to answer the judge's question for an additional autopsy technician, with the current Nueces County range, it starts at $31,000. If I were to match Travis County, it would be $39,000. If I were to match Bexar County, it would be $36,000. The more technicians are the only one that are specifically a portion of my contract, which are included to match. Looking at, since I know that was previously discussed for where I gain these 6% across the board, this would be in lieu of that. 6% wouldn't get them as high as my contract would otherwise get them. So I understand that they would just get whatever, they would match basically Travis, but they wouldn't get a 6% on top of that. It's one or the other, and I understand that.
Okay.
Everyone else, just to put it kind of in a picture for what's the 6% give you for our current ranges, and then so you can just have that to compare. For medical transcription, if I just gave them a 6% raise, they would end up at $32,542. As opposed to if they were matching Travis County, they'd be at $35,000. If they were matching Bexar County, then they'd be $36,000. For the office administrator, if I were to give them the 6%, they'd be at $42,288. As opposed to the office supervisor, if I matched Travis, $52,000. Bexar, actually, that one is substantially higher. It's $72,000 is where that range starts. The investigators, if I were to just go with the 6% cost of living, that takes them to $39,444, as opposed to if I match Travis at $52,000 or Bexar at $50,000. The ME coordinator, that one actually is the only one that the 6% gets her higher than either the other two would otherwise allow, because that puts her at $36,621. The chief medical examiner, that one, if I were to give him 6%, he gets $46,279, as opposed to Travis, $74,000. Bexar starts at $54,000. And then finally, for the administrative clerks, senior clerk, with the current salary with 6%, that gets them to $32,542. Office specialist for Travis starts at $35,500, and then office assistant to $36,384. Okay, next slide. One of the things that I've been made aware of since starting is that I have 3 temporary investigators. One of them has been in the office nearly 1 year. The other 2 have been in the office. One has been there for 5 years. One there's been there for 6 years. Going by the Nueces County Civil Service rules, I'm not supposed to have them in this capacity greater than 270 days. So for all of them, I really have to move them to part-time. I'm asking in for that as part of the additional.
You mean to full-time?
They have to. They're currently temporary employees.
Oh, I see. Temporary to part-time.
Yes, moving them from temporary to part-time, just because I have to follow our own civil service rules. They've already exceeded the 270 days.
Yeah.
So at the very least, I would have to make them part-time. And I understand as well that if there are additional full-time investigator positions added, that yes, the use of the part-time employees would have to be decreasing as well. Okay. Next slide, please. And I'm just about to wrap up. So Name accreditation, whether it's initial or reaccreditation, which is what this office needs, has a significant impact on staffing. Autopsy technicians, administrative clerks, investigators, and doctors all impact the number of autopsies that can be performed each day and the completion time for the final report. This court has given my predecessor a 75-day turnaround. We're nowhere near that. We're only going to get there with adding additional doctors and additional people. The name guidelines are, the name standards are 90 days, and I may revisit that at future Commissioners Court session of harmonizing the two of them. But for now, I don't have the ability to come anywhere close to the 75 days. I give you the salary survey just to show where the Nueces County is compared to other offices. We are significantly lower. So what we're asking for is mirroring the Travis County salaries. Next slide, please. Okay, for the equipment, oh, actually, just one thing before I forget that. I will say that for the office with its accreditation being lapsed, even counties that choose to partner with a specific doctor or private office for cases such as homicides, babies, death and custody cases, the greatest preference is to use an accredited office. And I know that even when Williamson County, which borders Travis to the north, switched to using a private doctor, they still sent those particular cases, specifically because we were an accredited office. So that's extra revenue. Even if some of our partner counties were to realign elsewhere, they would likely still want to come to an accredited office. Okay, for the equipment needs, now we can go to the final slide. I know it's already been approved, just for completeness, for what are we asking for equipment. Already been approved the computerized case management software support and annual fee. That particular item was approved on August 26th. With that, though, we do need additional computers, monitors, printers, and supplies, just because it's moving from a paper-based system to a computer-based one, and just streamlining the process as soon as possible, so that way my morgue technicians, the moment the body arrives, they can scan that body in, they can scan any evidence that's tagged to it, they can scan any personal property, they can scan any controlled substance. I need additional equipment to do that. Also, that way I can have my morgue technicians. There are things that on the out-of-county case fees that we've been working on finalizing, that who bills for it is our office administration staff. That's who sends out the bills. There are extra charges that they haven't been levying because of the fact that the individual who sees the body for it. So there are extra case fees that we could be capturing in addition to just the strict autopsy fee. There's additional examples. There are extra charges for people who are morbidly obese. There are extra charges for people who are decomposed. Those are ones that, with the computerized system and the appropriate peripherals, I can have my morgue technicians clicking around for everything that goes through, so I make sure to capture as much revenue as we can for those out-of-county cases. In that way, when my administrative folks are sending the billing notices out, every single thing that we should be charging for is being charged, and we're getting as much revenue as possible. One of the things as part of switching to a new system that was recommended by the vendor was that at least 2 individuals, so likely my director of operations and myself, traveling to one of the offices currently using the system, just because it's something new. We're going to have to tailor it to what we specifically need. So funding for that. We're asking for a digital x-ray system. Our current one is extremely cumbersome and labor dependent. Basically, the techs shoot one film, have to walk down the hall, load it in, come back, do the same thing. It's a very cumbersome process. The equipment that we're asking for would let them move down the body. It speeds up the processing time dramatically. It also gives the ability to see in kind of real time of do they need to reshoot that film, as opposed to they go shoot the film, develop it, okay, then now I got to redo that one. So we need better x-ray equipment. When we get our new facility, at that point, I'll probably put a Lodox in it, but until then, I still need the x-ray equipment for the office at the present. The other thing is once I have this better equipment, there will still be cases that I will find that are better to re-x-ray, so I will still be using this even after I get a new office and new Lodox, because sometimes I have to really hunt to find bullets, and I have to get every single one of them out of the body. So having the portable X-ray one will help me do that, because if I reload ox them, it's doing the whole scan all over again. It's taking up a lot more memory, which we do pay for data storage, as opposed to just doing one extra X-ray for that one bullet that I'm trying to find.
Excuse me, Doc, didn't you just get a brand new one about 2 months ago? I mean, I thought your staff had requested a certain kind of X-ray, and we did, I think we did order one.
Oh, it's been ordered? Okay.
Well,
I know we did request,
Where were we at with the X-ray machine? I thought that was one was ordered from the ME's office. Something that the Dr. Fernandez and.
I don't think it's been ordered yet.
Okay.
No?
I know that
Michael?
we looked at the funds, and I believe, we're looking on acquiring this, but I don't believe it's been acquired yet.
Go.
Dr. Fagan?
Yes, I'll finish very
We'll
quickly.
get back with you on the X-ray piece of it.
Okay.
The desire's there, the intent, I don't know if it's been ordered, but we will work with you on that item. And-
Okay.
And yes, if you don't mind.
Yes. Okay, just finishing for the rest of it, because I realize it's 5 o'clock. So we're asking for several new autopsy carts and trays. Our current ones are at the end of their service lives. They're about to just fall apart. A new rack system for body storage, same thing. The current system is about to fall apart. We have to get a hydraulic cadaver lift. The reason being that we have people who are well in excess of 300 pounds all the time. We had one over the weekend who was over 600 pounds. We had to call fire rescue because it was totally unsafe for our employees to even handle that body.
You know, hold on, Doctor. I hate to interrupt you, but, you know, it's really making me a little angry. Didn't we order all this stuff? What happened when we agreed in court to buy all this equipment?
I believe it's gone through the process of getting purchase orders or go through purchasing it.
Yes, we
Well,
gotta
I mean,
move
how
on.
long-
This,
how long
we
does it-
spent an
how long
hour
does it
on this
take?
presentation.
I mean,
Come on.
Yeah.
We did this 3 months ago.
Yeah, we already got some. Yeah, we already got
Man,
some.
I can't believe he's just telling us all this and we sure already bought it. God.
Okay, all right.
Well, let's,
I'm sorry, Doctor, but.
So,
man, that
Yeah,
makes me
that's the
angry.
conclusion.
the good news is, again, when it comes to resources,
Yes.
the intent is to make certain that the office has everything it needs. It sounds like we've got maybe a hole in communication, but we'll work with Michael in purchasing and get a complete update, not only to the court, but to you as soon as possible.
Okay.
Okay, on all equipment.
Okay.
All right, having heard all of these needs and seeing all the good work that you did, particularly on the salary compensation piece of it, we did have, I'm certain there's gonna be a motion, but first, a little housekeeping. It is 5:03 PM. We have a court policy that requires a motion. I'd like to motion that we go to 5:30 and reevaluate.
Judge, I'd like to go to 6 because we got a lot to do and I don't
All
want to
right,
come back.
I'm
and
happy
I've
to.
moved my
I
stuff
did
till
5:30
6, please.
because I thought you said you had to
5:36.
leave.
I did, I moved it.
5:36, whatever.
Okay,
I
I'll
mean, I'd
take
like
6
to-
o'clock.
Just don't want to
As a
skip any of these
motion?
other items.
I'll take a motion
Second.
and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. For staff, I want to make sure, Connie, there's no choice, right, Connie? No choice. There's no choice. Thank you, Connie. You're very, very good at everything you do, but
You know,
the not complaining piece is very good. Very gracious of you. Okay, so in this vein, here's how I see it. There are certain things that have to rise to the high priority. The truth is that one of the reasons that I voted for the budget, I'm sorry, the tax rate this morning, is because I recognize all year long, for the last 3 years, we've been on a movement to get phased salary increases. And we've done amazing work, but there's so much more work to do in so many departments, and you've illustrated how your department is one of them. But I do see priorities for you, and one of them is the autopsy tech, and the second is the.
equipment.
Well, but the equipment we've already resolved. There's a budgetary resource for all the equipment. I'm not concerned about that. I am concerned that the budget currently, as proposed, does not have an accommodation for the autopsy tech at 40,000 proposed, and I am rounding up.
The other thing that I would consider, Judge, is, if you don't mind, is the 2 temps that are over past the.
I was gonna get there.
I'm sorry, well,
I'll add that in just a second. You can make that either way, but those were the priorities that I had. I had the autopsy tech, the 100 and cumulatively, 104,000, I'm calling it 52,000 times two. That's to secure the premises, but it's really, that's really a misnomer. It's really to make certain that the justice system works with the evidence that we rely on your office to do. And unfortunately, it looks like there's a price tag to all things. And so therefore, in order to create that surety and limit, any concern that might be there, that's what seems to be your recommendation for best practices. So now I'm gonna call it 150. It's really 40 and 104. And then the one thing that Commissioner Gonzalez just mentioned is, could I have that slide back? I don't recall what the temporary to part-time cost would be to fulfill the Civil Service Commission rules.
If I remember the slide from the Director of Operations last time, there was three investigators. If we take the investigators at the current salary of the current investigators and go part-time, and then do that with benefits, we're talking about roughly about $70,000.
Are you talking about
Additional.
taking the, I thought she was just asking.
From temporary to part-time.
To part-time is how much additional?
I'd say about $70,000.
Cumulative.
Yes, cumulative.
Okay, so my motion, in the interest of time, is that, that the following items be included in the proposed budget. My motion is to include the autopsy technician at the proposed rate, and if you'll bring that slide up, I'll tell you exactly what the number is. Also, in fact, let me just do that. Here it is. It
Can we
would be.
separate this out, or, I mean, well.
I can. I'm happy to, if that makes you, is that okay?
I would
I
rather.
was gonna, I'm
vote
happy,
them
if
separately,
it
but-
means you voting yes on something, I'm gonna do it. $40,000 is really 39,388 that's proposed. My only question to you, Dr. Fagan, is did you work with the auditor's office to make sure that these comport with a pay scale that we have?
I have that, Your Honor. I
Thank you.
went one autopsy tech at our current rate, at the current benefit rate, it's 41,000.
Okay, do I need to call it by a number, though, like a pay group?
The pay group 16.
All right, so I'm going to call for the first one, Commissioner Chesney, is a pay group 16 autopsy tech at a cost of approximately $40,000.
Wait,
40 to
this is-
41.
This is a
41,000.
new position?
Yes.
Okay, no, that's
Yes,
the one I
this
want.
is a new position, the autopsy technician. Okay, and is there a second for that? Second, okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
No.
Opposed, same sign.
No.
Okay.
All right, Judge,
If I had known that, I would have just put my whole motion together, because I'm gonna tell you something, we're wasting time here.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear, was that a yes or a no?
It was a no, it was a no. And again, we have savings already of 110,000 in this budget.
But, yeah, Judge, but part of the savings we need to allocate to other things, and the other thing is these increased fees were supposed to offset the already huge budget increase that we've had. So that was part of what this was all these new fees were gonna maybe offset the fact that we've already increased that budget by over $700,000 before we even came in here today. So that was supposed to go towards that, so.
I hear you.
These are additional asks.
I know they're additional.
No, I was saying, the one I wanted to support was because.
Which one?
I believe the civil service thing we have to do. I don't think that's the difference. That's the one
Okay,
that I have.
I'll go
that I
ahead and
feel
call
would
that one
support.
now
The other
for-
ones I don't.
Okay, I'm gonna,
Can I amend?
Absolutely.
I'd like to second, but can I add an amendment to that? I will use the difference with my ARPA funding for this. I feel that this is a very important, I mean, everything you're asking for, you're an investment that we made into you, in your salary, in your experience, in bringing you, transporting you from Austin to here. I don't see any of this as being frivolous, as being anything but a standard of what should be acceptable or exceeding that. And to pick and choose, I get we got to be very careful and the numbers are very tight and we got to make some tough choices, but I would rather use some of my ARPA funding to cover, at least for this year, to get us through this first year. I believe that, with the full staff and getting you the facility that we have committed to you, it's going to do wonders for us. And to give you part of what you're asking for, you're not asking for a Lamborghini or anything. You're asking for basic basic equipment and staffing. So,
But John, we
if my ARPA funding can be used for that, if it qualifies for that, I'd like to use my ARPA fund, some of my ARPA funding, to make the difference in whatever the commissioners,
But John, what
motion
we
on-
agreed
on
to
the
do
civil
was, well, what we talked about doing was not adding any additional positions under ARPA and only continuing to fund the ARPA, because once the ARPA runs out, then we fall off a huge cliff.
I
And so,
get you.
so I'm
And
not.
that will be a decision we can make if it's worth it or not.
Right, I'm
Within
just
the
saying-
2 or 3 years. I get that this is only temporary. I mean, everything we've committed to law enforcement is only temporary, but to give Dr. I mean, it's like, welcome, we love you, we are paying you a ton of money, which people have a problem with, which I don't, because you do a very difficult job. For me personally, I'm gonna read an obituary of a now 18-year-old who was 17-year-old that went into your office about a week and a half ago. Healthy, young 17-year-old, 9 days before his birthday. Before his 18th birthday. And he passed away from heat stroke. And you talked about in your interview that you wanted to bring dignity and closure to family. That's what you're talking about here with these investments. This is not frivolous stuff. So whatever it takes, you have it. You're not asking for anything out of the ordinary. And I get it's temporary, but I am not going to let you leave here today without what you need, because I know you put a lot of consideration into it. I know you're looking for best standards, and that's why we hired you. That's why we need you here, because we are in a rut. And if we don't, and let's be realistic. If we don't make you happy, you could very well easily leave to greener pastures. I don't doubt that at all.
Yes, sir.
So the only way to make that happen is to give you what you need. And so that's my amendment. If we don't, Commissioner, you don't want to include an amendment, I'll make an additional motion, but I feel strongly that you support the civil service part. I agree with you. Let's get something that we can all find consensus on. And then the additional part, I will fund with my ARPA, knowing that it's only temporary, but at least that we can get us moving along. And then if it proves within a year or two, it's not what you needed, it's too much, you got people hanging around with too much time on their hands, then we pull it back. But we got to give you everything we can as soon as you can. Like we said, we're going to get that building facility fixed up for you as quickly as possible. I believe we need to do that with staffing and equipment. So that's my amendment, if it's accepted, Commissioner.
Still not.
Yeah, I'm going to separate it, Commissioner Monas,
Okay.
because he wants to separate it.
Fine.
On the first piece, just to clarify, it is the, moving the temporary the investigators who are currently on temporary status to part-time status. And,
That would be my motion, yes, ma'am.
and that's your motion, and
Yes, ma'am.
there's a second by Gonzalez. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
The second motion on the table is to allow for the, and please help me here, Commissioner Modis, would it be all three? It would be the one senior, well, I'm gonna call it autopsy tech, and then the two investigators would be a cost of $150,000. That be funded by Commissioner Modis's ARPA allocation?
Does that qualify Dale or Teresa or whoever?
Yes, Commissioner, we have a clause in our ARPA agreement that the county can hire additional staff up to 85 employees. We've only got, like, I believe, 15 now, so that does qualify.
And of course, it's public health sector, so even more so. And I'll second that motion. And as they say, sometimes just one word suffices, with gratitude, or two words, with gratitude. Because I do believe no amount of brick and mortar is going to change more than the people that you bring in there. You can make the building prettier, but it's the people that are working in the best interest of Nueces County for the administration of both the dignity for the loss of life as well as justice that's really going to make the difference in getting the accreditation and all of the good things that you want to establish for this forensic institute. So that's the motion. I've got a second. Yes, ma'am?
And the motion include the positions?
Of course I will.
Thank you.
And if you'll bring it back up, because it is nice to look at them. They have specific names.
And investigators are currently at a pay group 20.
Thank you. So it's the way it works, per the job title, Ms. Sands, is autopsy technician, pay grade,
Autopsy technician, pay group 16.
pay group 16.
I thought y'all did that earlier.
We didn't do it.
Oh, no, no, no.
We wound up stopping that
Okay.
out of courtesty
Yeah,
to split it up. And then also the investigators, they would be Dale Pay Group.
Pay group 20.
Pay Group 20, and there'll be 2 of them. The cumulative effect, Kara, is a little under 200,000 with benefits.
40, 80, about, yeah, the investigators will be about 110, 120. The autopsy technician will be about 41, so we're talking about 160, 170.
160, 170 as a cumulative effect. And I just, let me do the vote, and then I want to have final comments on your other proposal. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, so you got that passed, Dr. Fagan. Now let me just address it, and we'll have to move on to another subject
know.
matter.
Those were funded with ARPA dollars?
ARPA dollars, Commissioner Matis.
Okay.
Dr. Fagan, your salary compensation study is great. It's a great tool, and all I can say is that I think here in Nueces County, we all 5 of us want to take a phased approach. The 6% COLA that we did earlier,
Judge, that didn't pass. Those
What?
those 3 no's.
he said
no's.
yes.
He said yes.
He said no.
He said yes.
He said yes.
She asked him.
Yes or no?
Yeah, I said yes.
Okay, yeah, all right.
And so I just want you to know that I know it doesn't feel like it, but today was kind of a major win for county employees with 6% COLA. And we keep moving towards where we need to be. But your study is excellent, and we need to keep it handy so that next year, when we make another move, we make the move towards that median salary range, not just for your department, but for all departments. So I don't want you to feel like that was incredibly valuable. It just, we're not, the best we could do today was that 6%. But I think tomorrow, we look forward to getting to those median ranges. And some, like you said, did meet it or got real close.
Yes.
But at least you now have the resources to build the institute that we brought you here to build. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm going to move to Scott Cross, who's about pacing over there, pacing. Scott,
Yeah,
where should we,
I'll be quick.
okay, that's all right.
No. I mean, I respect y'all's time. I know y'all respect mine. I want to start on page 165 of the budget, and it's the 1307 GOMESA funds. There is a transfer out in there that totals $416,880, and I don't have a clue what that is, because that certainly, I don't recall that being the amount of the cash match for the Tri-County. Huh?
I was gonna ask you the same thing.
I have no idea what it is.
That is our match for our grant for our Tri-County grant organization, grant that was awarded. That's what the balance we were put in that came from Grants Administration.
Did Jim Wells or Clayburgh County forget to have up their cash match?
No, we've already got their cash match.
Okay, I'm sorry, who was that for?
Okay,
Huh?
hang on. We're going to have to get you on a mic. So Scott. The other one died, so it's being used. Okay, come on up. Y'all can share that.
I actually just happened to receive that we got a $50,000 cash match from, oh gosh, was it
Probably
Clayburgh?
Clayburgh
From Clayburgh, Cayman, for the Tri-County.
And we also have one from Jim Wells
Yes.
coming in.
Yes, but it was 50,000 cash match.
Okay, so Scott, go back again. So what are you saying, that there was a transfer out of your department?
Well, out of 1307.
Go Mesa, Judge. I think it was discussed in court. I thought we talked about that, but I may be not
I
remembering.
don't think so.
That's huge.
Yeah, I don't think we ever authorized Gomesa. What we did was say that we acknowledged a match.
Yeah, now I did agree to cover Susan Roth's contract with Go Mesa. We talked about that because I made the comment.
Which goes towards the match.
Yeah. And what I made the comment was like, it kind of, Teresa brought it to my attention. I wasn't expecting. I had said, and I remember sending out an email, including Belinda and you, and I'm like, look, if this helps the good of the county as a whole, I don't have a problem doing it. I don't like working in precinct lines, but just let me know, because I'm trying to get projects done, qualifying projects, because the key thing is about the GOMESA monies is that I don't have a CIP plan. I was not included in the county's capital improvement plan. I don't know if y'all realize it or not. I'm not in there. And so in order for me to get a lot of good capital projects done, I've got to use these GOMESA funds. And so that if, as long as they're qualified, I've spent, and Commissioner Chesney, you know this better than anybody. Lisa knows this. I spent months and months and months researching 2 CFR subpart B, C, D, and E and making sure we're completely 100% auditable on this with these Go Mesa funds, because they do give you a lot of discretionary use. And so anyhow, I'm just shocked by that amount, because I was like, whoa. Anyhow, so
Page 7 on your budget, proposal budget, there's a transfer from 1307 Go Mesa to Department 2370 Tri-County Drainage Study for cash match in the amount of $416,880, which was provided to what we had for that, so.
I don't remember. I remember something coming up on Go Mesa, but I don't remember. I'm not remembering.
I just let's look into that, please, because that's a big hit. It's a big hit.
Does it show where it got originated in your system or anything?
I'll have to go through all of our transfers, and this came from grants, so we'll have to look at the grants.
I just don't remember.
And I don't like grants authorizing anything to be coming out of Go Mesa on their own either.
I don't think they can do that. I think it did.
But I'm looking at the agendas right now.
Can I request it when something like that comes up that at least be negotiated
I
with?
do think we had a conversation about this. I don't remember the number,
Yeah.
but I remember us talking about using Go Mesa for
Still,
something.
somebody should have brought me in the loop on this, you know.
All I can say is we'll get some information about that.
Because I've got to get these projects done. Last time when we took more than what I expected from the 2019 allotment to help recover IB McGee, it stopped some projects. I can't get a project list and get it going, and then this continued to happen.
Yeah, I can just tell you that we can ask grants, because they're really the entity that we can ask, and we can bring it back on the 14th to discuss it. Obviously, budgets are living, breathing documents, right? We can help find other sources to replenish.
Yeah.
If that's a need, like, for example, your capital improvement plan. Teresa has pointed out to me that I have a bunch of COs that I have not utilized. Perhaps we could make that adjustment next week to offset at least half of the Go Mesa transfer. Okay, like 200,000 to go to coastal parks in the new fiscal year, so that you could do your capital improvement plan, okay? I mean, there are ways that
Yeah.
it can be replenished. All I know is that I don't have the we don't have the information right this minute, but I'm really glad you brought that to our attention.
Okay, and you know, and again, commissioners and judge, all y'all, I want you to hear this. I don't have a problem with doing my part to help push the county forward as a whole, as an entity. I really don't. I'll come help you, in any of you in your precincts, no matter what. The only other question I had in here is that it got brought up at one of the budget hearings, and Lisa called me. I got online, but when I was going to go answer it, y'all kind of passed over, and that was why was I requesting to move the natural resource manager, Megan, back to 180. The reason why is she was already hired as an FTE. She applied for a position as a full-time employee, not as a grant-funded person. And working with the judge and Teresa and Dale helped me a lot last year with this position, I agreed to move it over to Go Mesa because I was understanding it was a tough budget year. And again, y'all were just looking for help for the budget process overall. And so I thought, okay, well, let me do my part to help the county get their budget done, because I don't know all the details that y'all mess with. And so I just requested to move it back to 180, because that's what it originally was an FTE. I mean, I get it, I hate to use those funds to continually pay, a salary when I got projects I need to do. But I was just trying to be helpful. I did not know that this was going to be an ongoing thing, because I don't think I'm going to get any longevity out of somebody with a master's degree level and the experience at that, and that position is extremely strategic to not only coastal parks, but also our dune permitting process, which we finally gotten cleaned up, and that's a statutory requirement, and our beach management plan and all that stuff. But anyhow, I didn't know why it wasn't considered.
Right.
We still don't know why, right?
Well, no, we do.
We do?
Well, Commissioner Chesney, we did bring that up, if you'll recall, Megan's position.
Megan, I remember talking about.
Right.
Yeah, we kept that in.
As to Megan, it was discussed here in court,
That one was.
So.
and your feeling is that Go Mesa
think
should
all
be
of our families
utilized.
were. Yeah, I mean, I think that was a 5-0 vote on the Go Mesa for Megan, to keep her in there, or wherever she was. She in ARPA or Go Mesa?
She was Go Mesa.
Yeah.
She was Go Mesa. Well, look, here's
No,
the,
No, Megan's salary.
here's the thing, you know,
What she does is very much Go Mesa. I mean, that's, to me.
But she was hired as a full-time employee at a full-time budgeted position. I just moved it over there because I wanted to be helpful.
To assist in one year's budget cycle.
Yeah, and I didn't benefit from it.
Yeah.
I didn't get anything out of it.
$116.
Right. Well, all I can say is I need to hear what your requests are. I mean, I think that your request is to make,
My request is to move it back, but if I can't move it back, then I want a guarantee from y'all you'll consider it next year. I said-
Well, let me go back to the Megan thing. So,
that's what we're talking about.
right, I'm not gonna guarantee anything. So the Megan thing is, you get a perpetual resource from Go Mesa. Every year, you get money. So the logic there was, and I don't know why, if you weren't here, didn't know, but I mean, it was on the agenda. And the logic there was, she always is gonna do stuff that's qualified for Go Mesa. So I don't know what, other than the money goes away, I don't know what the harm is of keeping her on Go Mesa for another year and looking at it each year as we do everything else, because what she does is very much by definition what Go Mesa is all about.
I don't agree, because it was created as a full-time employee position. That's the way it was originally created, and that's the way I look at it. And you're right, we don't know that Go Mesa is gonna be an endless financial source.
How many
And-
years have we gotten Go Mesa though now? 10 in a row now?
No, we got 18, 19, 20, and 21.
And 22?
That's 5.
5 years in a row. So, I mean, obviously, if that goes away, then that would reevaluate everything. And we can certainly, I'm happy to look at it again next year, but we had an open discussion about it. I don't know. I don't remember if you were here, weren't here, or walked, I don't know. But I mean, it was like, it was a 5-0 vote. We all agreed to do it, but we can certainly, I'll certainly look at it next year. I mean, but I think what she does fits Go Mesa, but doesn't mean I can't be
What she
convinced
does fit DePac when he worked in Public Works and was funded by the general fund. I mean, essentially, that's what she's doing, you know? And for, you know, well, let's not even get into that. But anyhow, so that was what I didn't understand. Now you're telling me that you think it fits best in Go Mesa, and that's why you made a decision. I just couldn't understand why, because, I mean, I see like a 416,000.
That's different. I don't know.
I know,
No,
but I
that
see
that's
these hits.
different. Yeah, I
and
don't
I'm
know
like,
that one.
Okay,
So
'cause-
that's a good question, that I don't remember that one.
We could reevaluate, because look, what we need is a little bit more info. For example, the grant has both, we have to have our match, right? And then Clayburgh and Jim Wells has their match. And then we also have in-kind contributions, right? So those in-kind contributions are basically offsets to our match, which means like the graduate students at Texas A&M, we log their dollars in. So I mean, there's a slide that we have that basically showcases what our hard cost dollars are. And I don't know if this number really just represents the 25% to our pro rata share, Dale, or not. I can't tell. I was gonna do a little math, but the grant's what, 2.6, 2.4, 2.6? And so, I mean, we could do it, but I can get it,
Okay, well,
I can get it
I guess I
back
just
on
made
the
a
agen-
mistake when I said, okay, I'll be helpful. I shouldn't have done
Well,
that.
No,
I'll
I
get
mean,
it
I think
back.
we need to check the
Can we
grant.
just clarify that for next time, Dale, for the next pay
I think we
period?
need to check the grant for
Next,
sure. I don't remember
for
that
next
one.
meeting?
We're gonna go through all the hearings and all the, I know when this was brought up, the Tri-County, there was definitely a cash match, and because it covers drainage all the way through to the bays and estuaries, it was part of that Go Mesa would be used to fund the cash match, because it is a large amount, and it was either that or the general fund pay for it.
Cash match for what?
Would ARPA, let me ask you this,
Cash match would, normally grants require a 20% cash match.
hey, would ARPA cover those kind of things?
No,
It wouldn't cover that?
no.
For drainage study?
For that particular issue, I don't believe it would, but I would definitely reach out to
I think-
Haggerty and see if it could be, but this is a cash match for another federal grant.
So there's a.
Okay.
Well, let us
Yeah,
work on
no,
it.
Let's look at that grant, because
Thank
that
y'all.
needs to be looked at.
Thank
When
you.
you have that
And
federal,
I
non-federal.
see your position on the natural resource manager's position. I messed up I shouldn't have agreed to do that. I should have fought that, but that's okay. I want to be helpful. So, but I think we need to reevaluate it. I really do.
Well, I also want you to know that it's worthy of a discussion. We can bring it back and do a transfer because, first of all, Gomesa definitely is meant for projects, right? It doesn't mean that staff can't be utilized for those projects. But if we need to be proactive that they would not, we need to make sure there's not going to be clawbacks here. Because if you hire a FTE for this, for other purposes, like, dune protection, then we should be.
That was one of the primary reasons
right,
we hired her.
Then we should be paying for that. So Gomesa, the feds may not look kindly on something like that if she's not actually doing Gomesa projects. All I'm saying is, I agree with you, but I'm afraid that today may not be the opportunity because I'll be honest with you, my recollection is it did get brought up. Commissioner Chesney said, I want to fund that through Gomesa. And without 3 votes, we can't get through.
No.
So we did acquiesce on that. But there is no doubt that if there is a better funding source for the future, she's an FTE and should be guaranteed because Gomesa is not guaranteed.
Correct.
And our allotment changes
That's how
every
she was
year.
recruited and hired.
Right.
As an
and
FTE.
our allotment
Right, but
changes.
Yeah, and I think she fell in that category when we were talking about all these ones that we were gonna keep on for another year, ARPA, Gomez. I mean, I think it just was kind of fell into a category that we were talking about all the ones that we said we're just gonna keep going one more year with the way people are funded. And
Okay.
it wasn't just this one, it was.
If I missed it, I'm
ARPA.
sorry because,
No, but I think it wasn't.
And of course, we got to make sure the 6% covers her too.
Right, well, of course.
I think it does. I think I saw it in there, Dale. But again, like I've always said, I've said this repeatedly year after year after year. I really want all of y'all to engage with me and ask me if you see questions, and I rarely get asked any questions, rarely. And so I want your criticism. I need it. So anyhow, we'll go on from there. I do see where, Dale, you allowed, just so the court knows, he allowed an additional 14% in fuel costs, which we know we're going to need. And because I think on average, there are some departments getting 18, 19, some a little more, some a little less, but that's good. Where I had a question was, I want to make sure that the AHI janitorial services being funded, the budgeted, as reported in the Michael's item, that those monies get moved over to whatever department needs to live in so I can process those payments appropriately. I know, I mentioned it, nobody kind of responded. I just want to make sure again that we do that because when we had ABM, that didn't happen. And I requested it be additional funding. It didn't happen. It came out of my repairs, buildings and grounds, and that really hurt me last year, or coming this year right now, because all my facilities, other than the new RV section at Padre and the new office we'll have one day at IB McGee, I mean, all my facilities are old. They require a lot of upkeep. And I need to harbor every dollar I can find because like Packard Channel Nature Park Road, oh my gosh, that road is so bad. It's the worst road I got, and I got paving issues all over the place. So, and I put those in my budget proposal, but those are more capital improvement projects and not capital outlay.
I think on that, I think what we need is, the reason a capital improvement plan is smart is because it takes all of your issues and it assigns them a way to create funding. So on your Packard Channel Nature Park Road, you can assign that to, for example, a future, Road District 4 fund, or it could be assigned to, special revenue, or, whatever the case may be. Without that roadmap, you really, no pun intended there, you really don't know how things are going to be funded. So it does make you worry when you see 400,000 evaporate, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I will tell you, there are ways to offset that if we will work together. Next court, I can already tell you that I've already thought of 2 ways where we could at least assist somewhat so that you don't feel like Gomesa has been completely, evaporated.
Yeah. And what the judge is talking about, we looked at, and Commissioner Chesney has been supportive of it, verbally, doing a capital improvement plan for coastal parks where I looked at a firm and I got a proposal that will do 3 things. It'll give me a capital improvement plan. It'll update my coastal parks master plan, which is needed for certain grants. And it's out of date anyhow. And they'll also do cost benefit analysis so that all those projects, you know which ones are gonna give you a better return on your investment. So anyhow.
Okay.
The only other thing I had was, on the, they shorted me about $5,500 on Skidocan request I made. The reason why I did that is that I just don't have enough staff to run a PM shift, you know, all year round. And so we like to clean the restrooms and we like to lock them up. If I don't, I leave them open all night long. I've got druggies in there, vandalism, people sleeping in there, homeless people. So the extra money for the Skiddo cans helps me when I close them up in the winter earlier than in the summer. They're clean and ready to go. Now, the AHI contract is really helping me because I didn't have enough staff this summer, and I'm surprised Commissioner Chesney didn't call me and complain because we were having to lock those beachside restrooms up between 4 and 5 o'clock because they didn't have enough to run a PM shift. But having the Skiddo cans there, it's a lifesaver, you know. So I could use that, and then I got shorted some in travel that I needed to, you know, I don't have enough fleet vehicles. And I know Dell has brought this up to me before about, you know, with my clerks, the ones I send from Padre to IB McGee, not getting paid to travel to work, but once they get to Padre, we got to road them, tighten them out of IB McGee. They don't make enough to live in Port Aransas. This is no affordable housing over there, but I'm still down 3 vehicles that we ordered through Michael that y'all approved last year that still have not come in. I requested 2 more. So going into this next budget year, I'm down 5. And it's not anybody's fault. It's a supply chain issue. But I don't have fleet vehicles enough to, and so Megan, when she goes out and she does site visits for dune permits, she's using her POV. She should be able to file mileage. And, you know, same with anybody else is required to use their POV.
So let me go to the porta potty, the $5,500 request. I'll just like to make a motion that we include that, because it's health and safety and it's, thank you. And, are there any other discussion on that? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign.
Aye.
And then forgive me, Scott, that second piece of it was on mileage?
Yes, additional travel, additional money, 10K for additional travel.
Okay.
That's not for me, it's
Right.
not for professional development, it's just to have it there to offset, you know, the clerks and and Megan using their POV doing official county business. And once they get to work, not going to work,
and
once they
isn't-
get to work.
Right, and isn't that consistent with every other department? Don't they have that, guys? No. No? So is the issue that the proximity between IB McGee, the distance between IB McGee and Padre Bayou and the movement back and forth?
It's 18 miles, yeah, yeah.
Right, but I'm saying, is that the justification? I'm trying to figure out
Yeah, well,
where.
because I
we
don't
also
have
that
I don't
issue.
have any, a fleet vehicle they can use, and,
Is this a stopgap? Is this a one-time thing because you don't have the vehicles? Is that what you're saying?
well, I would have to, I'd first have to get my fleet built back up, and then I'd have to make another request to addition to that fleet in order to fix this problem.
Judge,
So I'm
I'm
trying
happy.
to
You wanna
figure it
split?
out.
You want to split it and just do it for on a one-time
Yeah.
basis? I'll do 5, you do 5, and
Yeah, and
I've
then
already
we can,
increased his budget by $10,000 for travel. It was, last year was 4,000, right now we're budgeting 14. So we've already increased his budget by 10,000.
do you recognize that, or?
What I did was I calculated it on the amount of times I have to rotate a clerk through IB McGee from Padre for basically AM and PM shift, okay? Then they come back, they're punching in and out of Padre Bay. And then I multiply that times 7 days a week from 8 AM till 10:30, those are the hours we work, and ran that year round and minus 3 holidays.
so what if we do it?
and the
let's
10
let's see how
wasn't
this
sufficient.
plays out, and then
You got 4,000 ballots.
I'll do some later if we need to supplement. Let's just take a look at it. Maybe getting these cars would be better too, because if you get more cars,
Oh,
right?
that'd be the simplest thing to do, but we don't have access to them.
No, I get it. So maybe the cars come in and then we don't have to worry about it.
But I know purchasing, I believe we're gonna get at least 55 this year.
Okay, so what I would say is let's just leave it the way it is for now, and then let's see if the fleets come in, let's see where you are mid-year. If you need more, I'm telling you, I'll give you half of it right now. So I'm just on a one-time
too.
basis, because it's a one-time thing
Well, you
until we
can
get
hold
these
on-
fleets
hold-
back up to speed, because
That
we
way we
don't
keep
need
it
that.
status quo.
Oh, okay, if there's a policy change that you're having there. Because,
Tell us.
for instance, the tax assessor collector has a satellite office in Port A. We don't pay for the employee to come to the courthouse and then drive from the courthouse to Port A.
I see.
We don't pay for anybody else to come to one central location and then pay their mileage from that central location to the place that they're going to work. If y'all want to do that, that's a policy change.
How do you feel
But
that?
you do it for him, expect to do it for Public Works, Tax Office. There's lots of inland parks. They could all come here to the courthouse and then get assigned out to the inland
they're not
parks.
going to the
You could have Keach Library come to the courthouse for Law Library and then get assigned out to Robstown, to
Okay,
Bishop.
I would just leave it alone and let's look at it mid-year, because we're getting way
Let
into
us-
the weeds. It's
yeah, let us know if
5:45,
it-
and let's just not do anything right now, and let's look at all of it later,
Okay.
just because I think that's a fair assessment.
At
but-
least you start off whole and then let's
But
see
let's
what
find those-
happens.
if-
Well, I mean,
Those
so
automobiles.
what you're saying is that the increase I've got, I can't use that to
No.
support Megan and them. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know.
Well,
You need
the
to get with them
increased
on that. I
travel
don't
was,
know.
was given for what purpose, Dale?
What are you talking about?
So it is, so your additional, you were at 4,000 last year, you're at 14 this year. That delta of 10 is for this purpose.
Okay, because I was talking about this with Ida. I mean, Ida, not Ida. And she was telling me, she goes, well, I just do a PO to do that when I gotta send them to Bishop or whatever in their POV. And I'm like, well, why have I not been doing that all these years? So anyhow, but yeah, I think in the end, we look at the vehicle situation, that's the cleanest and the easiest way to deal with it. Cause then they're getting in a county vehicle and they're going over there and they're coming back to Padre and parking it and going home. So, okay. So, only other thing is that Ida's aware of this. I don't know if Dale is really aware of it. I brought it up last year or the year before, I can't remember. And I brought it up with HR. I've got my assistant manager right now that assistant director, is claiming that, and it's brought a bunch of documents to me that she is wrongly classified. She's at a pay group that doesn't match the approved pay group for the assistant director of the department. That's
Hold
been
on, but we can't do that today. This is
Okay.
not part, you've got to go, I don't know does HR know what the answer, we're going to say what's
Yes,
HR?
okay, I tell you what, let me cut it short. I just want some answers. I just want to know from somebody.
HR, have you talked to HR?
Yes, I have. I submitted it. The employee's even filed a
And
grievance.
has she responded?
And no.
Okay, well, get her to respond, please, Ida. I mean, when did you submit it?
I've submitted it to IDA, what?
Long time ago. Okay. Okay, so HR hadn't responded, get it back from HR, find out why she hadn't responded.
So,
I mean,
anyhow.
get him some answers.
That's all. And I don't think there's anything else. I appreciate the help y'all gave me with that stuff overall.
And we will get back to you on
Yeah, that transfer is something weird.
the transfer and the Go Mesa
Yeah,
and
that'd
all
be
of that.
great.
And again, remember, there are many ways to,
Oh, you know I'll work with y'all.
Yeah, to work the budget.
I don't have a problem. And and I think the small step increases or pay group increases I asked for, one senior clerk and one senior accountant. I think your 6% COLA
I think we
actually
looked at it, takes
benefits
care of
them
it.
better than what I would have done for them, so,
Yes,
that's a wash.
some people will come out just exactly where we wanted them to be, and then others will still need to make another move.
The whole AHI
later.
thing, if I'd have had to hire the FTEs to do janitorial when I heard we were gonna take it over, that'd cost me $120,000
Right.
plus. This thing is at half that amount.
And again, that's not coming out of his budget, correct?
For
Or
the,
For the janitorial?
well, we're gonna,
Some of
if
it?
there are activities for each of the departments, we'll
You'll
allocate it
pro
based by the. what we
Okay,
have,
well,
yes.
that might be something to look at again.
Okay. All right.
Okay, well, thank you, Scott. And,
I can leave now, can I?
yes, sir, you can. So with regards to budget, just as a recap, we've made some adjustments to the medical examiner's budget, some budget changes to the coastal parks, to the juvenile department, and there's three small ones that I had you look at, Dale. One of them is not small. It's the county attorneys. We obviously did the compensation
It's
study.
already in the budget.
It's already in the budget. Can you just make sure we state that? So Jenny, your folks will now be on par with?
Okay,
Yes, ma'am?
it's in the budget.
I just want her to acknowledge that, because we,
Is there a page that outlines?
Plus, I think the hospital district was gonna supplement some of that, right?
what are you doing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, but I don't think we'd actually mentioned it. It was in writing, but I don't think anyone's verbalized it.
Johnny, we all gonna supplement some of that?
You had made a decision that because of the county attorney's, Johnny, work with the hospital district, that there was going to be a supplement.
Commissioners, the hospital district is willing to pay
Litigation,
an additional,
paralegal
and a supplement, not an additional one, but a
That-
new
that's correct.
supplement to the county attorney's office.
pay
They've taken on a lot more work for the hospital district.
Mm-hmm.
In this past year, Mary Esther Guerra carries a lot of load. We have stuff in front of her practically 7 days a week now.
How much, Johnny, did y'all approve?
50,000.
Motion to accept.
Second.
Okay, motion to accept. I don't know if we need to accept it, but we'll do it. I'll take
No,
it.
yeah.
It's in the budget as a reimbursement.
No,
No,
okay.
no,
It's in the budget,
in
but,
addition to.
but we're gonna get this as a reimbursement, so motion to accept the reimbursement.
There you go.
Yeah, Judge, it would be in my mind, I envision it as a supplement to
accept
how
the
the county attorney spread it out among her staff. I presume it would be everybody, but that would be hers. And it would be done on a mechanism, I think, kind of like your state grant. You get
Similar
or get
to our
state money.
1325 account number?
Yeah.
Motion to
And you're
accept
fine
the
with, you're
supplement.
fine with that
Yes,
allocation?
absolutely.
Okay. All right, so that will be reflected now. Dale, are you saying that our budget, our proposed budget that we have already reflects that?
For the changes for the county attorney for get equal to for the district attorney, yes.
But
Not this supplement.
Not a supplement. No.
Right, so that's what we're doing. That's the
That's the
announcement, so to speak, okay? So, so there's a motion to accept that 50,000 for the county attorneys?
Yes.
And there's a second? I'll second. And any other discussion other than gratitude? Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign.
I just had a question.
Yeah.
So the additional sheet that's being passed out, this is amended items, right? So the reclassifications for the county attorney's office is one item. The additional supplement coming from the hospital district is two, right? And then they still get the 6% COLA?
Yes. Yes.
That's correct, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Just making sure.
Okay. So now, Jenny, how does your office look?
Office is very happy. We're very grateful to both the Commissioners Court and to the hospital district. We very much appreciate it.
Okay, let's go.
All right, and so that's good. So that takes care of the county attorney's
voted.
office. On the district clerk's office, there was one particular person that works our jury selection.
Thought they were gonna extend her, right?
What do they want to do?
And I don't have that one in front of
The
me.
clerk's office, I
Adele,
thought we're gonna extend that person? Was she gonna
For the
extend her?
district clerk?
yes,
Positions?
211. It's the one that's standalone,
10.
2510.
Run out of
Department
funds.
3510, there's two employees, there's one, the jury management coordinator is currently at pay group 23 at a pay at the moment of 52,452 is the current salary.
And what would be the step up that was requested?
You have to go, what was she requesting?
I
I
thought
believe
we
she
were-
made a
I thought it would
request,
be the
but
same
if
salary,
we,
we're gonna extend it for 1 year.
if we go to a pay group 25, at, let's see what level she was at.
Yeah, what, was it an extension or a pay raise?
No, this is Bert.
But it's in the grant right now.
No, that's something different. You're talking about the.
How much is the difference cost? What's the cost difference, Dale?
Bert.
Now, right now, if we, the salary she'll be receiving is 52,452. If we reclassify her up one position, she'll go from that to 57.
Motion passed, Judge.
All right, thank you, second.
Second.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and then,
Justin to raise the district clerk's employee.
the
that
last,
does-
and it's just one person, it only affects one individual,
The one that jury,
the
right?
one from jury.
No, the
The
one from jury.
reclassification.
Right.
A motion is to pass, is
Yeah.
to make a motion to
Second.
reclassify the person in the district clerk's office does voter registration,
Jury.
Jury.
jury voter, jury
She's the jury
registration.
management coordinator.
To
Jury
reclassify
management
her from
coordinator.
what to what, Gail? 25
Let's
to
see,
26?
right now, we're going from a pay group 23, which is 52,452, and going to a pay group 24, is 57,366 at a pay group 24.
And since I've got my little ledger here, can you tell me the
It's about
delta?
5,000. About a little less than 4,500. If you add the benefits, you're close to 6,000.
Okay. Okay, and then on Dale's, I don't think we did any motion, so we need to address that. So I'll make the motion to, the Commissioners Court has the ability to, I don't remember the statute, but Lisa, you've got it here for us.
2.032
Thank
is
you,
the
152.
salary where my salary cannot exceed that of the highest paid elected official unless the Commissioners Court authorized the increase. With the COLA that the court has approved, my salary now exceeds the highest paid official, which is the county attorney at the moment. Her salary is also restricted by, I don't remember the government code for that, but it's a base salary of a district judge. And we believe some of them numbers haven't been addressed in a while, so we probably need the legislative session to look into this too, because we know that the district judges all got raises, but her base salary is still at the low rate. So to be able to exceed her salary, I need your authorization.
Okay, so my motion is to authorize that adjustment in the auditor's salary.
And what's the difference? How
And
much?
the difference, the delta?
About 5,600.
5,600.
5,600.
Sorry, 5,985. Okay. All right, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, opposed, same sign. All right, and then finally, on the last one I have is from the SO's office, the sheriff's office. I had asked it seemed like in the world of inequities, there were inmate management coordinators that had no separation once we made the adjustments. This is on base salary. So again, the 20% is still there, but on the base salary, we may have to address this, if not today, at some point. It's $19.43 an hour for the inmate management coordinators. And then there are others that are at a different pay group. They're at $21.90 an hour. But the issue is we've gotten to where our cadets have a salary of $20 an hour.
Judge, are those the counselors? Is
Yeah,
that the
it's
ones that-
literally like $1 difference. And so I was gonna suggest only one pay group up to create
So
that
moved, Judge.
separation.
I was-
Okay,
That was on my list.
thank you.
Forgot
And
it,
is
so
there,
thank you.
is there a dollar amount on that?
We would work with the stuff where we went up two pay groups is 11,000. So if you divide that in half, you're probably around 6,000.
Okay, so it's 11,000
That's a
with,
counselor, the one that came and
Yes.
visited with all of
it's
us, right?
11,000 for
That's,
two pay
right
groups
now,
or
that's three
5,500
employees.
for one pay
Only three?
group.
3 employees.
What is,
But there's 4 of them, right?
There were four.
well, there's
I've
four.
got for the coordinators, there's only 3.
I'm sorry, just three.
3 or 4.
thought there was 4,
There's a-
but-
it- I-
Currently, there's 3 in that current
There's
position.
one vacancy or something.
And this is going from pay group 21 to pay group 23, that's 11,057.
For all of them?
Yes,
For all of them. It's 11,000 for all of them.
They go
All of
2
them,
pay
yes.
groups?
yes.
Oh, that's fine.
All right, so is there,
We're
you'll
way
take a
past, they were
motion?
way overdue on them.
Yeah, since 1998.
Yeah,
This was three employees.
Okay, 3 employees. Motion.
sure.
And a second for me. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And again, I'm not second guessing you, but you are sure. I don't know why I had 4, but 3 is the right number. Three's
we
right,
ran
Lisa?
on the reports,
Okay.
there's 3, yes.
All right, thank you. All right, that concludes the ones that I had on, but I certainly be happy to entertain anybody else's, but hearing
Do we do
none.
the Texas assessor collector? Do we do those?
There was one that
Go
someone
ahead.
brought up
Assessor.
that was for adding back the district clerks, senior clerk 2 and senior clerk 1, because those were
During our
deleted.
January, September 1, y'all already made the motion to add
you.
back we had deleted 2 positions for the records management for 1378 because their funding was not there. Y'all already taken action to say, add those back with a transfer from 131. So that will be included in the budget.
That's
Okay.
already done.
And we don't need to do anything
No,
else,
it'll
just
already be included.
acknowledgement. What was your question,
The
Commissioner
Texas assessor
Gonzalez?
collector, do we do that one already? The call center for the call
Is
center?
it inside the budget?
Included in, as new employees, we included two senior clerks and 1 supervisor for the call center.
That's in
It's
there.
already in the budget.
In the budget?
It's in the
Okay.
budget.
If it's
So how
not, we'll
about,
get
and
told.
how about the library, county library?
We have
And
the
the car- and the car lot.
librarian, they got that outreach person that was gonna be going to, the pier, but that's no longer the case, but IDA still needs it going between her library and Bishop Library, so it's still included as an addition to 3610. I mean, 6310.
Okay, so it's inside the budget.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and,
And how about the tech, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
the tech,
That's
the library tech also is in the budget?
It's on the list inside the budget.
Okay,
Reclassification, yes.
List inside the budget.
okay,
Those are already included in the budget, yes.
okay, thank you.
I had
Go ahead,
brought up some
Commissioner.
questions on the Robstown Area Development Corporation. I know that we have a line item on them, and I don't know if they fall specifically under our document, or if it's maybe a special account that we give them. Teresa or Dale, if you can help me on that, but I'd like to address it if we can during this process. If not, we can do it at a later date. But are they in our budget as a line item, or are they a special?
It's paid under general admin, 1285, for
1285,
RADC, Downtown Management District. It's just incorporated in
Robstown,
1285.
Robstown. Robstown Area
Robstown,
Development.
RADC?
RADC.
Yes, it's in
How much was in there?
10,000, I think is what
10,000,
we paid
so-
them. And you fund also, Commissioner, your special revenue.
Yeah.
So there is about 50,000 still available from savings with the legislative consultants. So if you're trying to do 70, that gets you
Yeah,
60.
I would like to get it up to 70, and if we could just make the difference with that's
But what about
remaining.
the what about the other REDC? That would be, we're giving Robstown more than we're giving the entire Nueces County Coastal Bend one, which is, I mean, if we're gonna go up, we're gonna go up both of them, I think.
or how about,
Well, it's like 50,000 for CC Downtown Management District.
Right, which covers-
RADC has always been on the low end, but are you talking about RADC?
RADC.
Right, we
Yeah,
only
that's
fund
They've
them
all
like
been-
10,000.
They've all been on the low end, because it used to be, we had to all come together and figure out, like, we had to give out of our funds, and so then one year, 4 or
just
5
do
years
both
ago,
sides.
we put them all in and said, okay, we're gonna go 10 for RADC, we're gonna go 50 for the CCREDC, because it covers the whole county. So if that was kind of the equitable Blake, so if you wanna go up that much for RADC, then we gotta look at the other one too, because they cover the entire
Do
county
both
and
for
coastal
75
Bend.
each? You know?
I
well,
don't know where you're gonna get that.
and also,
funds
Well, if we, I mean,
you know,
I'm okay
we
with
never
doing
had
it.
the discussion, but we can maybe bring it back. But, you know, I talked to the RADC when you had the opportunity to say, do they want to fuse? And they said, no, they do not want to fuse, you
They did not
know?
want a what, Judge?
They don't want to fuse, they don't want to come together. You remember how
Oh.
you had suggested that?
No?
RADC, you said emerge,
like a merge.
With the Robstown and
RADC.
To merge with NCDC?
You said
no,
that, remember?
NCDC.
Yeah.
Yeah, I talked
They
about,
don't
yeah.
want to do that. So I guess what I'm saying is that there has to be some semblance of an understanding of what each of these groups do. And as we've talked about before, say the county, this is an emerging corridor, and it's going to have a tremendous amount of activity. And we're gonna wanna have our representatives. What the Regional Economic does is fantastic, but it's regional. They're there in a non-biased way to look at a region. What we do inside our ADC and what we do inside NCDC is look at us. Robstown looks at uniquely their jurisdiction and surrounding areas, and we look from, Port A all the way to, the edges of Bishop and the edges of
I don't
Agua
think they'd be
Dulce.
biased, I mean,
Huh?
I don't think they'd be biased, I think.
Yes, they are biased. I sit in the meetings. Of course, they're biased. They go for what the best, they're not there to promote one county over another. They're there to make certain that the region prospers. And that's a good thing. But it's not in our best interest always. For example, when we're vying between two counties as to which is the best location, we, of course, want to advocate for why we believe our county offers the best site selection for whatever industry is coming. They, of course, look at everything, but we're promoting our wonderful amenities or our assets or our infrastructure, and that's why it's
They're not
good.
gonna look at other counties, Judge, but their concern is the western area of the county, you know?
Oh, no, the judge is talking about CCRADC.
Talking about
Yeah, she's not talking
CCREDC.
about RADC. She's talking about.
Yeah, I support each entity. What's great about the RADC is that they're worried about making certain that they can have small businesses, they have empty outlets, and they have opportunities for corridors that include everything from small business, fast food, to gas stations, to housing. And so they have their own unique
So
concerns.
where's the, I mean, we're really, I'm not trying, but where's
Yeah,
the money
I
gonna
think
come
he
from?
said
If we're
his
gonna
special
increase one, we
revenue,
should
right?
increase the other. Where are we gonna go? Where are we gonna get the money?
For currently are coming out of the general fund, as Teresa said, Department 1285. As she said there, we have some savings when we reduce some of our lobbying expense. So we do have some areas, some room there if we want the equal amount for both.
And how much is in there?
Teresa, you know?
It's about $60,000 available.
So could we start with
Savings.
30 each and then,
If we
would that be
split,
okay?
I'm good with that. I'm
30.
good with
Yeah,
the
so
split.
just, if you put 30 in, you don't get anything extra. Can you make sure that before we give the
See, we don't get
CCRDC
any, they don't do
extra?
that board seat thing anymore.
They don't?
No,
Are
they
you
stopped
sure?
doing it because, yeah, I called and asked and they said they changed all their, I don't know, they changed it up to where it's now just not, because it got
What's
to the.
invest, they still have investor, but you're
Right,
right, they have
but-
to nominate.
Right, yeah, so
But-
it's not automatic is what I'm trying to say.
I see.
But if it was, I would be happy to go higher and I'd happy to put some in, but I was told it doesn't necessarily get you another seat.
Can,
Right.
if
Well,
we
then I
approve it, can
wouldn't-
we have this discussion later?
Can we have this
I mean,
discussion next
as long
week?
as we
I can get you the
approve this,
breakdown of what we're paying for each one.
because we're approving the number, and then we can decide however to split it within
I
a
would just
week.
say take the 30 for each of them, give them both an extra 30, and then if you want to come back
Well,
for
if
some
it
more.
doesn't get us any other access
Well,
on the CCRADC,
It doesn't get you anything extra at CCREDC, and the irony is that, we have a amazing team right now working on projects that were represented to us
We haven't even had a
earlier.
presentation by the RADC, what is it going to go for, what, they have very limited
Just so you know, they have
infrastructure.
they have $1.1 million in their cash reserve fund in their fund right
Right,
now.
so I'm saying,
I
why
don't
don't
think
we
they
just
need
give
our
them-
30,000. I'll tell you that.
Right now, we're funding $50,000 to CCRD.
Right, that's
because they're
good.
5 times at least the size, because they cover the whole coastal bend. So I'm saying, I'm agreeing with the concept on doing for both. So if you want to
Well,
say,
how about
let's
our
do it
own Nueces
later,
County Development Corporation? Why not
could take the money from
boost?
that and move
Why
it
not
over.
boost our own Nueces County Development Corporation? Although we have enough dollars there currently, which,
Judge, that's going to be on the agenda.
next week?
I think, I don't remember when I put it on, but I don't think it's next week. It was to, I don't remember, I have to go back and look. I don't think it's next week to talk about that whole concept of what to do with them. I mean,
Well,
Well, I'm just saying, save your 30,000. If you want to put 30 over here, John, save your 30
So
for
it'll be
what
80.
benefits our county
It'll be
specifically.
80,000, really.
I think the CCREDC benefits our county. I do think
And
it does.
we've got representation for the dollars that we have, and you're not going to get one thing more there.
If we are, we're going to get more.
What are you going to
So are you
get?
wanting to bring RADC up to where we're funding CC?
No. I
REDC,
don't.
no?
I think we should give I think the CCREDC should get more because they cover way more ground than just the RADC, which covers just one part of our
But they're
county.
not
And they
asking for
have
more
been,
money.
Commissioner, because
Well,
we
neither is-
haven't been funding RADC at nowhere near that level.
I'm aware,
At all.
Teresa.
Okay.
10,000 for one, 50,000 for the other. That was
Yes.
what we all came up with a few years ago. That was the equitable thing we came up. That equitable thing can change.
So
But
you wanna
I don't think
give-
we should do one without the others. All I'm saying, if we want to do
I agree.
wait on the number
Do both
later,
of them.
and
Do both
that's
of them.
fine.
You want to eliminate your Nueces County, and you want to give 30,000 to someone who's not asking for the dollars?
Well, Judge, I haven't had an ask
I'm
from the
just
Robstown
wondering.
area either. other
Well,
than
no,
what
but John
just brought
represents
up.
it.
No, he represents Robstown,
Well, no,
but,
he's on the board.
okay.
They
but
had a meeting, I'm
Nobody
guessing.
came and presented. It's just, this is the first time we've had no ask on this until right this minute at 6 o'clock at the end of the day. So I'm trying to be fair and say, let's give some to everybody, and that
No,
seems to be offensive
I'm not
to you.
I'm not in a rush. Like I said,
I'm-
if we
I
can
agree
talk
we
about
give 'em
this in a
something.
week, as long as the money's there, then we
Yeah,
can,
if
we
the
can have
money's-
this discussion later on on how to split it up.
Well, the
I
money
mean, as
doesn't
long-
carry over.
That's fine.
But it applies
But we
to the
have next
budget.
week.
Yeah, I mean, it's allocated in the budget, right, or no?
How about we just
That
allocate,
saving
It
does
does
not
not carry
carry?
over.
The
No.
savings does not carry
No,
over?
you have,
It's gonna go to fund balance.
let's
You
give
can
the
go till
60,
next
John,
week.
let's allocate the 60 to economic development to either the REDC or the CCREDC and worry about how we split it up later.
or the NCDC.
I don't agree with that one. I'm not putting that in my motion. I'd rather take the money from NCDC, to be honest.
Well, you already did that, Commissioner.
No, I didn't. Not yet. I haven't tried to.
And figure it out later, put it in contingency.
Yeah, we need to
Let's
hear.
put it
Mark
somewhere
before we
for-
That's my motion then.
It's already a part of the budget. It's already in other
Yes.
services and charges, the budget for those entities. So we already have 50K that's already in there for CCREDC,
You mark-
10,000 for
and-
RADC. So if we're increasing, the
Right.
excess is coming from the legislative consultant monies.
Oh, no, you're saying there is no excess then. You're saying there is no excess, because
There's
we've already got the
savings.
60 allocated. We're not changing that. We want to give more. So where are we going to get the more?
The more is the savings from the consultants, the
for this, on
legislative
a one-time
consultants.
basis?
Yes.
Right, for this year, there's savings
Okay.
there.
And it's 60,000? Okay? I mean, you want to just do that, John? Put in a contingency and figure it out later?
That's what I was saying. Let's just figure it out later. As long as we can
Amen.
have the discussion next week, or next couple of weeks.
I don't think it,
He made a motion. John made a motion of some sort.
Yes.
all right.
And
So
where do
there's
we
a
need to put it
motion
so
to
it's
take,
official?
there's a motion to take savings from 1275, 1285, I'm sorry, and move to contingencies, which would carry over to the next fiscal year.
No, ma'am, it won't carry over.
Oh, so he'll have
It's
to
just
make that
savings this
decision.
year.
Okay, well then it just needs to be made.
But be part of next year's budget, yes.
It will be,
60K more in next year's budget is what we're saying.
Okay.
all right, so it
Where are
will,
we
it
putting-
will
Lisa,
carry
where-
over.
Okay.
Okay. All right, and there's a motion and a second. A motion from Commissioner Modis and a second from Chesney, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. And it's just to economic development at this time.
Do you want to vote to extend the meeting time?
Have to. Got too much to do. Haven't got anything done today.
Is there a motion to extend the meeting time to, till 6:30?
Sure.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I guess I will.
Okay, aye. So the next one is, Chief Cook, there's sheriff and constable fees for 2023. Since you represent the sheriff's office, can you tell us if there's going to be any adjustments
To
to?
adopt we have to adopt the budget.
Oh my gosh, we haven't done that yet. Okay, hold on, Chief. So we need to have there's been a lot of amendments, all of which have
Yes.
been placed on the record, but
Yes.
now the comprehensive budget with all of the amendments that have already been stated need to be approved. And so is there a motion to approve the budget?
I submit that you approve the budget as amended, and the corrections are what's been presented with the amendments included, which includes the 6% cost of living increase, and all the additional reclassifications and all the amendments that has been suggested, as well as any corrections that need to be done.
Okay, there's a motion and a second.
It needs to be-
What's the motion, a second, on this
The
one?
motion is to approve the budget as amended, along with the understanding that it includes a 6% COLA. And also there are some corrections that he told us about in the very beginning, and he's going to make those corrections.
Yes, that is correct. And it needs to be a record vote.
Okay, Commissioner
Okay,
Chesney?
does that mean, I mean, it's just some things you will have to come back to, right? That, there's one here that I don't, executive accountant from 28 to 30, that's a $13,000 increase. I don't know if I can approve that one, but
What is
it's $13,000 increase.
For which one?
And for an executive accountant from 2805 to 3005.
The person that came in the position is very well qualified and excess of the requirements for this, so I put in for that. I can reduce it by one pay group if so choose, but I believe this position requires an increase at some point.
And so we
I can
reduce
go
it by
to-
one
I can
pay
do
group.
This
figure
person
29, which is
already
cut
with
in half.
us?
Pardon
Is
that?
this person, you're going to post for this position?
It's already, they already are here. They're
Well, you
already
can't
hired.
reduce them when you already have them at a certain pay grade, don't you?
At pay group 28, and I'm asking to go to pay group 30.
Oh, I see. And so you're offering to compromise to 29?
Yes. What is that? What's the amount? 13 will be what?
Well, I mean,
If it's 13, take half of
is
that
this-
if we go down to one pay group.
is
So
the
I'd say
salary,
6 or 7.
is the salary commensurate, is a pay group 30 commensurate with the work product, and not work product, but the work that this person will be doing? Yes. Okay, well, then I'll just make the motion to,
I'll go to
you can vote
29.
against it.
I'll go to 29.
Okay, well, this is not, let's make a deal. Let me do my motion. My motion is to accept it. Is there a second? Okay,
Started.
I've got a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, Commissioner Hernandez, do you want to, what's your, you don't want to do it? No, I want to know. Okay, so, no, so now there is a motion, Commissioner Jack, do you want to make your motion to
lower the grade, pay grade to 29.
29?
Yeah.
Okay, random, no justification, just don't feel like
Well, no, I
the
don't think
30?
but that's long enough to get a $13,000 increase, you know, I mean, I don't even know the guy was here, so.
Well, but the issue is,
Well,
what we need
29,
to be
there's no
asking is
motion.
whether or not, okay, you got the motion. Is there a second?
Do we even?
Okay, you need a second. Commissioner Hernandez, would you like to second Commissioner Gonzalez's motion?
I'll go ahead and second.
Okay, got a second. Now, discussion, I just want to go for the record that we ought to be, you know, even though it's a late hour and everybody's tired, we need to make sure there's justifications. You can't just, if, I understand that you may not like the 13,000, but if the work is what this salary is supposed to be at, we need to be thoughtful about that. I mean, why would we just X something because it looks to you not to be appropriate when it's already, when the gentleman who's got the expertise says it's, I'm just saying, I think we do ourselves no good justice if we're not actually asking what these salaries are supposed to be and getting to them, but particularly since it was already part of the budget. Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor, second, signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, we'll make that a 29. Is there anything else, Commissioner Gonzalez, on the budget that you want to bring up before we vote on the budget?
I'm sorry, did that pass?
It's 29, yes. Okay, I'll make, again, the motion is to approve the budget as amended with all of the different issues that have been brought up. And the addition of the clerical, or not clerical, but you're going to make some amendments. All right. I think that, I need a second. I don't know if there was a second earlier, but a second for the budget? Yeah, there was, because I was headed to the record vote. Okay, second. Now, Commissioner Chesney, how do you vote on the proposed budget?
No,
Who seconded?
I don't know.
No, you, Gonzalez, thank you.
I made the motion. Gonzalez seconded.
I didn't.
Did you think it was somebody else? I thought he made the motion. Okay, or Modest maybe even.
I second it.
Yeah, I'm passing the budget here. Okay, so Chesney votes no.
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, Commissioner Modest, how do you vote? Aye. And Commissioner Hernandez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, and myself, aye as well, Kara. All right, so now Chief Cook, Constable and Sheriff fees.
Judge, could I interrupt you? Could I ask you all to take up item 7 to go
Oh,
ahead
yeah,
and
we
get
gotta vote
hospital
on his
district's
budget,
budget
too.
approved before you go on to that item?
Sure.
Sorry, Chief.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Modis. There's a second by Gonzalez. Any other discussion? Okay,
Giant budget.
all those in favor signify.
Already presented, right? We don't need anything else?
Yeah,
We need to,
we're
we need to
good.
approve the budget. We have to vote
We're
on the
doing
budget.
that right now. And you want a record vote?
Yes.
So Commissioner Hernandez, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Modis?
Aye.
Commissioner Gonzalez? Commissioner Chesney?
No.
I'm an aye. I'm afraid to say your name, sir. Chief Cook, would you like to come up?
For the third time, Chief. For the third time.
I tasked Captain Laura Garcia, who runs my warrants and civil process, and she got with all the pertinent individuals, Ann Lawrence, Lila Gutierrez,
Lilia,
Sergio Montemor, and they've determined, after they looked at everything, that there'll be no increase in fees for 2023. We're good where we're at.
Okay,
Wait,
just
wait. Who looked at it and why?
Laura Garcia?
Laura Garcia is
Captain?
captain of warrants, and I tasked her with reaching out to the individuals to determine. It was posted that it got posted for everybody to see that if they had anything that they wanted in regard to an increase, to provide that information. And none of the electeds responded, as far as I've been informed. And after her discussion with Ann and Ms. Gutierrez and Mr. Montemayor, it's determined that we don't need any increases.
Judge, I'd like
Chief, you
to,
said elected, but you talk about the constables only?
Yeah, my understanding is that they didn't respond. It was put out, and there was no, that nobody said they needed any increases.
so here's what happened in the past. And I want to, Constable Clark had always taken the lead on that. He's no longer there. And he had brought a very detailed analysis on that. In the past, Sheriff's Office has always, in the past, recommended not increasing these.
I do want that.
And so you're consistent, and that's good. But I think something may have fallen through the cracks here, and I'd like to bring this back as a motion to table and look at this item, because there's no way we are covering the cost of doing business with these fees, in my opinion. So I don't know who we get to look at this. I'm not the one who's gonna be able to
Do
understand.
we have to set them
I
at a
do
certain
know
time?
we went up last year.
Well, right, but it was, you recommended it, it wasn't you, but it was not recommended by the sheriff's office in the past.
But we went up last year, but it makes no difference to me,
No,
whatever
no,
you
I
guys
know, I'm
want to
just
do.
saying,
Yeah.
because Constable Clark has kind of taken the lead on this when he was there, and I just think that didn't happen this time, and so I don't know who to get to look at it, I don't want it to
Well,
just table it and
what,
not
what,
do anything.
what we could do is just, I'd like to confirm that we do have the option, we don't have to set them do we have to have it done before October 1? If so, we can put it back on the agenda next week.
The deadline's after October the 1st, so.
Okay,
Bill,
so
I
we
think
have
in
a
the
couple of
past,
weeks.
You did this for us, if I'm not mistaken, you did an analysis for us of,
The constables, to provide them the labor cost and the other costs that they were using to determine whether the valuation of the fees were, and that's why I believe the year before, or last year, that's when the increase was. So we were well below the cost of doing business.
could you, because but if
have
I
the
remember correctly,
presentation archived.
the analysis was brought to us, and we didn't want to go up as high as what y'all had thought we needed to go up. We were going to go up incrementally so that it wasn't just a sticker shock. So could you go back and pull out that analysis and have that for us?
We'll see what we can find, and we'll pull up some for you.
Okay, and if it can't be next week, I'm okay with tabling it until you're ready, but we just need to bring
I
it
believe
back.
the deadline's in December, but I could be wrong, but it's definitely after October.
Okay, and so look, what I think we could do is just alert
meeting in
Captain
October,
Garcia
maybe,
that we may want to touch base with her, appreciate her hard work on it, but we're gonna at least bring back the analysis that we had.
Not a
I don't
problem.
think she would
Not a
mind
problem,
us
Judge.
looking at it.
We're good.
And,
Thank you.
thank
Okay,
you.
motion to table until
And-
Dale's ready before the deadline.
There's a motion by Chesney and a second by Gonzalez to bring it back before the deadline. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. The next one is a, what?
Said, thank you, Chief.
Okay. Execution of a contract for Bob Hall Pier Owner's Representative. It's the execution of the contract. Is there a motion to execute this contract? And has it been reviewed, and are you ready to proceed?
County attorney has indicated to me that it passes muster based on what I've gotten, so I would make a motion to pass that.
Yeah.
And what, Judge, there was a peripheral issue on this one. We were going to also do some
Correct.
direction of the, what we wanted to
The
see.
representative to instruct the engineer.
The representative representative to work with the engineer and the program manager to come back with a detailed analysis of every pennies being budgeted for the cost of Bob Hall Pier, and a specific cost breakdown as to the differences between the monopile and the dual pile, how much everything costs. We want to look at every single thing we're looking at to make sure we're,
And
then
to be more
land with and
specific,
verify those
yeah,
costs.
to be more, I think it's really more about, because we already have a cost estimate on everything, but we do not have that breakdown on the mono versus the dual. But we do have the others,
well, but we don't have them verified. Land
on
has.
the backup.
Land does not have the information they need
I
to
see.
verify the cost.
Okay,
That's
fair
what
enough.
they've told me.
Okay.
So that means we need the cost broken down from the design engineer, given then to the program manager.
All right, I
To
got
be
you
able to
now.
verify for the court that what we're spending, and that's on everything, mono, dual, everything,
All right. And
materials,
so
length, width, everything.
Motion and,
Motion is to direct
Got
the,
it.
to.
it's to execute first, to execute the contract.
We can do, well, that's fine. Motion to execute the contract for Bob Hall Pier, representative, Nueces County's representative.
Okay?
Now, this is the one issue that you may see coming up in procurement where there is a threshold that will need to be raised for the micro procurements. This is for getting your reimbursements later on. And so we may need to bring an item for the court to just raise that ceiling so that we can
You know,
get the reimbursement done.
okay.
All
And
right,
that
so,
one,
so
actually, I
basically,
wasn't
it's,
even
it's
counting on
the
getting
execution of the contract.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, motion and a second. All those in favor?
I think Jag made the second, right? Did you second?
I did.
Oh, you did, sorry. Judge made it. Couldn't
I
hear.
signify by saying aye.
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 And then the second motion, Judge, is to direct the Jacobs Engineering to provide the court and the program manager detailed cost breakdowns so that on every aspect of the pier, mono versus dual, and everything else on the pier, so that LAN has the appropriate information to verify those costs. That would be my motion. Hopefully that's broad enough.
So moved.
Motion,
Second,
I'm sorry, yours is a second. Motion is by Chesney, second by Gonzalez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then on item number 14, the Commissioners Court policies that are before us. Item number 1 on the appointments.
Judge, I would make a motion to pass that. That would be.
There's a motion and a second on the first one, which is the appointments.
Yes, ma'am.
Second?
second.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Judge, I would also
Aye.
make a motion on number 2 for passage as well.
Okay, motion is on the second piece, which is the abstention, the shall abstain from voting. And there's a motion by you, Mr. Chesney. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. There's a second from Commissioner Hernandez, and the discussion that I have to place on the record is that I'll be abstaining from this vote. I'll also be asking for additional legal opinion. I've made this very clear inside of executive session, and now I wish to make it in public, that Texas law per Chapter 171 does a great job of making certain that transparency for all elected officials, which we all take an oath to the Texas Constitution and to the laws of the state of Texas. And this one very much violates that. The county attorney has advised that it has no ability to be enforced. And so therefore, I want to make certain that this is continued to be, vetted, and she has said that she would. So all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Abstain. Okay. And the next one has to do with the agreement, item number 16, which is, Jenny, do we need to have any motion? Is that just really a table at this time?
No, we would ask to table that at
Thank
this
you.
time.
I'll make a motion to table item 16, Kara. 15 we tabled earlier. 16 is tabled until it's ready. And is there a second?
On which one, Judge? I'm sorry.
Item 16, the work agreement.
Yes.
That was my item, the second.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Pose same sign. And the next one is, it's kind of a regular, oh, no, it's not, I'm sorry, we've got 17 and 18. I believe this is for procurement purposes, Jenny?
To clean up and make sure we do procurement absolutely correctly.
Okay, so this has to do with the software for the county attorney's office. It's a management software that's already been approved, but we need to make certain that it's done in the proper way. So I have a motion right now on item 17 to rescind August 10th's allocation of funds for HQ office and office management software for the CA's office. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. And then 18 is the actual way to get the software procured, and that's to consider funding of the software through the American Rescue Plan Act. And so I would ask there be a second to my motion to procure this software through ARPA.
Second.
And really, do I have to say anything else there, Michael? It's already gone to, we already have procurement opportunity there, right?
Yes, this is just to secure the funding
funding.
piece, and then I'll come back with the
Thank
procurement
you so
later.
much. Just for clarification, and therefore, if anyone has any questions, ask Michael at this time. Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. The next one is always on to make sure, but I have it as September 14th as our next commissioner's date. That's a regular scheduled meeting. Is there any, okay? I don't need to
motion for it. It's already scheduled on the calendar. On purchasing, Michael, there is a selection for jail needs assessment. It's RFP 319022. Is there a way that
Yeah, let me
you
pass
can
out
be
some-
swift, as they say?
Yes, we received 3 proposals. This item is going to be funded by the sheriff's office with his
Commissary?
inmate commissary funds. So these are funds with which the sheriff has complete discretion over.
Okay,
And the committee is going to recommend conditional selection of CGL companies. and
CG is in girl? CGL.
CGL companies.
Okay,
And we'll be coming back to you upon getting approval of conditional selection today. We'll come back to you with the contract at a later date.
and was the sheriff a part of this
Yes,
assessment?
the sheriff, Ida, and myself were on that committee.
Great, and so it was a unanimous recommendation?
Yes.
All right, I'll motion to accept. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, are there any questions of Michael regarding the jail needs assessment? You'll have to bring it back at a rate, you can be maybe more detailed at that time?
Yes, we'll bring back the details of the contract once they've been negotiated at that point.
That'd be great. And I'm gonna look for mainly, scope, timeline, and cost.
Correct.
Okay. Any other thoughts or questions here? Certainly a needed assessment. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. Okay, and,
And then we're going to request a table, the next item. We were asked by the court last week to look into this a little further, and
And you're still doing that?
And we did that. We requested a best and final offer from Tyler
Okay.
for the full 10 years, which they provided on just yesterday.
Great.
And so Dale and I would like a little bit of time to look at that thoroughly and get with Ida on the funding.
And my also request, which I think is the court's request, is that there were 2 items that Dale was very specific, that were very important, that you include that in your conversations with them. Those particular 2, I'm gonna call them, needs of pay, the types of work that the software would undertake. I think it had to do with payroll, and I don't remember what the other one had to do with, but Dale, you were,
Michael on it.
okay. All right, so September 14th, table, motion to table, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Aye, post same sign. Okay, you have a contract, it's DIR, as an addition to the vendor payments exception list.
We recently got in a contract with Toshiba, and part of the Toshiba requires pretty much advanced payments on certain items. So we just like to add this to the exception list that doesn't require court action. We can bring it at a further balance. Most times that that way there's no cancellation of the services.
Okay, motion to approve, is there a second? Okay. All right, second by Commissioner Modis. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, post same sign. You have a budget order number 20.
Yes, we're getting close to the fiscal year end, so this is a kind of a larger requirement for some of our departments for this. On budget change order number 20, the largest one on page 1 is for a sheriff's office. They're trying to bring in temporaries to try to reduce their overtime and costs. And so they have a little bit of funding available in their maintenance, repair of building and ground to cover this cost. Our community services is a lot of overtime still for a lot of the issues they're going through for still COVID setup and other stuff that we're trying to get recoverment for. And they're getting theirs funded from the Robinson Community Building. The largest one on page 2 is for our road and bridge. As we know, some of the equipment's getting very aged, and so the equipment repairs for the older equipment's getting very expensive, as well as some other professional services that the road and bridge needs. They have both funds available in a reserve appropriations and the salary regular savings that they have. These requests have been submitted to my office. We reviewed them, and the funds are available for this request, and I submit budget change order for your approval.
And I make a motion to approve such budget change order number 20. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, and any other further discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Do we have an item number 8 that was skipped earlier? And it's to accept the funds by the Comptroller of Public Accounts for the county participation in what they call the unclaimed capital credits for electric cooperatives. This is through AEP. It's a great check. I thought it was like maybe 48,000?
Usually pretty high, yes.
And so is there a motion to, it would go into our Special Revenue Department 1379?
Correct.
Is there a motion to accept these unclaimed capital credits?
Yes, and I would make a
Second.
motion and
A
just a
motion, a
quick-
second discussion,
Sorry.
Commissioner?
Was, I see online, I get stuff all the time from people showing me this Texas unclaimed property. We've got all these different listings. Do we check that pretty regularly, or does this?
Goes through there pretty regularly and determine whether we have funds available at the time. So we do regularly screening this, yes.
Someone sent me, in fact, it was kind of funny because literally someone sent me one today saying, hey, you need to check out this website. Nueces County is on there a bunch. Now, I didn't look because I didn't have time, but I don't know if it's the water district, and there's Nueces County listed on a lot of things.
We get listed a lot, but my internal audit staff go through this constantly, and if there's ones we can claim, we go out and get them.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And this is extra dollars. Okay, I believe, Kara, that is. I've got
Auditor
all
3.
those in favor of the unclaimed capital credits being accepted from the comptroller's office for electric cooperatives, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, post same sign. And then, Kara, you were going to point out one more.
Number 3, for Dale.
Item number 3.
One more. For Dale on auditor.
No, we did it.
I'm sorry, on auditor.
We did do that one.
You did do that?
Hold on one
No,
second.
we didn't do 3 on audit mine yet.
On Dale.
No, it's a fixed asset issue, I think. Yeah. It's the authorization and approval of fixed assets that are no longer needed in the departments. Dale?
Well, it's not necessarily no longer needed. Every, about
Or
3 or 4 or 5 years ago, the court had requested my staff to go out for a inventory every year, which we have gone to, and we submit the claims to each of the departments every year to them to locate the assets in their departments. And it's not that these items are no longer are needed. Some of these are no longer can be found. So this is a lot of cleaning up to try to make sure we don't carry these if we can't, if they can't be located, then we need to properly dispose of them. And a lot of them cannot be located.
Okay, so I'll make a motion then to approve the removal of these fixed assets that are no longer located in the department.
Remove them from the roster, right, from the inventory list?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we maintain the list in case at some point in time, they open a box and they find the asset, then we can put it back on our list.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, pose same sign. Kara, while I call for adjournments, will you double check everything? And is there, I know Commissioner Modis, you have one. Does anybody else? Okay, just Commissioner Modis, and we'll yield to him for
Thank you,
this very
Judge.
sad one.
Yes, Lonnie Diaz, his name was actually spelled Loney, and he was 17 at his passing, about 9 days before his 18th birthday. He was playing football. He played for Wings, which is a private school. He went to Harold Branch, but he wanted to play athletics, which
Yeah.
they're working on their college degrees as well, so they don't have time for athletics. So he was doing athletics on the side. I think it was a 6-on-6 football
Right.
league with Wings out of Annaville. And so he suffered from heat stroke and passed there. His first football game of the season, very excited about it. So we're devastated. We know his family, we've known him. He's a member of the youth group that my children were or are members of. They're at the church that we attend, and so we were just devastated for his mother and his family. And for all those that knew him, he was just one of those great kids that, didn't have an enemy, was always just building up other kids and supporting them. He had completed his certification at the Fire Academy through Del Mar College. His dream was to be in the Air Force and then come back and work for Corpus Christi Fire Department. So being a part of the Explorers program through CCFD, they went way above and beyond to make a very great ceremony in remembrance of him at his funeral and his burial. And it was Friday and Saturday of last week that there were services, and Saturday, of course, we had huge rain, and it stopped right before they had a chance to take him to the cemetery. So we know the heavens were weeping because he was taken too soon. And so we're really just truly devastated as a family, as a church family. And so we'll be thinking of Lonnie forever. So thank you.
Our condolences to that, to his family. With no other adjournments in memory at this time, we're going to stand adjourned at 6:34, I'm thinking. Let me look again. 6:35. And you're going to just do a double check before we, okay, we are adjourned.